All right. I think this should be that. So I have a timer, time up, stopwatch going, just so we know how long we've been going. But just like it says up there, Resident Evil 4 just came out like 10 minutes ago. I think it just finished downloading. We are gonna play it, and we are going to beat it. Probably get started. I don't have my own chat open. I do. Don't worry, I am a professional. Alright, music is going off. This is going over here. Steam is buried here in my apps. I believe I had to change some settings in the demo, so I'm hoping those save for this. I got myself some tea. I do have a plethora of other caffeinated items if we should need. And depending on how long this goes, because I'm expecting it to be like a 20-hour game if it's like the last one. I think the original takes me like 15 to beat. And I'm probably going to take my time in this. Oh my goodness. That's not the right thing. All right. Audio output. Mirror and headphones. Subtitles. I'm going to turn those on. I don't think those are in the original. We are going to go with the PlayStation controls. But I think I'm going to stick with mouse and keyboard. Oh boy. I know for you guys this looks different, but on my monitor, my settings are a bit off. So game may be way brighter than it needs to be for you, but also, you know, whatever. Also, it's Resident Evil 4. It doesn't really have to be that dark. I just realized that the lights behind me are changing along with me talking. So they're just going crazy right now. But corners are already on. I consent. I would give Capcom my blood if they asked. Does this have to come in a little bit? We might have to rearrange our screen's layout as we go. We'll figure it out. We have plenty of time. And if the game ends up being too loud or anything like that, just let me know. Boy golly, is that warm. Extra content. Ooh. I thought, did you guys see what the hell's going on with this face? That you can buy all those legacy skins individually, which is good. Because I do. Can we change assisted game? Oh. I really like the romantic Leon skin. I wouldn't ever use a skin on my first playthrough of it, but if this is anything like the original and I play through it a bunch of times, Rutro. That's not very cool.
30th, 1998. It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice. The training.
One sec. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello? Hello? Alright. I just want to make sure that my mic was working properly, because I'd be pissed if we got like 5 hours into this and it wasn't.
Missions nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
So tell me, Yankee, why did you come to this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
That someone must be very important, huh? The chief gave the orders himself. Help him, he said.
I'm sure your boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows. Maybe you did.
No kumbaya?
You have a strange sense of humor. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us. A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been that way for a while now.
Well then, should be just another day in the office, right?
I mean, last week there was a search for some missing hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
I think this is it. Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back. Qué frío.
¿Te has bebido el bar entero? You smoke?
No, thank you.
Vaya sitio más tétrico. ¡Hey! ¿Hay alguien ahí?
He sure is taking his time. Did he fall in? Maybe you better go and take a look.
This is that voice.
Oh, watch the car. Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
So much for helping me.
All right, I'm going to finish sending out this live tweet, and then we'll go. All right. My sensitivity seems the same as it was before. So that's good. Hello, Mr. Officer. I don't think I changed any of the button controls. Just because I don't want to make things worse in the future. I'd rather learn weird controls than mess something else up. Oh, hello. I'm wondering if they changed anything from the demo. Obviously, I'm going to assume there's no TMP. Just buried away. That requires me to drop everything I have. But who knows? Resident Evil usually does cool things with their demos. So I wouldn't be surprised if something else is different.
Anyone home?
Hello? I'm noticing... VSync off. I don't know what most of those mean. I do want to make sure... This is off. That can be on. Depth of field I don't like. Frame rate. We'll just stick with 120. We'll switch that to full HD for the sake of stream. I don't want to be changed from the main menu. Okay. That's not that big of a deal. Did everything else save? I didn't see a save option. I'm going to assume yes. Hello? Got any goodies? Any stuffs? Alright, sick. Heard. Anything new back here? Hey there.
Sorry to barge in like this. Busco a un policía. ¿Vino aquí?
I don't think he's looking to help us, Bubs. What are the odds he would have a photo of the police officer we're looking for? Jeez. Gimme.
This is not good.
Yeah. Any other loot, though? I remembered what the knife was. Soap!
Man, that stinks.
Yeah. That's called protein, Leon. Speaking of protein. Ba-bum. So in the demo, There was only one chainsaw guy, allegedly, in the village, according to comments I got and just me further testing. But in the demo, it seemed like you didn't have a lot of time to do the village, so I wonder if you're going to get a bit more here. It seemed less than the original.
I read you. What's your situation?
Sounds fun.
What the hell's going on?
What the heck is happening here? Listen, someone's up to a bunch of shenanigans, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Hello?
No fucking way.
Oh, nice miss. Nice miss. Please.
This just keeps getting worse.
Alright, maybe sensitivity should go up a little bit. Just a little bit, you know. Okay, that seems right. I have no ammo, though. We do just be figuring that out. Oh, boy. Hey, buddies. Got no bullets. ¿Dónde está? I've heard those words before. Seriously, though, no ammo. Hello? Leon's jacket looks way warmer
Bruce.
than this one.
This is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then.
Why do you use
Well
code
done.
names? If you're gonna say
Need a location on a nearby lake. She may be
There they are.
taken there.
Copy that. I'll see what I can find.
Hurry up.
Something's happened to the people here. My escorts are.
they're Spanish.
Gotta go. Talk later.
This isn't just like a I gotta go, talk to you in a little bit, buddy, old pal. This is a holy shit. People are chopping down the door to the room I'm in. Howdy, friend. Okay. Not too bad. We would like some ammo, though. I don't got the bullets for him. Alright, attaché case. Let's rearrange it to our normal loadout. The fact we have our knife in here, a little annoying. You think I could sneak up on this bird now? Since I don't have any ammo. That doesn't know. Oh yeah. Breaking things makes us cool. Okay, so I can just click to knife. I don't have to ready it, which is cool. Alright. Ooh. What does my custom case look like? Oh, that's looking nice. Put that on the right. Alright. If that's what right looks like. I can also mess with my storage here, which is kind of cool. Q does that. I have a lot of space. Like right off the bat. Look at this. This case is nice. I like it. Alright. It might serve us good to be a bit more sneaky. Listen here, gang. If you guys have seen my RE4 Let's Play that's out on my YouTube, you know. You guys know. There's a third one. That makes me a little sad. But I'm not gonna... We're gonna keep the resets to a minimum. Since it is our first playthrough. But no. If you ever watch me play this again. Yeah, I'm still upset that this is like a thing. Maggots are gross. I think whoever invented maggots should be arrested. Not a huge fan. And you know what? You can quote me on that. I missed the trip mine that used to be here. Father Raslo. Oh, sheesh. Hello? Is this guy dead? Okay. We're good. We still got those kicks. I have a feeling we're not going to find like birds' nests and stuff up in the trees.
Damn it.
We got him. What's wrong with my arm? Man, you alright? I'm not saying in the original game I would have a thing at this point. But the original game I would have a grenade at this point. Well, that's fine. You don't have to give me good things. So, I'm honestly thinking for the village, we trigger the chainsaw early. Because he messes these people up. Whoop. It's my friend. Do you think he's okay? He'll be okay, I think. Alright. So we might as well just let this be the nightmare that it's gonna be. I'm probably gonna take some damage. If I can get into this house like I normally start in. Thankfully, there's usually another grenade in here. Game that you're not giving me. Oh, that might have been loud. Okay. We're still being sneaky. I always start with this lady.
One down. Here we go.
Alrighty. Alright. Let's run around. Let's get some stuff. Okay. We break this. Someone's right behind me. They're so fast in this one. Ooh, that's money. Hey, we need that. Fuck. Hey. We're gonna kite on back, and we're gonna go get that money. Alright. Ow. Alright, let's trigger this.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Hello. Alright, let's get our shit over here. Alright, upstairs we go. Knock this down.
See you climb this.
Oh, fuck. There we go. Hello. Why are you here? Ooh, if ever there was a time.
Present for you.
Oh, that sucks. Thank you. All right. That's not cool. There we go.
You gotta be kidding me.
God damn it. Let me get the chainsaw.
I'll give you the tierra.
Él nos invoca.
That's fine. We saved our flash grenade. I feel more frantic in this game. Like the clunkier tank controls were really helping. Maybe it's a matter of I should switch to the controller. I think we're gonna switch to the controller. If it goes badly, we can always switch back. But
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
good one. Hey, that's my friend. He died. Alright, go.
Routes to Condor 1. I've identified a route to the lake. Look for a large windmill. There's a path on the far side of it.
Windmill. Copy that.
And be careful. Roost out.
There you go. Controller feels good.
These people are sick.
Like a cough or... Do you guys see our buddy the cow just rip through everything? Actual MVP. Okay, so this is that. Got it. It's showing me... Oh, it's showing me the locked door. So I wonder... Maybe, you know? I hit the wrong button to pick that up, but, you know, whatever. Oh, can I maybe raise the FOV? That's a little bit better. I don't want it all the way up, I don't think. But can we actually go in here now? No. All right. Rude of you, game. Did X just reload for me too? What was that? Also, do we have things like treasures that we shoot now? Or is it's just here on the ground? The velvet instead of a spindle, too. Okay. Knife is kind of the same button. I've never played Resident Evil 4 on a PlayStation. It's like the only thing I've never played it on. What are you doing? What is that? Is that just a little play with gun button? I think we got everything. We don't have a key for this drawer, which kind of sucks. But I fucking beg your pardon? Did he unlock this for me? No. That scared me. Chicken egg? We haven't been up in the tower. We didn't check those side buildings yet. We haven't been up here even yet. Okay. So I'm wondering, maybe those Those will be open the next time we come through here, like at night. Or we'll have a key for that thing at least. Alright. How do I... Alright. It's cool that grenades are so small. Got a lot of health items too. I don't know what that blue thing is, but other than that, inventory looks fine, I guess. The whole knife being in my inventory is messing me up a little bit. Can't go in there yet. Usually there's a thing right in here. No. Okay. So these back houses. We checked this one. That thing's creepy. I don't like that. Another ruby. The rubies have gone down in value. Or we're gonna be rich. Garlic. Looking good. God damn it. I keep pressing the wrong button for the knife. It doesn't make sense. Because it's the same button as it would be on an Xbox controller, but I'm still doing it.
There it is.
You hear people in the trees now. Bit crazy. It's this room. I know where we are. Laid out a little bit different. No pendant here. Treasure is certainly seeming a lot less. That's a blue medallion, though. Typically, I play up there, like in the OG. Is there a stealth kill? Yep. Oh, Leon was about to say something about that.
Won't open.
Okay, heard. Another medallion up there. I think it's just the one. I still plan on shooting it. But it could also just be an homage. What the Christ? Oh, biggies. What are those bones? It smells bad over here. There's another medallion up there. Okay. I'd like to kill as many as I can before I start medallioning. This is gonna tell me how many there are. Okay. Oh god, what's gonna get rid of the blue medallions? Okay, there's 5. You only get spinels though, which is a bit of a change. Also, I'm well aware it could be spinels, but I've been saying spinels my whole life. And you guys are just gonna have to deal with that. Keep going. What is this thing? How do I get in here, do you think, then? Okay. Oh. Methinks I've got it. Maybe, maybe not.
Tengo que encontrarle. Debemos llevársela. Te encontraremos.
Why don't I see you?
Sigo patrullando.
At this point, I'm just willing to fight people. Do we just start shooting medallions then? Nope, she comes on out.
Blue medallion.
Yep. I'm checking all the old spots. Why is he acting like he's gonna... She gonna come on out now? I see a third one over here. I'm scared. I had a bomb. I have nothing to be scared of. Can I defuse it? I don't really want to. Now that I know that I don't get anything from it. Did I use a green arm? I didn't. Good, good. I'm not gonna reload it yet. In case this game does with the other. I've got plenty of time before I'd have to use it. No one gonna attack me up here? Everyone friendly?
Gotta fix everything myself.
It is true. I do be needing a cog. The lady over here has been being real loud, though. I'd like to get rid of her. Yee! Come on out. You got this. Oh my. She is yelling. We got her. What the fuck was that? Did I miss a jump scare? Oh! What the fuck? I did not miss a jump scare. What the fuck? Oh. Eee. Goddamn Minotaur over here. Let's climb. What the hell is this guy?
Present for you.
You dead?
Come on.
Yep. Come on down. That didn't work. Alright. Alright. Huge evade from me. Damn it. Not me hitting everything except for the button for my correct thing. Sorry, my brain's not working because I'm being chased by a fucking man cow. Hey! You're in the cows. Alright. You and me, we're gonna take this back to the fucking ladder. I like those fucking apples, huh? What I thought. Only a fucking velvet. Oh my god. Oh my god. He does not look so good. My fucking cog and my knife and my ammo. I mean, not using a single shotgun shell.
It's locked.
Nice. Nice! We're RE4 up here. That guy was cool. And we did see... Is this down the area we've already been? Yeah, okay. This is nothing new. We did get a cog for that thing, but I want to shoot this medallion. I'm anxious about moving on until we get all these. One more. In the original... Oh, I wonder if they still have the one hanging on the windmill. That'd be a good idea. That'd be clever. Nope. Okay, you can sprint through doors. Is the cog in this thing? Or the medallion? Nope. What does this do? Oh, obviously raises that door. I don't know why I'm asking. Anyone coming through it? No? Cool. What's this one? The medallion's certainly visible from here. Ooh. A little chesty chest. Ooh. So this thing needs rubies, right? Or do I have to pick what goes in? Okay. So I certainly don't want to put another one in there. That's interesting how they did that. Can I? Yeah, I can. May I? Okay. Now we should have another thing. Can I open this? Sure can. Yup. 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 Oh, maybe it's on this tinier windmill. I'm so nervous about moving on without getting it. At least the piggies get to eat the animals. That looks like a thing. Nice! And we did it not in the dirt. Where's the last pendant? Huh? On game? Oh, it tells me. It's right in front of me, apparently. Oh. Alright, good thing I checked. And I assume I'm just gonna turn those in once we get to the merchant. Oh, my foot's asleep. That feels weird. Oh, is there a rickety bridge? I wonder if... Never mind. I didn't have the thing done. I was wondering if I could, like, trick that guy onto the thing and then kill him. Lago.
Lake's gotta be this way.
We'll give it away. Okay. I'm glad the game is blocking off places for me, so I don't have to feel so bad about missing them. This is another smelly boy of a cart. Ooh, this sign in the original means trap. And I'm assuming it means it here, this is the boulder area. Because this is where the boulder area would have been in the original, but... Also, let's see. Oh. Oh. Now what? Oh. God damn it. Hey! Back, you son of a bitch. You guys coming down here? Hey! Leon, there is stuff down there. Oh. They just go this way. There's an alternate path. Yeah. Bitch, I took a knife for no reason. Oh, no. There's no way. Okay. I thought we were getting plagoons already. Flashlight. 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 No flashlight, I see. I wonder if they would have dropped anything for me. This area is full of traps and... Fuck. Do it again. Do it again. There we go. They're gonna walk into that for sure, right? Nice. Ow! They don't follow the rules. Okay. We got to, an egg. We'll use it. An egg is smaller, so it's kind of nice to have them so they take up less inventory space. But, yep, the trade-off is you can't combine. Oh boy. I keep forgetting about the fucking parry. Where is he? Throwing shit at me. Where are you? I'm being dumb by not healing. Where are you at? Oh. Get out. Back her up. I really feel like I should heal. Ma'am. Oh no. Oh, that makes it this far. At least I know where you are now. There's no issues throwing it when I'm here. All right, now you. Oh. All right. Yeah. I wish we had kind of a better run mechanic, you know? Like, I'd rather have a button to run. Also, I want to run hold. What is the active parry button? Oh, L1. Oh. Cool. More collectibles. Can I get up there? Obviously, there's a way up there. Hmm. Oh. Sound like he said, "Hey, asshole." When he is, in fact, the one being asshole. Oh, I have no ammo. Craft. Nade here. Don't do it. That'd be really dumb. Alright. There's no way that's the lake already. Okay, that's Lewis. I'd like a save. I really want to shoot that. Thank you. Thank you. Check behind the house. Watch out for those bear traps. I still don't have one of these keys. Which is making me think those are a reusable thing once I get them. Or not a reusable, a single-use thing. But with multiple possibilities.
This the place?
Yeah, I want to try it, but I don't want to have to die and then go back. Okay, so it looks like that was just an autosave. At 25:34. So yeah, that just happened. Let me... This is that lake, but
Come on.
I saw a little autosave thing. Like when we went in. Yeah, okay. Good, good, good. Oh, is there anything on this side of the house? Okay. I'm coming, bud. Don't worry. Do you like that the bombs make noise now? Hey, it's an old guy.
What's that noise?
Who knows? He's trying aggressively to get out. Oh. A little misdirect? He's under the hatch. No, no. Oh, no, 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 no. That is dark. He was still certainly trying to get down here because this is where Lewis is, right? There he is. Oh, he was boarding it up.
That hurts, you know? Seemed like you really wanted to talk. How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke? You know, those things will kill you. Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh? Joder, not this guy. Who are you?
Oh, hello.
Right there.
Oh, boy. He does not seem friendly. Woo! We did it. First chapter down. Do we get some... Look at some chapter results? Ooh. Your content. 83.5. That's not bad, considering it also had the village. Alright. I'm going to grab more caffeine. Lost my headphones. Huh. I need those though. All right. We're gonna meet our friend.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
Thank you. Sheesh. You think when they tied us up, they would have taken away these guns?
Hey, stop it.
How come he gotta keep his jacket?
Hey, Yankee. Got a name? Leon. Quiet type, eh? I'm Luis Serra. Guess you, me, picked the wrongest spot to vacation, eh? Hey, stop it. You move, I move. And I'm beat up enough as it is. I can see you're thinking. Bet you've been in spots like this before, huh? I guess you're here looking for someone. One more guess. Maybe some missing señorita? Young girl? Talk. Now. Great. See, heard chatter about moving a señorita. Moving her? Where? Who knows? But later, saw some men dragging someone to the old church. Hanging with you, not healthy.
Sheesh. Oh, this is cool. That was cool. That's as cool as his like backflip kick.
Hey, we're not done here. Later, amigo. Shit, they took my gear.
Ah, heck. My gear is gone.
Condor 1 to Roost. I've located Baby Eagle. It sounds like she's being kept in some church.
Great. That's good news.
I heard it from this guy I met. Said his name is Luis Serra.
He's real cute. You would
Something fishy
like
about him.
him.
I need you to run a background check.
Local Condor 1. I'll see what I can find. In the meantime, make your way to that church.
Right. I'm probably due for confession anyway. Condor 1, out.
Look at Leon. Being funny. This isn't where my merchant is. You're not gonna get up, are you? Ooh. Unarmed Leon isn't something I ever wanted to be. Shh, good night. Are they telling me I can... Okay.
Hey,
Yeah, it does my stuff. I want that. Hmm. Wacha!
Not bad, right?
I'm a knife fighter. Treasure? Thank you. Honestly, for the first time, I think Leon looks cooler without his jacket in this one. I think the new jacket pretty cool, but... Hello? Because I have treasure in here. Hey, guys, my stuff's in here, though. Anything this one? Ooh. Did they let me keep my key treasures? Yeah. That's that. What's up with that key? Oh, it's just the one to the basement. The game didn't delete it. So if I just have my knife out, I can block attacks. But if I time it, I stagger. That's kind of good to know. Once you get good at that, though, I feel like you just never get hit, right? Whee! Gimme.
I'll be taking these back.
Didn't give me my cool jacket, though.
Over here, stranger.
Who's that?
Oh no, but he's dressed cool. Hi.
Let's do some business.
Terminate all the rats.
Eh? Welcome.
That's huge. Oh.
Job well done deserves payment in kind. I've got something new for you, mate.
Key items can be oh! Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Still have some new items you might be interested in. Not bad.
I think I'd probably just sell all of them, right?
Pleasure doing business with you. Your weapons are combat.
One sec.
Anytime.
Okay.
Welcome. I got something new for you. If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
Oh, so you can just keep repairing this knife.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less.
I kind of want to up the durability on that. This gives
Your
me
weapons
6
are
free
in good
bullets.
hands, mate. I'll see you right. You'll get some bang for your buck. I guarantee it.
Bigger
A big
case.
space never hurt anyone. Perfect size for you, stranger. Where you gonna put this? Your pocket?
Give me a fucking second. I don't like him. He talks too much. So we're not gonna have a scope at all on the default rifle. It didn't reload my shotgun for me. That is unlucky.
Wish your enemies sweet dreams from afar, with a bullet straight through their heads. Go on, take this as well, free of charge.
Okay.
You're a man of good taste.
I don't like it. Bolts can be reused.
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger?
Don't talk to
Might
me.
save your life.
You've betrayed me.
See how that feels, mate. A fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. There's
Ooh.
some things money can't buy.
Punisher. I'm not gonna put any money into the handgun because I'll take this Punisher.
Will that be all then? Don't get yourself killed now.
I'm real sad about this. The storage thing though is cool. The fact that I have a storage I can put stuff in. I should probably actually pick up the treasure map. This one. I usually don't. Because
Come back anytime.
I usually just know where everything is. So this is the abandoned factory, the thing that we just walked out of. And there is treasure and rats. Where are... Gotta kill 3 rats in here. I think... So then if I kill the 3 rats... Can I... Hi. Hey, chill out, bud. Can I get my Punisher? Bird? I hear him. Hey, friends. Where are ya? I wish I could figure out how to get keys for that stuff. There's no rat down here, is there? Yeah, they're not hiding any rats. God damn it. So then if I don't put that on, that's not too bad. I think I'd rather just keep it on. Because, I mean, why not? We do use the rifle for close range, typically for the one things. But also, I see myself being even more of a bitch about my ammo this time. There we go.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that'll give me enough for the Punisher.
Well done. You've
I have
proven
5.
yourself
This costs
reliable.
5.
Ooh, what you buying? Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make.
I'm wondering if... I mean, right now, we'll just sell it.
Well struck.
But I'm wondering if it'd be like
Got a
Resident Evil
selection of
5
good
where it'd make
things on
sense
sale,
to
stranger.
I get everything.
Choice, mate. Its ammo will penetrate just about anything.
Well, its ammo shouldn't be any different than my other ammo.
It travels.
Right, asshole? If the ammo's any different, I'll cry. I think I kind of want to keep that there and that there. I'm real sad about this news regarding my stuff. All right. That's fun. Now, storage. I can't store that. Interesting.
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
Punisher looks cool though. I kind of like the side quest thing. I like this new currency. Hexagon shaped slot. The problem is I haven't learned how to do anything like lockpick or anything.
The hell am I?
Looks dangerous.
Puedes correr. Agarradlo. No me jodas.
I think we swapped those around. Honestly, I would rather just open my inventory every time. I can see why people wouldn't want that, but we're on the opposite side of this. I can't get back up here, can I? I drop down. You said we can eat you. Oh, I've been spotted. What the fuck is that? Oh, that sucks. That chainsaw.
Out of the way.
Fuck. Interesting. It's cool how they flip the room. That sucks. Sucks a little less. I'm dumb.
Next.
That's gonna hurt. Am I dead? Nope. That guy with that thing. All right.
Sorry, must have slipped.
Thank you.
Out of the way.
All right. Room is as difficult as ever.
Give me a break already.
Sounded like some of those behind me, but ma'am. You're not supposed to be doing scary shit yet. I don't like that.
No dejéis que se escape.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes esconder.
I see items down there. Let's go get this guy. Hey. Stop that. Hey, this is my hidey spot up here, and you are overstepping your bounds. Get more of them. I'm about to be pinched. Hmm.
Sorry.
Stupid.
Must have slipped.
All right. No big deal. A little stressed though. I'd like this to stay open because am not done exploring. Where are you? All right. All right. It sounds like someone's right behind me. Where are you?
¡Arriba eso!
Ma'am? Ma'am? Oh. Oh, you're gonna regret doing that, aren't you?
All right.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes...
I'm fucking bad.
Not bad, right?
All right. We have no bullets. And we typically like to have bullets. Oh, we do have bullets. Look at that. Ask and ye shall receive. Now, one thing that the original did that I don't know if this is going to do is it basically... Where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright. That's it.
Out of the way.
Oh. Let's just go. I feel like something's coming up by me. Nope. People do just keep spawning for no reason. I want to go back where we came from, which I believe is that way. I'm assuming that's why they gave me this key, just so that I could. I'm hearing weird shit from all angles. Yeah, this is where we came from. Cool.
Hello, stranger.
Hello. No, you. Isn't this door just open? Yeah. I got a thing. One for you. We'll put it here. Our inventory do not be looking too good. That'll do. That'll do.
Welcome. Ooh,
Hello.
what are you buying? I'll buy almost anything.
I want you to stop talking to me. I don't like your new
Suit
voice.
yourself, stranger.
I don't like what you're about. Goodbye, Asuka. I at 1 o'clock week. Back in my day, used to stay up way later. Their face is stupid. I agree. I agree. I don't like him now. He's not the same. Also, when he upgrades my shotgun, he doesn't refill it for me. See. Hello, goodies. I hear someone breathing. Hi. Heard you yawn. Right, sick. Is the game just making sounds for the sake of making sounds now? Can I have this? The fuck was that noise? Is it just one? Why do I hear TNT? Where are you at? Where are you throwing shit at me from? What the fuck is happening? Ma'am, don't make me come down there. Get through that door. I fucking dare you. Oh, it's a window. How'd that work for you? Do it. Light her up. That's a good shot. Did she drop anything? Yeah. Should we check our map, see if we miss anything over here? Doesn't look like it. Holy objectives. sub-objective. Alright, game. Did you really have to stress me out with that? Oh. Womp, 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 womp. There's a trap.
¿Dónde estás?
What's the trap, though?
Sé que estás ahí.
Eee, that didn't work. Kind of need to go back and repair my knife. A bear trap there. There we go. Thank you. We should go fix my knife up. I think upgrading the knife's gonna be a good idea.
Take a look. Something. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Give that the care it deserves, mate. There you are, as you wished.
Yep.
Don't get yourself killed now.
You betcha. Yep. More traps, so bad. I hear that thing. I don't know what the trap here is. Is it just the bear trap? Collectible in here somewhere. Bones. They're the wind-up dolls. Yeah. It's on the roof. Oh. I'm blind. I mean, there is that one bear trap there. May I ask what that is? Oh. Oh boy.
Are you even feeling this?
That was not easy.
Echo. Still fit. Okay. Hmm.
¡El forastero!
I literally just thought that might come in handy later. And it did. Who'd have thunked it? This is a church. This is a trap. It's a sub-objective here. We missed 2 treasures. First one's out in the opening here. I think we bought this treasure map. Oh. That's one. One is at the bottom of this. Oh, I see it. Oh, you do have to go under that thing. Awesome. I think we got this thing. Three gemstones of the same color is better? I would not have guessed that. Okay. Oh, something right here. Oh, yeah. Do we go back and sell to him now? We just keep on going back. This guy, he opens up shop. I come back to sell him every like piece of dirt and trinket I find. Please, I've got more. Take it.
God, welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Thank you. All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you.
I don't really think I want to buy anything right now. But maybe this rifle.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. There you are.
There we go.
I'll come back anytime.
Okay. Like, I know there's going to be a striker and stuff later. So I shouldn't put too much into this shotgun. But also, if I buy treasure maps, I think I'm okay. There's a lot of treasures in this upcoming house. What is this house? Like, I'm trying to think back to the original game as to what this would be. I don't know. I guess the building where Sadler or the chief is like same blood.
It's locked.
And then Leon's like same blood. And then Hunnigan's like same blood. And then Ada shows up. And she's like same blood. She doesn't say that. But that'd be funny if she did. Alright, gotta keep our eyes peeled. This place is crawling with booby traps. Head back. Yeah, nice house. He's still in there. I was thinking, hey, that's the room where they hide the fucking guy in the original. And he was still there. They put toilet paper in the room, though. In the original, they did. Or they did. It was like toilet paper and a urinal, and that was it. There's some weird combination.
Not too shabby.
Is there a grenade still in the oven?
Someone has shown up their neighbors.
Ooh, a little puzzle action.
Old photos.
Those old photos probably have something to do with something. Hey, Smokey. Egg in the oven. That's what it was. I think I heard something. Last flesh of our flesh, blood of our blood. Give thanks and rejoice. That means there's two. That's letting me know that two people live here. Ma'am. What's his face gonna grab me here? Jeez, man. Nice crop. Pig. Babe. Crop. Pig. Babe. Is that a pig? Interesting. My dear. Hey. Stop. Ooh, Crimson Head parasites suck. I don't like it. Ooh. Oh, that's why. The weather is fine reading time. Date October 10th. The weather has been strange of late. The wheat withers and the cows grow thin. I'm December 8th. There are signs of famine. It is true, we lack the means to work the fields. The Lord Sadler's orders are absolute. Date January 30th. 30 people have starved to death. 5 cows have been slaughtered. March 11th. The patriarchs gathered to cast lots. 6 more chosen for Lord Sadler. April. 8 more today. Date 4 more today. Date 11 more today. 2 outsiders got lost and wandered into the village. How many uses of those do I get? Uh-oh. Hey, that's a lot of ammo.
The blood has accepted the gift.
He's just gonna let me keep fucking around until then, I guess?
Gift? My blood?
That's not the same. Same blood? Still no deaths. Less accurate, though. Oh, more accurate. Wow. And 5-second difference. That's pretty cool. I think maybe we should put the rifle away, but what we can do is talk to Anakin.
I've got that intel you requested on Louis Serra. It seems he used to be a researcher for Umbrella.
Umbrella? I should have left him in that bag to rot.
I'm sending you the details. Take a look, but Baby Eagle is your priority.
Copy that. Making my way to the church. Condor 1, out.
appears. Age 28. Lewis is a year older than me. Played by Umbrella Research Division. 6-star. Favor among his peers. It evolved in the development of common over-the-counter drugs. Later, Sarah resigned from Umbrella and could not be located. Made by law enforcement, government strike. Interesting stuff that was probably in the original game, but I never learned because I don't read. Yep. A fuse. Oh. I need to come back here with Ashley. Is that a thing? That's certainly one of the collectibles, but might be up in the attic. We're just gonna save every time I see a typewriter. I have no self-control. Bathroom. More treasure in the house? On the floor? Oh. Yeah. Last thing's on the 3rd floor. That's where we came from. This is where we're going. Oh! My baby!
You too, huh?
Baby boy. Pet him.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
I love him. Okay. Can I go all the way back? Let me see. Is this key reusable? Is there any reason I can't go all the way back to go use it? It's getting dark. I can't remember if I did see one of these over here or not. I'm thinking the answer is yes. Why is my gun overloaded? I could be incorrect though. Him. Okay, never mind. That's fine. We'll run to another one later. My boy's still there. I'm not looking forward to nighttime though. Oh. That key say it's done now? No. The end doesn't look the same as the other things though. Was there one tucked back here? No. Ooh, there's a box though. Almost missing out on a whole grenade. Bye. Oh, we're back here. That cover's open. That mean we get the TPS now? Jeez. Sheesh. Oh. And like that. I can't stop breathing so loud. Hey here, people. I see. This is the way we have to go now. I have a key for a drawer. I'm gonna assume that key broke. Yep. Am I dumb? I don't think that was there earlier, was it? Is there another way into this? Ashley. Mama fucking Mia. Now, there is... one of those things, I thought. Ow. Why? Why is this house trapped? What do you gain from this? Ugh. Okay. Oh, I have the key to the church now. Hmm. Daisy.
All right.
Little guy scamping around over here. I don't remember what it is you find in that area. Or in that building. Cool. Hmm. Is that it down here? Sure you're not hiding like a TMP or something? There's a lady in here. Oh. 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 Echo.
Won't open.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, the bottom of the key isn't shaped like it. Alright. So we know snakes are now a thing. I don't remember what happens in here at all in the original game. Okay. Here's what I can do. Is that. I'm thinking I don't need the scope right now. Like, I could probably get away without it. Okay. Holy big skull. Sleep well and flourish, dear child. As your body grows, your mothers shall see. So new small clothes. Flourish, dear child, for the sake of your brothers and sisters who cannot. That's a big meatball. This building's so ominous. Ooh. There is something that way. Merchant through the thing. Okay. I want to go get that treasure I saw on the map. I wasn't going to put it past this game to now spawn something down here. Maybe that's why they booby-trapped all this. Is because they expected us to see those. Or things like that. Then go get it. I don't know. But we're gonna save here. We're gonna take like a 10-minute break, just kind of walk around. Because my back's gonna start to hurt. I'm sitting here. Oh, I'm gonna set a marker here. We're gonna take a quick break. Anything look different around here? Nope. Okay. This isn't the key for that. I think that's all that's gonna be over here right now. Is that the first one of these that we saw then in the game? We were doing pretty good at not missing treasure, though. Should we go back? All the way up there? What is this building? This door was locked. We'll be back in that area later. Before we go into the castle, because we kind of know where that generally happens. We'll make sure that we clean up all the treasure. This room just so small-y. That's not the treasure. Oh.
Some new goods that might interest you.
Cool. Powerful mind throw shit at me. I kind of want to play around with this bolt thrower.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
Don't want that.
That cash in your pocket or your life? Easy choice, mate. I'll buy almost anything.
Oh.
I knew you were a go-getter. Why not
At the
try your
limited
hand
sale.
at a new gun, stranger? Might save your life. Let us know when you've made some room.
Fuck.
Anything else I can help? Come
Go to my storage.
anytime.
I want to use this.
Not only will you need cash, but you'll need guts to buy that weapon.
Okay.
Knowledge is power. Remember that, mate. Will that be all then? Pleasant travels.
I have no mines. How much space does this thing take in my inventory? That's not terrible. I'm excited to try this bad boy out. Oh fuck, we're at the church.
A church. I made it.
Yarg. This man sounds like a pirate. Cool. Is it still XVM? Yep. And a Z now, though. Okay.
Damn it.
Beep bop beep boop beep boop.
Condor 1 to roost. The church is sealed up.
And Baby Eagle?
Negative. Nothing yet. But they sure do have this place locked up tight.
I see. I can think of one reason they'd want to do so.
Oh, she's here. That's for sure. I'll find a way in. Condor 1, out.
No way. Twin shot, you lad. Okay. Wins. So I need to destroy the headstones of the two look the same. I saw two V's, I'm almost positive. I've seen two M's though.
Okay.
Goes with both sets of twins. Or is that it? How far back was he? Just right there. He's like way down here.
So that's a request done and dusted, eh?
Yep, yep, yep.
Job well done deserves payment in kind. Ooh, what you buying? What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't come back and eat
Selling only. Okay.
time. Welcome. A deal well. Don't get yourself killed now.
You betcha. Oh, I didn't try this when I had the opportunity. A pest from the outside has come for the girl. Lock her in the church and await orders from our Lord. Until then, keep the church door shut. The key will be held in the cave on the other side of the lake.
Lake. What's up?
Actually,
Hope for no more surprises.
I mean, it literally just said the monster. So I would be expecting surprises here. But yeah, I can't get that. Yo, who the fuck's stumbling around up there? This game adds a lot of creepy crawlers being loud and stuff. Lago. There's a Lago this way. I hope they put the lake next to the Lago. Alright. Yeah!
Give me a break already.
Beep. Don't mind if I do. What are you doing? Stop it. Ooh, they're starting to bubble now. I'm willing to bet all my money that there's a snake in here.
Out of the way.
Alright, that's a second Viper. For the sake of my inventory. Yeah, I probably should run that on back. Okay, unbar this from the side. We're just running out of space. So I'm also wondering if maybe we sell some of our large crafting items. I feel like we're doing a lot of backtracking to merchants.
something's bound to catch your eye. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Well done, stranger.
There's taking up too much space.
Pleasant trap.
Ooh, I can do that though. I need to use this. Next person we see. This game doesn't let you ammo whore the same way. Which is probably good for the sake of the game. But for the sake of people like me that play like that little dirty ammo slut. Alright. Listen, guy. I'll deal with you in a second. Who the fuck are you? Got my bolt back. This thing seems alright. Take this back. Ow, I'm on fire. Is there a man up there? Okay. Hmm. My guy, I think it's over. Oh! Ow. I can't pick up my bolts that I missed. Yeah, I don't really like the bolt launcher. Yeah, I probably won't sell it, but I'm just gonna give it back. Like, maybe if I run low on ammo later, we break them back out. That's a little underwhelming. What we got here? Okay. Now, I wonder.
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
Man. Now, I wonder. Oh boy. Come on. Yoink skis. That's cool that they left that in. And gave me an achievement for it. Hey, whatever that thing is sounds big. I think the rifle would be better against it than what I have. Someday. Does that have a different thing? Doesn't. There's another treasure back here. Is it hanging on this? I did miss a treasure back there too. And ammo. Oh, if I shoot that, I probably get it later. Hmm. Is it something we're just gonna have to get later, or is it something I could jump down onto here for? Okay, what about blue medallions? Order one. Alright. I think we'll probably take a nap break at 4, so that's in another 2 hours. Because I tried napping before we started, and it didn't really work. First shooting range down here.
Gun rhymes with fun for a...
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
What are you selling?
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Do I finish my knife?
Every once in a while. See how that feels, mate. A fellow like yourself should notice the difference right away. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Got pleasant travels.
Should we try out the shooting range? We might have to switch to a mouse and keyboard for it.
Welcome, stranger. I believe this is your first time having a... Oh, in target practice. There's only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up. Simple enough, am I right?
We're gonna do this with our mouse.
Do well, I'll make it worth your while. Knickknacks and whatnot. Anyway, have fun, man. 3, 2, 1.
I don't know what to expect.
That's it. Superb shot. Reload.
Okay. Oh no. We're falling apart.
That's the stuff.
The controller's vibrating every time. Oh.
That's your lot. I dare say we've underestimated you, mate. Three, two, one, begin. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot. Reload. That's it. You're an artist, mate. That's the stuff. It's a fully bonanza. Fire everything you've got. Superb shot. That'll do it.
Almost 100%.
We got a real deadeye on our hands.
Damn.
3, 2, 1, begin. Double kill. Beautiful. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot. Reload.
Do 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 do.
Incredible. Double kill.
Oh.
And that's the game.
I missed the one, but good enough for an A. I'll take an A for now.
I dare say we've underestimated. 3, 2,
What is this one?
1, begin.
Jesus Christ. Bow, 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 bow. Fuck. That wasn't as good, but whatever.
We were right about you,
All right.
stranger.
Done pretty well, I think.
I await your return.
Ooh. That's kind of fun. Plus, we should customize our thing at the save station up here. Is there a save station up here? There has to be, right? Yeah.
Take a look.
All right. We are going to store this. Bring that out. I don't think we're going to bring the scope out just yet. Maybe. There we go.
Something's bound to catch your welcome.
I got some bolts to sell you.
Buying. Ruby's all right. Well, well. I can certainly do something with this. Knowledge is power. Come back anytime.
You betcha. You betcha. I know where this goes. But do I? Why? Up there's where I came from, right? No. Which means I missed a medallion. I swear I've already seen where this hex goes, right? Not this one. Ooh, the great old outdoors. Hello. I thought those spots on the binoculars were on my screen.
What was that?
All right. Sub-objective. Go fuel stored with the generator fuel. I mean, once we get the boat fuel, we're going back this way, so. Oh, this is a fucking area. Eee. Excuse me. I was thinking.
Here you go. Present for you.
Oh. Huge grenade. Ooh, money, 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 still here. And this should be our last snake in here. No? Okay. This is where we came from? Yes. Right? The last snake is dead. Ay. There you are. The rifle moves a little slow, but there's one splash in the water over here. What's up? Nothing? Okay. Oh, there it is. And a snake. Alright, let's go get that snake. Oh, hi.
Sorry, must have slipped.
There we go. Did I pick up whatever this guy dropped? Yes, I did. This game's fun. I already have my last snake, but this sell for a little bit, so we'll take that one too. I wonder. He would try to breathe fire on me, but he didn't. Or not at a rate fast enough for me. Please. Boop, 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 boop. I think we're just gonna get rid of this one. I'd rather just fight whoever it is. You think I can still shoot those? Medallion's right next to me, allegedly. Probably underneath me.
That should do it.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Money me? Thank you. I want to check up here for stuff before I do anything else. I hear you. Hey, attack. Oh, one coming?
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes esconder. ¿Dónde estás? Pero no te puedes esconder. Sé que estás ahí. Sé que estás ahí. ¿Dónde estás?
All right.
Correr, pero no te puedes.
I'm bad.
El forastero.
Aiming this gun, for some reason, it's so much harder in this than the remake. Let's test this real quick. Okay. Where's that box at? Shit. Ooh, my health is not fantastic. Hey, get up.
Out of the way.
Heard? Boop. I can get that one on my walk back, I guess. An egg?
This is what I'm talking about.
Why? Why is it what you were talking about? I want that. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you. What, a snake? Whatever. Hmm. What do I use to make flash grenades? Okay, that's not too bad. We'll probably try to keep one of those on us always. Alright, let's go finish our quest.
I see. Well, look at you, mate. What can I interest you in? This is what I'm talking about. Fine work.
Do I want the laser sight?
We like our herbs, we do. Heal a man, kill a wise choice. Pleasant. Trap.
Oh, this isn't going to be a thing that takes up inventory space, is it? Damn.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? Crossing your T's, dotting your I's? That's the way to be.
What else we
Rubies or
got?
rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. Thank you.
Ba-bum.
Will that be all then?
I believe so.
Don't get yourself killed now.
Alright, that's nice. I don't think the scope is necessary. But also I'm not going to complain about it. Yet. One more of those. Do I need to rearrange this a little bit? Right now. And then this can go, yep. And then this can go here. This can go here, and this can go here. Looking good. We should go save real quick. 'Cause I gotta figure it out. It might not do the same thing, but just in case.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
There we go. Any achievement for it? No? Whatever. Ooh, look at us. We're at full. I wonder if they've changed this boss fight around. Okay. Oh no.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
All right. All right, that's a boat durability now.
Sunk at this rate.
No, you're not. We just have to get the curve down. All right, I think they might have made this fight easier. That's gonna hurt though. Oh, not. Yeah, this is not as bad. Oh, that might hit me. Nope.
Where'd you go?
Where are we going? Wow, he's beautiful.
Tough son of a bitch.
Man, you literally don't have to compliment him. We did it. That was not bad. Oh. That's the castle. We can go there later. Jish. I coughed up a lot of blood. I'm not going to change anything there. Chapter result, we did die once, but I can't believe they're counting it.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now. When day breaks, you too will join our covenant to share in my holy blessing.
My holy blessing. My boat's down.
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Won't let it happen again.
And the church?
I'm still looking for whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
Hey, a hat. Oh, anything in here? All right. I think we might let it all pause here. And we might take our nap break now. Ooh. Because I think I'm gonna need one here. I'm gonna sleep for like 3-4 hours. Let me find us something to watch, I think. Nap break. All right. We're gonna switch to display. Alliance Tech Tips got banned. Here. We're gonna change this. What we're gonna do is do this. Not gonna let chat on screen for obvious reasons. think I want to watch this.
And 2, talk about why that's going to continue to happen. Now, first, a little bit of context. If you
Is
don't
it the
know,
in a video game
Linus
thing?
Tech Tips has a 15.3 million subscriber channel, and the reason he was banned by YouTube is because his channel was hacked.
Oh. Honestly, one thing I can do is just fucking no. I was gonna plug in my headphones for this because I want to deal with those dying later. What's that Skyrim essay video? The Skyrim analysis thing.
Come on, time to leave.
Now? What's wrong? Is something following us?
We have to go. We don't have any time to waste.
Go? Where?
Hey, it's up to us to take out Umbrella.
That's it. Umbrella's gone down.
I'm sorry, Claire, but it's not over yet. There's still something we've got to do.
You mean...
Yeah, it's payback time. We've got to destroy Umbrella. Now.
6 years have passed since that horrendous incident.
During the development of Resident Evil Code Veronica, the spin-off game Survivor, and another side game simply known as 1.9, another Resident Evil title had just started development, Resident Evil 3. Originally directed by Hideki Kamiya, this RE3 began its life as a mainline entry taking place on a ship stranded at sea. The main character would be Hunk from RE2, just after his Raccoon
Part of
City
me kind of
escape.
want to watch
This
watch
RE3's
this
development
myself.
didn't last very long, and instead that 1.9 game would become what we all know as Resident Evil 3, Nemesis. Kamiya's team and the game they had been working on was now Resident Evil 4, which would shift to being developed for the upcoming PlayStation 2 console. Director Kamiya's vision for the future of Resident Evil would take a bold new direction. With a lot of encouragement from series producer Shinji Mikami, RE4 would lean more into action than previous titles. A very stylish type of action. With Kamiya's basic idea of creating a horror-themed action game starring a cool and confident protagonist, RE2 writer Nobuo Sugimura would step in to create the characters and story for Kamiya's thrilling new adventure. This title's story followed a brand new character, Tony, a seemingly invincible man with superhuman abilities. After reviewing Kamiya's progress on this new survival horror game, Mikami thought what Kamiya was making strayed too far off the mark for what Resident Evil should be. He didn't think this stylish action game was bad, therefore deciding maybe this should be its own series. With one RE4 concept completely rebooted as Devil May Cry, RE4 would get reworked multiple times before finally landing on an idea that would get the definitive green light from Mikami. With the majority of PlayStation and Sega-related titles being released, RE4's development would begin anew in 2001. At this time, one of Capcom's goals was moving the RE franchise to Nintendo's GameCube. Along with this exclusivity deal, Capcom's Production Studio 4 would also develop 4 other original titles for GameCube. Those games were Dead Phoenix, Beautiful Joe, PN3, and the legendary gaming masterpiece, Killer 7. After the release of Resident Evil Remake, RE4 would finally show itself. In this version of the game, we'd see Leon S. Kennedy, one of the protagonists from RE2, infiltrating and investigating an ancient Umbrella-owned castle. In this game, Leon would eventually become infected with the progenitor virus, and as the game would progress, Leon's arm would mutate. Very intriguing, very dark, very survival horror. 1 year later at E3 2003, another trailer was shown. This time we got lots of gameplay to sink our curious teeth into. This 5-minute look into what Resident Evil 4 was shaping up into was nothing short of breathtaking. We got to see Leon exploring the castle. We get tons of supernatural elements that at first glance might seem real, but turn out to be hallucinations. Leon's also pursued by the absolutely chilling and relentless Hookman, a ghostly figure that stalks Leon through the castle, only taking damage from sources of light. All of this was presented from both a fixed camera perspective and an all-new combat camera system, that being over-the-shoulder aiming. For the first time ever in a mainline Resident Evil game, your character would be able to accurately shoot a target. Wonderful trailer aside, we'd also get a few story details that sounded quite peculiar. Alongside Leon's castle investigation, deep underground, a young girl awakens. Accompanied by an enhanced BOW dog, this girl would also have to find her way out of this forgotten castle. A young girl in a castle with a dog as her only line of defense? Sounds really cool, almost too cool to be included in this RE title. This trailer, often referred to as RE 3.5, was also unfortunately scrapped. As you've probably figured out by now, the last story detail was completely adapted into its own game, Haunting Ground, one of my favorite survival horror video games. So far, RE4 has been one of the most generous video games of all time, handing out ideas and creating full games off of its discarded concepts. Sadly, it was also one of the most difficult and troubling games to make. Co-writer to Sugimura, Yasuhisa Kawamura, revealed that at this point in RE4's life, the game's budget was spiraling out of control. While he and Sugimura were hard at work at refining RE4's story and characters, the scope and ambition of this title's gameplay and presentation was growing far too large for what Capcom was expecting. Featuring state-of-the-art 3D graphics, multiple camera systems, those being fixed, over-the-shoulder, and first-person, the vision of this title was all over the place. Couple all of that with half the dev team feeling generally burnt out on the classic Resident Evil formula, it was inevitably decided that RE4 would be going in a new direction once again. Stepping in to direct, Shinji Mikami would bring his uncompromised vision and game design expertise to the forefront of Resident Evil once more. It's kind of unfortunate because Kawamura has gone on the record with being pretty upset about 3.5 never seeing the light of day. That original concept and trailer are still very popular. Tons of fans genuinely want that trailer to be a full game. So much so that multiple fan revival games have started development to try and recapture that game's vision. Now, I know this might sound crazy looking back on them, but I distinctly remember around RE0's release, a lot of people in the gaming press were starting to get fed up with the basic survival horror mold that this series was going for since 1996. I even remember in school, a lot of kids I would talk to were also done with Resident Evil's gameplay. The classic RE series are all games that are rightfully looked back on very fondly, but if you asked the average game fan what they thought about RE at the time, they'd most likely tell you that they wanted something new. I remember even around Remake's release, people were saying similar things, which, of course, I never held any of those beliefs, but I was also open-minded to changes as well. It's so crazy looking back on this game's release. I remember seeing all of that 3.5 stuff back in the day, and thinking it was the perfect evolution of the Resident Evil series at that time. But believe it or not, I wasn't really feeling all of the supernatural stuff, despite how cool it looked back then. By the way, I think it's awesome now. The last time I would ever see Resident Evil 4 before eventually playing it day one was in an issue of Game Informer magazine with this giant cover photo of Leon. That image is just burnt into my memory for all time. It was such a monumental occasion because the game kind of disappeared for a while, and just seeing it again, I was like, oh yeah, Resident Evil 4, like I can't wait to play it. It's my favorite series. On January 11th, 2005, I stepped into a mom and pop electronics store on 5th Avenue in Brooklyn, New York, after just getting my first paycheck for my very first real soul-crushing job. That being babysitting rich kids on 7th Avenue. I slapped my money down on the counter, got this here very same copy of Resident Evil 4, went home, started playing the game, and had my life changed forever. But before I tell you what happened next, I can't just be my regular old self for a Resident Evil retrospective. No, this is a special occasion. So let me change into something a little more appropriate. Ah, that's better. What, you didn't really think I was gonna wear that dress for this video, did you? No, I need something to secure the ballistics. I gotta take this. I actually ignored this guy in my last Resident Evil video. Hello?
Is this Susie, Sphere Hunter?
Hey, John. Super Eye Patch Wolf. You're the anime man, right?
No, that's someone else. You, Susie, have fucked with me for the last time!
Wait. What did I do?
Ori 4? Ori 4? The game that changed everything? Final Fantasy 7 changed everything, not Ori 4!
Yeah, but like every modern shooter uses the over-the-shoulder camera now.
Delete the video right now!
No, I'm not deleting the video, dude.
Fine. I'm taking you to YouTube course.
Anyway, now that we've got all that dev history out of the way, let's take a deep bite out of Resident Evil 4. Or 4 Resident Evil. Resident Evil 4 takes place 6 years after the Raccoon City saga. Leon Kennedy returns to the series, now as a specially trained and highly capable US government agent. Leon's currently investigating a small part of Europe, looking for his president's missing daughter, Ashley Graham, who was abducted while returning home from college. Accompanied by a police escort, Leon arrives at his destination and is filled in from his mission dispatcher, Ingrid Hunnigan, who's quite the looker. I like the glasses. With the path to the nearby town blocked off by someone's truck, Leon decides to take his chances and enter a suspicious house. The door's wide open. I wonder if anyone's home.
Excuse me, sir? was wondering if you might recognize the girl in this photograph.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? ¡Lárgate, cabrón!
Sorry to have bothered you.
Freeze! I said freeze!
Looks like he isn't giving us any choice. We have to defend ourselves. In a flash, gunfire can be heard outside. Leon is surrounded, and his police escort has been driven off the village's cliffside entrance. These very human-looking men aren't zombies, but they sure do act rather brainless. With no other options, we lock and load and stylishly exit the house. RE4's basic shooting combat is levels of polished not seen in any video game that came before it. The over-the-shoulder aiming mode quickly snaps in behind Leon, opening your camera's view to whatever's in front of you. Aiming is literally laser accurate. Firing at specific enemy limbs provides a variety of results. Shoot a runner and they'll topple over. Cap someone in the arm and they'll drop their weapon. Graze a dude's head or knee and that'll stun them, opening them up for a devastating but satisfying melee counter. After this intense 1v3, we gather up some dropped enemy items, ammo and money. Interesting. Before heading into town, Leon checks on the police transport. Looks like there aren't any survivors. With the path cleared, we can finally proceed to the village. On our way, we find a very familiar looking dog. We free it from the bear trap it's stuck in. And yeah, not only is it very nice that we get to do this, but it also comes as a warning of a very low to the ground threat. The villagers have also set up a few explosive tripwires for oblivious tourists. You see what I mean? Getting to the village proper, Leon scopes out the area, spotting one of the police officers he came here with. He's staked on fire right in the center of town. None of the villagers seem fazed by this. Since it might not be the best idea to take the entire village head-on, we sneak around the side passage, exploring one of the houses. These villagers look like normal people, but judging by what we've seen so far and how they've been living, in utter filth and disarray, something is very wrong here. This stealth mission doesn't last long, as we're spotted in minutes. As the village collapses in on Leon, we make our way into another very open house.
¡Por allí! ¡No dejes que se escape! Vayan por detrás.
Why are these people?
¡Bloqueen el paso!
What are they planning? Chainsaw. Shit.
¡Te voy a matar!
Son of a...
Okay, so at this point, I'm thinking these very brain-dead individuals aren't as dumb as we originally thought. I'm just thinking back to all the clearly visible people hiding in the brush, running back to report to the main village. These guys might have a few tricks up their sleeve for old Leon Scott. This village raid is extremely intense. The house you start in gets completely surrounded, and while you can barricade the multiple exits, they won't stay like that for long, especially when a chainsaw is involved. On the second floor of the house, Leon finds a grenade, ammo, and a beautiful shotgun. There are a few other houses you can hunker down in while running for your life, but it's not smart to stay in one location for too long. Your cover might end up becoming a pigeonhole. I love this scenario because while it might seem disorienting at first, walking into ambushes while learning a new camera and slightly updated control scheme, you can use your surroundings against these guys in a lot of ways. See a sturdy looking door frame? Well, bottleneck those villagers with your newly acquired shotgun. See a ladder with 2 or 3 guys climbing it? Push that thing down. Keep them at bay. The enemies in this game are really aggressive and use their own tactics against you, but as long as you're giving them that same energy right back, you can get through this. It's such a frantic, amazingly designed encounter that not only sets up this game's on-the-fly, backs-against-the-wall gameplay, but it's also really intense for a Resident Evil game. There was nothing like this in the titles that came before. When zombies began to gather up, it was easy to bypass them with a shotgun or grenade launcher. Due to those games being on weaker hardware, there weren't a ton of zombies in a horde all at once. Here, what seems like a very human threat is constantly keeping you on your toes, with large groups of enemies that you have to actively fight to keep away from you. It's an unpredictable enemy type that will exploit your weaknesses, as well as attack you in great numbers. There's no holding back for these villagers. With all of that said, a bell can be heard, ringing out in the distance.
Oh, la campana. Es hora de rezar. Tenemos que irnos. Lord Sattler.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
RE4 has probably the strongest opening for any action game. Right away, the game is like, this ain't your pappy's Resident Evil. This is a new breed of high-octane action horror. The over-the-shoulder camera was obviously revolutionary. Almost every third-person shooter 17 years on is still using this camera system. I know we've been dealing with it for quite a while now, but this was monumental. Going from games that all basically looked like this to RE4's laser-accurate free-aiming style. It might be the most substantial gameplay upgrade for a particular established 3D game series. The previous main and side Resident Evil titles all used the light lock-on paired with fixed camera perspectives. Well, except for Survivor. It was a huge risk taking such a drastic creative change in an established series like this, but it absolutely opened up a world of possibilities within every aspect of the game's combat. It totally worked in Capcom's favor. They literally created the blueprint for every action shooter to follow. So yeah, as you saw in the introduction, RE4 isn't exactly going for classic survival horror. This is a frantic style of play with enemies that aren't afraid to get in your face whether you're ready for them or not. RE4 still uses the same tank controls and button layout that you'd find in its predecessor titles, but free aiming offers a whole new level of control and capability. While Leon has free reign over where he can shoot enemies, he still can't move while aiming, which is a staple of Resident Evil, of course. I honestly think it wouldn't be good for this game. It would make combat encounters far too easy, being able to shoot while moving. We'll talk more about this in a second. Leon is a bit more mobile now in general, being able to vault over small obstacles and jump from large heights. This adds a layer of tension to fights. You're not just running away anymore, now you're clearing obstacles and frantically jumping out of windows. It's really exciting. RE4 is the first mainline game to have a heads-up display. You can see context-sensitive actions like vaulting, picking up items, and your HP and ammo. This is a massive change from the norm, but it's all in service to the game's new fast-paced direction. You might be wondering, with the level of control gained in aiming and basic movement, can you control the camera outside of combat? Why, yes you can, but it only works like how you'd actually look around in real life. Camera control is mapped to the C-stick. You can look up, down, left, or right, just like a real human would. If you want to see what's behind Leon, you have to physically turn around, using a classic 180 quick turn. Whenever I play this game, I often check my corners when surrounded in battles. Survival aside, you can use this look system to just admire the amazing scenery. This game is visually impressive for a GameCube title, taking place in a fully 3D game world. With that in mind, lots of doors just open in this game. RE4's environments are mostly connected zones, which means you'll be exploring quite a bit before hitting a load screen. Gone are the days of beautifully rendered door-opening loading screens. We don't have time for that. 5 angry villagers are chasing me. I gotta kick this door open. You can still find healing items like before, but this time Leon will be finding new yellow herbs, which when combined with green herbs, increases his max vitality, which is very RPG of this RE. The poison status has been removed, which means no more blue herbs, which is unfortunate because I love looking at those mystical plants. Like I mentioned in the intro, most enemies drop items now. Some of these are ammo and healing, but the interesting new addition is money. In the game's second chapter, we're introduced to a fabulous gentleman simply known as the Merchant.
Got something that might interest you.
This guy can be found all over the game. He's got multiple shops set up in a variety of locations. His services include selling you items, weapons, upgrading said weapons, and buying stuff from Leon. Did I mention you can also find a lot of treasure hidden in the game world? As a veteran sphere hunter, I always have a lot of fun searching for these rare collectibles. Some treasures can even be combined with others and sold for way more cash. I absolutely love the treasure system in this game. Every single collectible is lovingly detailed, from the countless spinel crystals to all the gothic antiques you'll be finding and putting back together. It's so much fun spotting this stuff in the environment, collecting them, and then marveling at their shininess. Am I the only one that does that? You know, describing this game out loud, it really doesn't feel like I'm talking about Resident Evil, but here we are. RE4 isn't a survival horror game. It's a horror-themed action-adventure title. Listen to these item pickup sounds. Those are RPG sounds if I've ever heard any. The inventory screen is still here, but this time it's its own mini-game. Inventory is strictly for your resources now. Treasures and key items get their own separate screens. Sorting all of your things poses its own challenge. Since shooting is the core of this game, your ammo and weapons tend to pile up, creating a lot of clutter. Managing all of it while also holding onto heals and keeping your guns perfectly aligned is invaluable. So the classic Resident Evil feeling of, oh, I have no space to pick this thing up, still occasionally rears its ugly head to halt your progress. While on the subject of space management, ink ribbons are no longer a thing, so saving at a typewriter is infinite now, which, yes, removes any penalty of death. But again, this being an action game, it's a change that works in RE4's favor. In previous entries, spacing in combat played a huge role in how you dealt with threats, whether that be creating enough distance between you and your adversary with weapon attacks, or carefully setting up an enemy animation to slip by them. In RE4, those things are still present, but now with the added aforementioned body awareness the villagers have, there are a plethora of body part reactions you can take advantage of. To go into it a bit more, if you had full control over Leon's movement while shooting, it would erase most of the challenge that comes with getting to a certain position, setting up a group of villagers in the right way, and using screen-clearing means like shotguns, grenades, or melee counters. Your immediate spacing and position plays a massive role in achieving skillful play. Battles are overall way more dynamic now because of these factors. In a game like RE2 or Remake, you can shoot out a zombie's legs, forcing them to crawl. In RE4, that kind of thing is way deeper and applies to all of your defensive options. One of those options being melee combat. It's been completely reworked for RE4. Unlike the previous entries where your knife was treated as its own weapon, taking up inventory, now Leon's knife is permanently equipped and readied by holding down the L button. You can do a lot with your knife, like slashing your enemies and smashing open item crates, saving ammo. When an enemy is on the ground, you can knife them instead of spending ammo. Like I mentioned before, Leon also has a variety of context-sensitive melee counters after he stuns an enemy. The roundhouse kick is incredible. It hits almost everything around Leon, sending whatever foolish foes caught in its radius flying. Dropping an adversary on their knee opens them up for a front kick, which does more damage but only hits whatever's in front of Leon. For how amazing the roundhouse and front kicks are, there's something even more legendary Leon can do. And that's the suplex. I never thought I'd be saying this, but taking these rural freaks to Suplex City works so well. Leon is apparently so strong, he can headshot crit enemies with kicks and suplexes. What the hell, man? Melee is just the icing on the cake for RE4's combat. The real meat of this game's battle system are its firearms, and holy crap, these guns are sick. The arsenal of weapons this title offers is huge. 5 pistols, 3 shotguns, 2 sniper rifles, 2 machine guns, and a collection of special weapons like single-use rocket launchers, and the mine thrower from RE3 makes its return. Fun fact, RE4 has not 1, not 2, but 3 Magnum firearms. One of those I have right here. The killer... I'm sorry, my head hurts every time I try to say this gun's name out loud. I swear, this thing is cursed. Killer 7. They're almost here. I've got one hell of a surprise for them. I changed my makeup. Did you notice? Men. They never notice these kinds of things. Shit. Fuck it. Every weapon has a plethora of upgrades that really change up how they function. Damage output, rate of fire, reload speed, the amount of rounds a weapon holds, and a special exclusive upgrade that grants specific guns a super ability. This makes you feel stronger as you progress, but also adds an identity to each and every firearm. The upgrade system rewards your loyalty to particular guns. You can totally swap out to new pieces as you get through the story, but if you choose to settle down with Leon's starting handgun, for example, that thing will become quite the killing machine before credits roll. This is how I usually play my fresh save files in RE4, and that example is just one of many. The mine thrower gets heat-seeking mines when fully upgraded. I'm not kidding when I say by the end of this game, each piece of iron in your inventory will stand on its own and have a tangible place in combat. Functionality aside, the way Leon's tools of destruction look and sound are perfect. One of the goals when developing this game was to make the guns completely unique. But I think Capcom went full god mode when designing these beautiful life enders. Every, and I mean every gun in this game is memorable. It makes sense that this area of the game would get a lot of attention because shooting is mostly what you're doing. All of the guns have their own fan bases. There are arguments pretty regularly about which of the 5 pistols is the best. It's always Red 9 versus Blacktail, but I'll have you know that Leon's starting Silver Ghost is the best. That Frankenstein's monster of a mishmash gun is like the coolest video game pistol ever made. No one ever brings up the Punisher though. That thing's laser-like sound emphasizes its unique piercing power. It's so cool how they gave this gun a sound based on how it performs in gameplay. It's also pleasing to the ear. For real, look at the rifle's reload animation. Is that not like the most satisfying thing on the planet? Now look at it upgraded. There are different animations when you max out a gun's reload speed. This is what I meant by God mode Capcom. People hate on the TMP, but that little bastard is useful for basically every situation. It runs, it guns, and it flippin' stuns. Seriously, the TMP is super underrated. The first 2 shotguns might perform similarly, but did you know that Leon actually handles the riot gun faster than the starter shotgun? I just found this out recently, and I thought it was super cool. Am I gonna talk about RE4's guns all day? No, but I did want to shout out my friend's channel, Kendo Gun Shop. The Kendo brothers, Robert and Joseph, are back with their own YouTube channel, where they break down and discuss weapons from Resident Evil. Their video production value and general knowledge of firearms and what inspires the guns of Resident Evil is so much fun to see explained. Please check them out, their channel is severely underrated. You won't regret it. With such amazingly crafted firearms, we need to talk about who you'll be using them against. The other monumental change to RE4 is the game's enemies, the very human Ganados. These people are all super strong, hive mind-alike individuals that are able to throw Leon around with little effort and can shake off gunshots straight to the face. The Ganados are a religious community split into 3 factions, the first being common townsfolk we've met in the village. I'm gonna save the other 2 for later, but yeah, the Ganados are one hell of a challenge compared to the zombies of days gone by. Ganados use a lot of different weapons like gardening tools, medieval crossbows, and morning stars, and some modern tech that'll really keep you on your toes. Like we discussed before, the Ganados pose a very forward threat to Leon, oftentimes rushing him directly, but they can also be quite sneaky. Ambushes and flanking happens a lot in some of the larger battles, forcing you to be aware of your surroundings at all times. These guys can just chuck their weapons at you if they feel like, and the way they almost stagger out of the way of your gun's laser sight makes them feel smart, like they're actively trying to avoid taking damage. While I don't really find Ganados scary, they're always really intense to deal with. You feel that backs against the wall vibe when fighting these guys in the early game. Actually, I lied. The scariest Ganados are the chainsaw wielders, Dr. Salvador and his assistant, and the Bella sisters. The way these jerks scream bloody murder right as they go for Leon's neck with their saws blasting off the decibel charts always makes my heart skip a beat. I probably shouldn't say this, but chainsaws kinda scare me. Whoever invented them should be put in jail forever. When I was younger, I may have watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre when I wasn't supposed to. Maybe after that fateful night, I may have been looking over my shoulder for about a week, expecting some big idiot with a saw to be right behind me. When I went up against Dr. Salvador the first time and this happened, my entire world was rocked. Seeing such a gruesomely detailed death scene happen to one of my favorite characters, it really shook me. Gore on the main characters has always been a thing in previous RE titles, but those games aren't as visually stunning as RE4. This type of death scene hits really hard and is super effective at getting you to care for your character's well-being. Even as a younger Sphere hunter, I immediately understood why the devs decided to do this, and it's to make you feel vulnerable as the player. Whenever combat is happening, you are in danger. At any moment, Leon can bite the dust hard. The basic villagers pack quite the punch when they land hits on Leon. Getting eviscerated isn't exclusive to them. You have to be careful too. Even though Leon's way more capable than he ever was, he's still very much a human being that can die at the drop of a hat. Dr. Salvador used to scare the absolute shit out of me. When I first played RE4 and I saw the Leon chainsaw death scene, I remember being so overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. I actually dropped my controller and covered my eyes with my hands. That's how freaked out I was by seeing Leon get decapitated. It was so fucked up. I couldn't handle it back then. It took me a while to get over my fear of chainsaws, but once I did, well, you can see what happened. It's a different story when you're the one with the chainsaw. There are tons of other enemies in RE4, including at least 2 handfuls of actual monsters, with their own insanely polished death scenes. But before we talk about that stuff, we have to pick up where we left off, back in the village. After Leon's very warm welcome, we get to explore this cold, mysterious town. Right away, we find a public notice, including information and pictures of Leon. The village's chief, a man named Bitores Mendez, seems well aware of our leading man's mission in finding Ashley. The notice talks about Ashley being kept in an old house beyond the village square. There's also mention of a third party potentially tipping off Ashley's location to the US government. Whatever the circumstances, that old house is our first stop. Fighting our way past more angry people and collecting treasures, we come across a warning post that we've seen similar copies of at the village's entrance. Proceeding down this lonely pathway, a group of men above us push a massive boulder down behind us. Here we have another new mechanic, quick time events. Mash the button on screen fast or else... Like, I know this is totally ridiculous in retrospect, but gosh darn, this boulder run was so cool and unexpected back in the day. It plays into the idea that the villagers are on top of you at all times. You're a stranger on their turf. Outrunning the boulder, we finally make it to the old house. Now this place is heavily guarded. At the back of the house, we hear something rustling around in a closet. Could it be Ashley?
Little rough, don't you think?
This is Luis Serra, a resident of this village who seems relatively normal. Before Leon could get any info out of him, the village chief makes his grand entrance.
The big cheese. What?
After getting totally wrecked, Leon and Luis are taken to a cabin where a mysterious hooded man injects Leon with some kind of organism. Leon wakes up tied to Luis, and after shaking the charming Spaniard awake, Leon asks him a few questions.
Whoever you are.
Name's Leon. Came here looking for this girl. Seen her?
Okay, let me guess. She's the president's daughter?
That's too good for a guess. Want to start explaining?
Psychic powers. Nah, just kidding with you, amigo.
Luis is an ex-cop who clearly knows more than he's letting on. He fills Leon in on Ashley's location. She's being held in a church beyond the village. Before he can say anything else, a wounded Ganado tries cleaving the two in half. Caught up in the scuffle, Luis escapes, leaving Leon by himself. What follows are multiple very well-designed action set pieces. One of the most memorable is Leon's battle through a canyon. This part really demonstrates how strong a lot of RE4's level design is. There's a lot of variety in how you can tackle fighting these particular enemies. Lots of verticality, tons of enemies on screen, 2 buildings to hide in, one with multiple entrances and exits, ladders, windows, doors. This part's got it all. It's a great taste of things to come as the player gets further into the story. After bypassing this valley, Leon finds himself in the village chief's house. Here we find a key to a locked house back in the village square. There's also a journal from the chief. This memo sheds light on our situation. Mendez brings up a Lord Sadler. Must be the top dog that we saw infecting Leon earlier. Mendez doesn't get why Sadler wants to keep Leon and Luis alive, but he still trusts in his lord's better judgment. Mention of a third party infiltrating the village comes up again. Mendez seems very convinced that someone else is helping Luis and leaking info to outsiders. No one else in the congregation believes this, however. After reading this note, the man himself jumps Leon. Almost squeezing the life out of our hero, Leon's eyes begin to change color. Mendez tells our distressed frontman that he carries the same blood as the villagers and lets him go. Leon, being the stubborn go-getter, pursues the chief but is caught off guard again. As Mendez crushes the life out of poor Leon, gunshots can be heard. As the chief faces the source of the gunfire, we get a glimpse at our third party, a woman in a red dress, somehow so familiar. Leon recovers and makes his way back to town square. As Leon enters the village's main house, something amazing happens. When I first got to this room and heard this track, I felt a genuine wave of relief wash over me. This is Serenity, one of RE4's save room themes. This track is not only one of my favorites in the entire series, but it was the first moment in this game where I paused and thought to myself, oh yeah, this is Resident Evil. I used to listen to this song on my CD player with a burnt disc that I had made of relaxing video game music. I used to sit on the steps of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, New York, listening to this track. It's a very heartwarming memory for me. And every time I play RE4 and get to this particular moment, I usually think back to those times, when times were simpler. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to go down memory lane. RE4 just does that to me. As we make our way under the house's secret walkway, we emerge into a graveyard with the village's church overlooking the scene. The church is well guarded and the doors are locked, of course with a very Resident Evil looking lock. The pathway leading outside of the village is suspended by a walkway above a large body of water. An ominous body of water. In one of the shacks on this path, we find yet another notice from the village chief. It explains how Luis is now public enemy #1 for stealing something very valuable to this cult. The note also confirms that Ashley is in fact in the church, but Mendez doesn't seem too bothered about Leon making any further progress. He brings up Leon having the same blood as the villagers again, and is confident that he will join them. There's also mention of something called Del Lago being awoken in the lake. Continuing onward, we find ourselves in a massive arena of sorts, where very deep growling can be heard just beyond a giant set of doors. I'm sure it's nothing. Dodging another massive boulder and trekking through a swamp filled with ganados, Leon finds himself at the aforementioned lake. Peering into the water, we spot some men dumping the body of the other police officer we came into town with. The officer is gobbled up by a creature roughly the size of the Empire State Building. With no other options, Leon makes his way across the water in the ricketiest little boat I have ever seen. This is Del Lago. Del Lago's boss fight is extremely memorable. Armed with basically an infinite supply of harpoons, Leon has to chuck each of these spears at the creature while being pulled along the water. You still have control over the boat while Del Lago is dragging you around, but the monster's movements are so unpredictable. It can guide you right into debris littering the lake, or take you on a gentle ride just before going back under. If you happen to fall off the boat, you've got to mash the A button like your life depends on it. Del Lago is obviously a one-shot kill. I really love this set piece, but if I had to complain about one thing, it'd be the lack of variety in fighting this guy on replays. Del Lago is a boss you fight the exact same way every time you play this game. Maybe if we were allowed to use our upgraded weapons against it when it's surfaced, that would offer a more enjoyable experience. It's still a fantastic boss fight regardless, and it totally plays on my fear of open bodies of water. I just wish it wasn't as on rails as it is. Defeating this Goliath, Leon begins coughing up blood, eventually passing out in a nearby cabin. As Leon awakens, he begins to mutate. Just a bad dream. I like this scene a lot because it's basically Leon having a nightmare about transforming into whatever these villagers are. What's perfect is right after Leon has this particular nightmare, we finally get an answer as to what's going on. These villagers are infected with a monstrous parasite that has the ability to erupt out of the body of its host when night falls. These creatures are sensitive to light, and that explains why none of them appeared earlier in the day. The eyes of infected hosts glow red, just like Leon's hours earlier. I always thought the parasitic enemies in this game were really effective because it had me very nervous that this same thing would happen to Leon if I wasn't careful enough. Exploring a nearby cave reveals a path back to the church, as well as the key to its lock. Getting back on track, we're greeted by a group of villagers unleashing that thing that was hidden behind those giant doors. Struggling to keep this creature in check, it finally appears, slaughtering the townsfolk. This monster is El Gigante, one of my favorite boss fights in RE4. The massive ogre has so many different ways he can attack. He can hit you with giant punches, kicks, ground slams, pick you up, use the environment, and full-on charge at Leon. After you've done enough damage, the giant's parasite erupts from its back. You can either shoot this thing or go Shadow of the Colossus on his ass, climbing the giant and taking your blade to the writhing creature.
Hey, it's that dog.
Look, guys, Huey's back. I wonder if this poor pup's PTSD kicked in seeing a human getting bullied by a giant ogre. Huey, being the best puppy in the world, helps distract this massive creature while you deal damage. Taking this giant out opens the path. Mysteriously, Huey vanishes after this battle. Unlike Del Lago, I really love this fight because it can play out in so many different ways. Want to take the giant out in style? Cut that parasite off its back. Want to play it safe? Keep your distance and shoot him. Want to stomp him out? Fire a frickin' rocket at him. Lots of depth, lots of fun. Making our way back to the church and heading inside, we finally meet Ashley.
Ashley.
Don't come!
Hey, take it easy.
No! Get away!
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. My name's Leon. I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
What? My father?
That's right.
With the target secured and the landing zone given to us by Hunnigan, we make our way out of the village, but not before running into Lord Sadler himself.
My name is Osmond Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
What do you want?
To demonstrate to the whole world our astounding power, of course.
Leon, I think they shot something in my neck.
What did you do to her?
We just planted her a little gift. Oh, there's going to be one hell of a party when she returns home to her loving father. Oh, I believe I forgot to tell you that we gave you the same gift.
When I was unconscious.
You will become my puppets. Involuntarily, you'll do as I say. I'll have total control over your minds. Don't you think this is a revolutionary way to promulgate one's faith?
Sounds more like an alien invasion if you ask me.
Leon and Ashley are infected with the same parasite the villagers happen to be carrying, that being Las Plagas. This simple investigation is now a race against the clock as the virus grows within our dashing duo. Leon and Ashley's escape will be tough now that she's around. The villagers won't make this easy for Leon. Whenever Ashley is with Leon, the game becomes an escort mission. Ashley is present in combat situations and can take damage. You can tell her to wait or follow you, or hide her in literal dumpsters. It's really ridiculous to see, but you can totally do that. Whatever your choice, you'll have to be careful where you leave Ashley alone. The Ganados aren't out to kill her, but take her back to Sadler. If Ash is grabbed, you'll have to act fast before she's lost forever. On your first playthrough, this might get quite challenging, managing Leon's health, ammo, where the enemies are, and Ashley's status. Over the years, Ashley's become quite the meme in this regard. Her shrill screams for help and utter helplessness in combat have cemented her as, quote-unquote, one of the most annoying characters in existence. Now, I'm not sure if you've noticed this yet, but I'm quite the Ashley fan. It might be the most unpopular opinion that I hold for a variety of reasons. But I gotta say, I don't think Ashley's that bad. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but since day one, I never really had issues taking care of her. I always thought she was really cute too. When I first played this game, I thought Leon was also really attractive, and Ashley kinda looks like me, so I was like, man, I wish I was in Ashley's shoes, having a hunk-o-matic like Leon Scott protecting her. Basically what I'm trying to say is, get good, scrubs. This game is easy. Taking care of Ashley adds tension and a layer of franticness to the game's combat. Her entire escort mission falls in line with the fast-paced gameplay. Oh, what's that? You think Ashley's got big, ugly ears? Dude, you're negging the president's daughter? Talk about a beta move. Anyway, after passing through the town square one final time, Leon gets a call from Hunnigan informing him that their chopper's been shot down. With the remaining villagers closing in, Leon and Ash take shelter in a nearby cabin, bumping into our old friend Luis.
Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics too.
How rude!
After that genuinely exquisite line of dialogue, Leon and Luis hold off the surrounding villagers in a very iconic set piece that would be replicated many more times throughout this series and in other video games. As the townsfolk back off, Luis disappears into the night. Before we can leave, we find another public notice from the chief. In it, Mendez expresses how he's underestimated Leon. He's sure what's coming up next will be the end of our leading man. If it isn't, he'll step in personally to finish the job. There's also mention of Mendez's sight being the key out of this village, whatever that means. Emerging victorious, our heroes are faced with a giant gate equipped with what looks like a modern-day retinal scanner. Looks like we'll finally have to confront the Big Cheese. Finding an abandoned barn, mentioned in Mendez's last note, Leon enters the building. Here he's intercepted by the man himself, but this time manages to blow up the biggest possible cheese with an explosive barrel, revealing his true form. Gotta say, was not expecting anything like that. This fight is fantastic and multifaceted. There's some great verticality with the barn's second floor, but Leon can also be dragged down with Mendez's tentacles. Doing enough damage to the chief's spine breaks the mutated creature in half. From here, he swings around like a frickin' maniac. In this form, you're not safe anywhere standing still. I love just using a rocket launcher on him in this phase, blasting him into the stratosphere and ending the fight quickly. Because honestly, if you don't have flash grenades or the TMP, this fight can be admittedly kind of a slog. After finally taking out our head honcho, his eyeball falls out of his head. It's a false eye. Using it on the scanner gets us out of the village, but it's here where the nightmare truly begins. With nowhere to go and the remaining bulk of villagers hot on their trail, Leon and Ash take cover inside the village's ancient castle. Even though these castle walls might seem secure, the people inside them are much worse than the common townsfolk we've been fighting thus far. This is the second faction of Ganado, a cult by the name of Los Illuminados. The cultists are more zombie-like, droning forward, even muttering the word, brains. These cultists also have a few mutations of their own, like a full head-eating plaga and an acid-spitting spider. Disgusting. Getting into the castle, Leon and Ash meet up with Luis. He's brought our pair a viral suppressant drug. Oh wait, he dropped it. Good one, Luis. I guess it's the thought that counts. Entering the castle proper, we hear sinister laughter.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
Who are you?
Me llamo Ramon Salazar, the 8th Castellan of this magnificent architecture. I have been honored with the prodigious power from the great Lord Sadler. I've been expecting you, my brethrens.
No thanks, bro.
My, we've got a feisty one. If you care for your own well-being, I suggest you surrender yourself and simply become our hostage. Or Mr. Scott, you can give us the girl because you're not worth a penny, I'm afraid. You can die.
Yes, that was a demonic Napoleon cosplayer. From here on out, the game goes completely insane. Stepping into the castle leaves whatever semblance of reality at its doors. Salazar is the second villain of this title, who's also in charge of these castle cultists. So much happens in the castle that if I were to talk about everything, we'd be here for a week. If the village was Ganado-focused, the castle is definitely a bit more monster-focused, as you've seen with the new Plaga mutations. Don't get me wrong, there are still tons of cultists to blast in style, but almost immediately we're introduced to a Hugh Jackman Wolverine wannabe who's got a parasite sucking on his back. This is a Garador, a vision-impaired, incredibly powerful creature, who guards a switch, allowing access into the castle's annex. This guy is basically an upright licker. Leon's stealth PTSD is definitely kicking in when battling this thing. Garadors are kept alive by the parasites on their back, so the goal is to get behind them and shoot that thing until its host stops moving. Any loud noises Leon makes attracts the monster's attention, and believe me, you don't want to be caught making noise around this guy. Using parts of the environment and strategically running can alert the creature in ways that help you exploit its weak vision, giving you moments to land powerful shots on its parasite. Taking out the clawed beast, we enter RE4's most iconic room, Water Hall. This room sees cultists endlessly funneling in. Depending on how well you've been doing up to this point in the game, this room will either be more or less difficult, adding in certain enemies like crossbow snipers in the rafters, or removing guys if you bite the dust too many times. The goal is to get to the door at the back of the room. To do this, you have to pass a wall of cultists, activate 2 switches, crank this 1 lever while guys are attacking you, dodge a few scythe-wielding psychos, boost Ashley up to this platform so she can crank 2 additional levers that raise platforms to escape the room, while you cover her with sniper fire and also protect yourself from cultists on the ground. It's a lot, and many players struggle big time with this gauntlet of stress. I know I used to find this room extremely tough. On the harder difficulty, this room is always set to its hardest version. Dying a few times and rebalancing the room's difficulty cannot help you here. For as insane as it is, Water Hall is a genius design. It's kind of like a deciding factor if you're capable enough to keep playing. It tests everything you've learned up to this point with combat, spacing, and managing Ashley's well-being. I love and hate this room so much. Getting past this nightmare, Ashley has a Plaga-induced panic attack and is separated from Leon. Salazar is so crazy that he's installed special trap hallways that can perfectly ensnare people and take them to different rooms. Like, what kind of Cartoon Network bullshit is this? I love it. By the way, old Sal has hacked into Leon's personal communicator, so you'll be getting calls from him taunting you for the rest of your castle visit. Like I said, Cartoon Network. The next set piece sees Leon trudging through the dungeon of the castle. Here he's jumped by an invisible threat, the Novistadors. These acid-vomiting roaches from hell will melt your face right off. When I saw this when I was younger, the controller flew across the room. The definition of horror. It's an actual scary event surrounded by a myriad of comical castle shenanigans. This should go to show you how the castle is paced. You get an amazingly silly moment, like with Salazar's intro, then you're sneaking around Wolverine in a genuinely intense battle, then pull your hair out in Water Hall, and then are tortured mentally by invisible bugs. It's absolutely psychotic. By the way, right after that horrifying set piece, Leon has to dodge swinging pendulum axes. Like, what is going on? Who built all of this? It only gets sillier from here on out, trust me. The next series of antics comes after finding a journal from Salazar himself. This memo goes into the origins of Las Plagas and the Illuminados cult. Back in the day, an unknown ancestor of Salazar's saw what the cult was doing around the country, indoctrinating common folk with the use of the parasite that now infects everyone in this village. This unknown royal outlawed the practice of the cult's religion, sealing away Las Plagas deep under the castle. Fast forward to right now, one of the last members of the cult, Sadler, has somehow convinced Salazar to release the parasite and join him in his efforts of taking over the world. How can someone as old as Salazar be so easily convinced to join a cult and take a parasite into his own body willingly?
If you don't need me, then get off my back, old man.
Did you say old man, Mr. Kennedy? It might come as a surprise, but I'm only 20 years old.
Well, there's your answer. He's just a kid. Sadler clearly gave him a superior version of the parasite that seems to have aged him up quite considerably, while keeping most of his mental faculties in check. It's really cool piecing this story together. This crotchety, old, delusional man is taking advantage of Salazar's royal family and castle. It's pretty sad. Anyway, here's a Gatling gun. Eventually, Leon finds himself outside of the castle, and after surviving a hedge maze of death, we finally find out who the mysterious third party is, and are reintroduced to a familiar face.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Bit of advice, try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters.
Leon. Long time no see.
Ada. So it is true.
True? About what?
You, working with Wesker. Why are you here? Why'd you show up like this?
See you around.
Ada Wong is back. It's kind of a weird reaction for Leon to have after 6 years of thinking this woman was dead. The conversation these two have makes it seem like they've met before this moment. And while I think on closer inspection this should have been explored a lot more, I was still really excited and happy to see Ada return to the series. By the way, there's a shooting gallery minigame that unlocks special figurines of the characters. Ada is one of them. Like, this minigame can spoil Ada's reveal like an hour before it happens. Yes, back in 2005, this moment was spoiled for me, and I was so confused, until I saw the cutscene. So, good job, Capcom. Heading back into the castle, we meet up with Luis again, as this is happening. Luis gets totally impaled by Sadler's appendage. Gross. Sadler makes off with Luis's stolen Plaga sample. Luis finally lifts the curtain on who he is in his last moments.
Stay with me, Louis. I am a researcher, hired by Sadler. He found out what I was up to.
Don't talk.
Here. It should suppress growth of the parasite. The sample. Sadler took it. You have to get it back.
Louis! Louis!
After this very depressing moment, Ashley wakes up. That's right, Luis's death, all of that commotion was happening in the same room that Ashley was being held in. It's kind of funny. Freeing Ash from her binds and taking down a few cultists starts one of the standout moments of this game for me personally. It's Ashley's time to shine. The playable Ashley segment. What was a pretty flawless horror action adventure fest up until now returns to being a survival horror game for just a few moments. As Ashley, you have to avoid cultists while doing some light puzzle solving, hitting the cranks pretty hard, finding puzzle pieces, and doing a very difficult slide puzzle. Like I said, very difficult. Why does she need Leon's help again? Could she do that the whole time? A small detail about this section that I love so much is that we get to see a painting of an uninfected Salazar. This just shows you how young he really was before taking in the Plaga. Speaking of survival horror, if you play this part in the original Japanese version, the level actually uses fixed camera angles like the 4 previous Resident Evil games. For some godforsaken reason, this was removed from the US version. I can't imagine why. Keeping the original perspective would make for an amazing contrast of past and present. Leon's way more experienced in combat now, so having that very liberating over-the-shoulder view makes so much sense for him. He's gotten better at his job, and so have we as video game players. Having unfamiliar, disorienting fixed camera angles fits Ashley's very unexperienced and normal personality. She's not a fighter, and this design choice perfectly reflects what she's going through, being a scared, defenseless girl stuck in a castle. Regardless of how things play out in whatever version you're playing, this incredible gameplay scenario is short-lived, but a standout in my eyes.
Leon!
Ashley! You did good.
I'm sorry if I was...
Oh, don't worry about it. Come on, let's move on.
So as I mentioned before, a lot happens in the castle, so pardon me while I blitz through some of the less important stuff. Okay, Leon goes into a lava room, he fights fire-breathing dragons, somehow he doesn't melt instantly from standing in there. Him and Ash take a literal roller coaster ride across the castle, twice. They almost get sandwiched by Sal. Ash gets stuck in a bloody hallway. A giant wooden excavator breaks through the wall. Leon shoots some heads off. Sal's bug takes Ash away. Leon fights 2 Garradors by shooting a wall with a rocket, killing them both instantly. Leon finally finds Ash but falls into a pit. Leon says this:
I've sent my right hand to dispose of you.
Your right hand comes off?
Sal sends the actual predator to kill Leon. He freezes and blows him up. We see Sadler talking to an American sexy man somewhere on a dirty island. Leon discovers ancient Las Plagas fossils. It's very cool, also very Jurassic Park. Leon fights 2 giants in an amazing boss fight where this can happen. We go on a minecart roller coaster ride from hell with multiple chainsaw men. It's very scary. We find the Pride of Lion door and key item from Devil May Cry 1, and finally make it to the last level of the castle section of RE4. You will not believe what happens next. Somehow in this rural-ass part of Spain, this little guy commissioned, or maybe forced the people of this village to build not only a giant statue of himself, but a fucking robot that can move at an ungodly speed for its size. There is a Gundam in RE4. What is happening? It chases you and then falls into an abyss. What are the costs and logistics of creating this thing? Was it all worth it, seeing it fall into the infinite unknown? This moment has lived in my mind ever since 2005. I can't wrap my head around how any of this works, or how it even got here. Getting into Salazar's Tower of Death, the little guy explains how Ashley's been taken away to the Illuminados base on a remote island very far away. Leon is like the cheekiest RE protagonist ever at this point, as he interrupts Sadler by doing this.
It's terrorism.
Isn't that a popular word these days? Not to worry. We've prepared a special ritual for you.
What a bastard. Poor little evil Napoleon. He didn't deserve that. Okay, maybe he did. Ascending the tower, Leon's greeted with Salazar fusing with his left-hand man. The following boss fight is really well designed, with multiple floors and basic enemies littering the room. But instead of actually fighting this thing, we choose to stomp on this tiny bug with a well-placed rocket to the face. Later, loser. As Leon gets back down to the ground floor, Ada awaits our hero.
Need a ride, handsome?
Okay.
Got some business to take care of. See you later.
Women.
On the island, the horror aspect of RE4 completely vanishes. Well, except for one part. You know how most early RE titles borrow visuals from classic action movies like Top Gun, Rambo, or Commando? Well, the island is just Commando. Leon has to hold nothing back in this place. The third and final faction of Ganado are the soldiers of Sadler's private army. These guys use equipment like stun rods, shields, and guns. You'll be fighting a lot of Mad Max rejects on this very disgusting island. Sadler also communicates with Leon directly now, which is great because he often insults the old fucker right to his face.
Just because you killed my small-time subordinate.
Sadler, you're small-time.
Oh.
After breaking through the island's line of defense, Leon enters a building housing a very makeshift-looking lab. Pretty quickly, we find Ashley being held in a prison cell via security camera. Heading deeper into the lab, we come across something very dark. As soon as I entered this room and noticed the camera was really tight behind Leon, I knew something was up. Through a window, we can see a horrifying creature laid out. Picking up a security card, a loud bang and heavy breathing can be heard behind us. This is a regenerator. The name says it all. No matter how much you damage these things, they'll regenerate their lost limbs. The lab is filled with these guys, but not everything is doom and gloom. You can find an optional thermal scope that reveals the regenerator's weakness: invisible parasites attached to their bodies. This scope, paired with a rifle, makes short work of these abominations. Eventually, we find Ashley's cell, and after taking out an upgraded mini-boss version of a regenerator, we get the key to free Ashley. Reunited, the two explore the lab, dodging more regenerators and taking out hordes of soldiers. Finding a massive bulldozer, Ashley decides to drive this thing in an awesome on-rails set piece. I guess Ash was moonlighting as a construction worker from Brooklyn, New York before she was kidnapped. Speaking of kidnapping, Ashley is taken away again, this time by Sadler. Using his unique connection with the Plaga, he mind controls our leading lady while keeping Leon at bay. Just before Ash is taken away, Leon throws a tracking device onto her sweater. Once Leon recovers, he finds a memo written by Sadler. In it, the Lord talks about being worried about his grand plan of world domination failing. He's underestimated Leon at every turn. We've got this guy on the back foot now. We're almost there. Sadler's final gauntlet of challenges will be the ultimate test of Leon's abilities. With that said, we're being watched.
Been a long time, comrade.
Krauser.
I died in a crash 2 years ago. Is that what they told you?
You're the one who kidnapped Ashley.
You catch on quick, as expected. After all, you and I both know where we come from.
Krauser, Leon's ex-partner thought to be dead, has returned. Who is Krauser? A mystery, for now.
Leave Ashley out of this!
Oh, I needed her to buy Sadler's trust in me. Like you, I'm American. All for Umbrella's sake. Umbrella? Enough talk. Die, comrade!
Ada!
Well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress. You may be able to prolong your life, but it's not like you can escape your inevitable death, is it?
So now we've got to watch our backs for a super-powered version of Leon. What happens after this incredible knife fight is Resident Evil, the game series, for the first time ever referencing Resident Evil, the movie series. Leon has to make it through a laser-filled corridor, and if you watch the first movie, you know this won't be easy. Remember like an hour ago when I said Leon was just a normal human being? This isn't giving what it's supposed to give. The math ain't mathin'. Oh yeah, okay Leon, you're so cool, dude. Who am I kidding? He's amazing. As we dig deeper into this island, Leon finds a bizarre system of hanging storage containers. We also find Ashley's tracking device. In a split second, a monster breaks through a nearby wall, sending Leon flying. This creature is U3, a powerful parasitic beast locked away deep underground. This boss fight might be the scariest in the entire game. Separated into different sections, you have to hit a series of switches in the section that you're currently in of this weird container maze to open the escape hatch to get to the next area. You do this while U3 is tracking your every move. Your surroundings aren't the most spacious either. Once you reach the final area, the real monster shows itself. A giant bladed parasite erupts from its back. Escaping the cage and actually fighting the boss is great. Your target is the bladed monster, but this thing can burrow underground and cut Leon in half whenever it feels like. When we finally eliminate the creature, Leon emerges in an old forgotten ruin. He also runs into Krauser again, this time very shirtless, posing a challenge to our hero. That being, find 3 key items to escape these ruins. Krauser stalks you on your key hunt. The strangest but also coolest thing about this fight is that Krauser is very resistant to bullets, but your knife does so much damage. Only in this one fight though. The game wants you to have a knife fight with this legitimate commando. Even when Krauser mutates, the game is still like, nah, get that knife out. The Krauser boss fight is the ultimate test of the game's new mechanics, using your knife to deal damage and QuickTime events to avoid Krauser's killer blades. All throughout the game, the set pieces have been throwing QTEs at you. When you meet Krauser, it's this weird QTE cutscene. And then when you finally fight him, it's a mixture of QTE and real-time gameplay. Fantastic design that combines old and new mechanics to give you a genuine challenge. With Krauser defeated, Leon makes his way to the final lab area. Ada reveals herself once again, but Leon isn't having a good time right now. As he chokes the life out of Ada, she gets the upper hand on him, knocking him out of his infected, delusional state. Ada lets Leon know that he doesn't have much time till the parasite takes over his mind completely. As the two separate, Leon finally finds Ashley and frees her, but Sadler shows up to stop them. Thankfully, Ada's here to stop him. Leon and Ashley find a giant piece of machinery that helps remove the parasites within them, with help from a file left behind by Luis. This man is seriously saving the day from beyond the grave. This is it, the final battle. At the top of an old construction site, Sadler awaits.
Ada!
Better try a new trick, as that one's getting old.
The American prevailing is a cliche that only happens in your Hollywood movies. Oh, Mr. Kennedy, you entertain me. To show my appreciation, I will help you awaken from your world of cliches.
I'm gonna be honest, Sadler's real form is kinda disappointing, unfortunately. I'm not the biggest fan of this boss fight, which totally sucks because the build up to this moment is burning hot levels of hype. But the fight ain't really doing it for me. Spider Sadler stomps around with exposed eyeball legs that you have to shoot in order to stun him. You can use other explosives and parts of the environment, which admittedly make the battle feel very cinematic. I just don't really like how this fight plays out. It's cool and all, but I don't know. It doesn't really hold a candle to some of the final bosses of the previous games. As Sadler recoils in pain, Ada shows up just as she did 6 years ago to deliver one final present.
Sorry, Leon. Hand it over.
Ada, you do know what this is.
Don't worry. I'll take good care of it.
Ada!
Gotta go. If I were you, I'd get off this island too. Here, catch. Better get a move on. See you around.
Very cute.
With very little time left on this island's clock, Leon and Ashley make a break for it. Finding a jet ski left behind by the lady in red, we make a truly daring escape. Dude, look at Leon's sick flips. If you're wondering, the answer is yes. This is the same ending as DMC1. You can really tell that that game was spawned from this one.
Ashley! Ashley! Where are ya?
Leon!
Come on. Let's go home.
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
Sorry.
Oh, come on, Leon. Just do it. She's hot. Ballistics, dude. Ballistics.
So, who was that woman anyway?
Why do you ask?
Come on, tell me.
She's like a part of me I can't let go. Let's leave it at that.
RE4 has the weirdest story yet. What starts as a simple rescue mission turns into a psychotic roller coaster ride with larger-than-life characters that throw giant robots, parasites, bugmen, and Rambo tier set pieces at our iconic rookie RPD officer turned super soldier. I love everything about the village section. I feel it's perfectly paced for what's there, but I also would have loved to see more of it. I enjoy the early dynamics of Leon meeting all of these characters as the mystery as to what's going on in this village itself builds up before our eyes. The castle is my favorite part of the game, but it does feel a bit bloated. With the sheer amount of content packed into that place, I often wonder if Mikami cut anything out of this specific version of RE4. One of the castle levels is like an hour and a half long on every casual playthrough that I do. The rate at which the set pieces and boss fights are thrown at the player in general is kinda staggering too. It's even more staggering when you realize how well it all clicks into place and rarely feels poorly designed. As much as I love the insanity of the castle, I think some of it should have been trimmed down. It's all really fun, but I wouldn't exactly be upset if like the Salazar Gundam or the dragons or the minecart ride were cut out. The island is the shortest part of the game, but somehow feels the longest to me. I'm not the biggest fan of the island, sadly. The endless drag-out fights shave points off the enjoyability spectrum for me personally. I get that the theme of this game's enemies is that they're kind of evolving like a parasite, but it doesn't mean I have to like all of it. The first faction being villagers that look like medieval serfs, the second being a religious cult in a very perfect and gaudy castle, and the third being modern-day militia. I wish the game were wrapped back around in the third act, returning to the village instead of going to the island. Seeing it destroyed and having the surrounding forests be explorable would have kept the darker horror tone in check better, I think. They could have added the island bosses and monsters to this hypothetical village area with little problem. How much scarier would it be if you saw or even heard a regenerator off in the dark woods? Imagine Spider Sadler in that opening town square area surrounded by the corpses of the people he's indoctrinated. He's all alone facing off against Leon in the shambles of a cult he tried so desperately to resurrect. Instead of being on top of a construction site. It's really weird placement. I guess it's cool how most of the story concepts of 3.5 still kind of make it into this game, but cranked up to 11. Leon's still infected. He has to escort a young girl around a castle. Enemies that thrive in darkness are weak against light. And there's a dog that can help you. Granted, only in one fight, but he's still there. Another thing I'm not too hot on is the way the story plays out. I love it for how cinematic it all feels. It really feels like you're watching a stretched out action movie at times. But a lot of character motivations for the villains are exclusive to files. I wish some of that stuff was explored through cutscenes. I'm sure you all noticed me reading the files in my recap. It's because what's there is good. It helps flesh out the villains so much more than the cutscenes do. If you never read a single file in this game, all three main villains come off very one note, and I think that kinda sucks. For all the weakness in this title's story, there's no denying what's here is amazingly fun. From the locations, bosses, characters, weapons, all of it is memorable. Leon is way too iconic. The amount of top-tier one-liners spat out by this guy is legendary. His look and upgraded confident attitude have cemented this version of the character as the best Leon for a lot of fans. For as amazing as Leon's voice actor, Paul Mercier, is in this title, I would have loved to hear Paul Haddad's take on this more experienced version of the character. It's really unfortunate that he couldn't return for this game due to circumstances outside of his control, but it's one of those things where I hear Ada's original actress, Sally Cahill, reprising her role in this game, and it makes me wonder what it'd be like if we had a consistent Leon for RE4. No matter what small issues I have with this game, I can't lie. I mostly just love it. It's a damn near perfect action game that I've replayed countless times over the years. Speaking of that, we've got to talk about RE4's replayability. Like any classic RE title, RE4 has a plethora of unlocks to sink your teeth into. The hard as nails professional difficulty, costumes, super weapons, bonus game modes like Assignment Ada and the arcade action mode of the Mercenaries, and New Game Plus. NG Plus is amazing. Using a round clear system, you're able to seamlessly replay the game with all of Leon's equipment, money, and leftover treasures. You can absolutely slaughter this game after a few finished rounds. The infinite rocket launcher is back and is as devastatingly satisfying as it always is. One of the unlockable weapons is the fully upgraded VP-70, aka the Matilda from RE2 Classic. Pairing this gun with Leon's unlockable RPD uniform serves as a beautiful blast from the past while you blast everyone's ass in NG+. Assignment Ada is a fun little 30-minute distraction. I don't believe this mode is supposed to be canon to the game's story since Ada fights a completely alive Sadler at the end of it while wearing a badass tactical outfit. The goal of this game is to find Plaga samples for Wesker. After clearing this mode, you unlock the infinite machine gun, the Chicago typewriter, which is so much fun to let loose with. We'll talk about this gun again in just a moment. Assignment Ada's credits end with a piece of really cool jazz music, and when you listen to the whole song, you can watch the credits again, but it plays another piece of cool jazz music. I don't know why they did this, but I think it's really cool. Professional difficulty is the way I like to play RE4, but I will admit that it doesn't really offer any unique unlocks out of the gate, which kinda sucks. It would have been so awesome to earn a super secret unlockable for finishing this mode, but there's nothing. Why not give me like a big booty Ashley costume or something? Oh my god, did I just say that out loud? I can't tell you how much time I've lost to the Mercenaries. This arcade-style shooter is almost nothing like RE3's Mercenaries. No longer are you saving civilians, taking out enemies, earning points added to your timer, and trekking across a wide area of the game. This time you're up against waves of enemies in a small set map. You can collect time extensions to keep the murder going. This mode is insanely addictive with its own unlockables. Getting 4 stars on a stage unlocks a whole new character, there being 5 in total. Each character plays very differently from one another, and mastering each loadout is basically a full game in itself. 5-star every map with every single character, and you'll unlock the hand cannon, the most powerful weapon in the game. The base version of RE4 has so much replayability with everything I just ran through, but believe it or not, it got even more official content through its variety of re-releases. Hi there. Sorry, I was just preparing my picnic with Leon. Did you know that Resident Evil 4 has been ported across a wide variety of platforms? I own Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. Resident Evil 4 on GameCube in Japanese. The box is so cute. Resident Evil 4 on PS2. The Ubisoft port of Resident Evil 4 for PC. This version is dog shit. Resident Evil 4 on the Wii. Arguably the greatest version of Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 on the Wii in Japanese. Still, arguably the greatest port of Resident Evil 4. The PS3 version of Resident Evil 4, which I happen to like a lot. I'm kind of biased when it comes to the DualShock 3. I love that little controller. Resident Evil 4 on PS4 is a little janky. We'll talk about it. Resident Evil 4 on PS4 in Japanese is a little less janky. But yeah, we'll talk about it. I even own Resident Evil 4 on Xbox One. Fun fact, I do not own an Xbox One. I've also got Resident Evil 4 on the Switch. Look at Leon, he's so cute. Oh my god, he's saving me. That's me right there, saving me. I'm not too proud about this one, guys. But I also own Resident Evil 4 on this thing. It's amazing. Take my Zuck bucks. I don't care anymore. Only 9 months after RE4's initial GameCube release is when we'd get RE4 PS2, a heavily downgraded but feature-rich version of the game. RE4 PS2 looks considerably worse than its Nintendo counterpart. Textures are muddy, sound quality is severely reduced, and worst of all, every single cutscene is pre-rendered. Say goodbye to your precious unlockable costumes showing up in the cutscenes. On the brighter side of things, this port includes all of the GameCube's content, plus a new super weapon, the Parasite Removal Laser, which you unlock by completing Professional. See, this is what I'm talking about. This thing fires a very focused beam, one-shotting any creature it touches. As long as you can charge this thing up all the way, it'll kill. It's one of my favorite RE unlockable weapons, and the perfect reward for conquering the hardest difficulty. There are 2 new costumes for Leon and Ash, which are a Mafia boss for Leon and a full medieval suit of armor for Ashley. This costume makes her completely invincible. No enemies can damage or grab her. It makes Professional difficulty mode very easy. When pairing the mob boss outfit with the Chicago typewriter, Leon's reload animation changes. If you do this 5 different times in a single battle, Leon will do this. Yes, that is the best thing I've ever seen, and I don't want to hear any of your comments about it. The most notable addition to RE4 PS2 is the full side story Separate Ways. In this expansion, we get to see RE4 from Ada's perspective. It's very reminiscent of an RE2 style B scenario. Separate Ways is extremely fun and a treat for Ada fans. Seeing Leon run around off in the distance while in control of Ada gives me kind of a sweet feeling knowing Ada was right beside Leon the whole time. She wouldn't ever let him die. Separate Ways gives us a lot of backstory as to what's going on behind the scenes in the village. We learn more about Las Plagas, how Sadler uses his unique abilities to control the villagers. We get to see that Ada was in fact working with Luis in some capacity. The big cheese was right. And we even get to save Leon a few times. Did you know that Ada was the one to ring the church bell stopping the assault on Leon? When it comes to the variety of content in Separate Ways, you are mostly playing through remixed versions of levels from Leon's game. For the most part, you'll be trekking through familiar territory. Look at this guy, he stole Leon's jacket, so that's where it went. The next big update for RE4 was its Nintendo Wii port. This version of the game includes all of the PS2 content while using the graphics and sound from the original GameCube release. The biggest draw here is the game's motion control. Using the Wiimote to aim and execute QuickTime events works like a charm. You'll be effortlessly gunslinging with beyond pinpoint accuracy and control. A lot of fans consider this version of RE4 the best, and I tend to agree with them. Having all the bonus content in a graphically correct version of the game with superior control just can't be beat. A few years after this amazing port's release, we would start getting modern HD versions of RE4. The first few came out for the PS3 and 360. Both were great. The Ultimate HD PC version is also fantastic and moddable. Very, very moddable. This was the first 60 FPS port of RE4, and seeing the game run this smoothly was amazing after playing through 4 other versions that all ran at 30 FPS. The PS4 and Xbox One ports came later, and while I've only played the PS4 port, it seems to run pretty similarly to the UHD version, with a few minor visual bugs. On multiple past playthroughs, I get missing blood effects and strange texture jittering. Parts of the environment would also fidget around on PS4 during certain cutscenes. The overflow grid in Leon's inventory also never appears for me for some reason. It's just the grid itself, so when you have extra items, they're just floating on top of Leon's face, which looks pretty bad in my opinion. That bug aside, the other stuff rarely happened, but when it did, it could get distracting. The UHD PC port is probably the best you're gonna get for a modern RE4. It doesn't have many visual glitches as far as I can tell. I mean, it's all RE4. You're getting a badass legendary game no matter which version you play. Oh, it's also worth mentioning, very interesting little tidbit that I discovered recently. The PRL functions differently in the modern ports. This very focused singular laser rifle now becomes a kill everything button in the later ports. This thing literally hits every interactable on screen, which makes it beyond overpowered. The blue charging screen effect from RE4 PS2 was sadly removed, which kinda sucks, but you know, whatever. That's a me problem. A few very interesting ports floating around are the mobile versions of RE4, and I'm not talking about the excellent Switch port. Back in 2009, RE4 was released on something called a Zeebo, which is a home console that plays phone games. This version of RE4 is half the full game, and looks very strange. The Ganados are blue, very Smurf-like. After this port came out, an iPhone version released, which I happen to own, but can't download anymore due to it being removed from the Apple App Store. I used to play this game on the train going to work, and yeah, it was bizarre. The game looks fairly close to the Zeebo version, that being a PS1 game in its presentation. There's a fantastic video on these specific ports by fellow YouTubers Stop Skeletons from Fighting. I highly recommend you check out that video if you want to learn more about these bizarre versions of RE4. There will be a link in the description. The latest and greatest version of RE4 is its phenomenal VR port. I was kind of a hater of this game when I found out it was locked behind a Facebook Oculus paywall. Well, that isn't really the case currently, and after playing the game on my friend's Quest 2, my life was changed. Again. As someone who's played RE4 1.5 million times, I never thought I'd be inside the world of RE4. RE4 VR is the entire Leon campaign from start to finish. Every single area of the game is lovingly recreated. Thousands of textures were repainted, and parts of levels have been adjusted for VR use. A lot of puzzles were redesigned to take advantage of this new perspective. Having to physically move things around with your hands was something I wasn't ready for. And it's probably a good time to mention that RE4 VR was the very first VR game I have ever played. What a perfect first experience for yours truly. In VR, you can push RE4 to boundaries never thought possible in the base game or any of the previous ports. Want to accurately aim down the sights of the Silver Ghost instead of using the laser sighting? Do it. Want to feel what it's like to face down Dr. Salvador at eye level? You can do that too, I don't know why. I'll keep my distance. Want to dual wield the pistol and TMP like it's mother flippin' Halo 3? The power is yours. Just don't put your hands anywhere near Ashley or you'll lose them. Literally. I was a little too excited meeting Ashley in the virtual world for the first time. Hello, Ashley. I just have one question for you. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? I can't believe this is... Oh, hi. Oh, hi, how are you? Hello? This is so cuckoo. This is insane. Look at her little bracelet. Oh my god, what the hell? What? I'm not looking at anything. What are you looking at, huh? The Ashley chapter in VR elevated this short scenario to heights I wasn't expecting. It was fantastic having to actually grab your flashlight and aim it around in the darkness. So much atmosphere and immersion added to this little set piece. Fighting guys like Verdugo and the Giants are noticeable upgrades in the tension and horror departments, but nothing comes close to how well Del Lago's fight was redesigned here. This time you use a harpoon gun instead of throwing the spears by hand. You could do crazy stuff, like speed loading the spears into the gun, and also shooting Del Lago while it's submerged. It's so innovative and fun to experience. RE4 VR feels like a new game. It's insane. If you haven't played any VR games yet, try this one out. It's a perfect starting point in my opinion, and an amazing way to play RE4. I can talk about this phenomenal game all day. RE4 is a triumphant moment in gaming history. I know it's not like the games that came before it, or even survival horror, but that'll never take away the impact it's had on the games industry and its fans. If you haven't played it yet, you've got more than enough options at your disposal. If you're a big classic survival horror player and somehow haven't tried this game out but are interested in it, go into it not expecting a survival horror Resident Evil. This is an action game. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. It's also a journey that will most likely leave you stunned for all the right reasons. And also, no doubt captivated with its brilliant, beyond well-designed polish and innovative charm. Man, I love RE4 so much. It's a game that changed Resident Evil while revolutionizing the entire gaming industry. Like I said at the start of this video, RE4 means a lot to me. Not only was Resident Evil changing and the games industry, but I was changing too. I had my first real job when RE4 came out. I bought this game with my own money, which didn't always happen back in the day. A lot of the classic RE games that I got on release were gifts. RE4 is a very formative game for me that will always have a special place in my heart. It truly is the game that changed everything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a Leon to save. I have to be quick about it, because I don't do overtime. Sheesh, that was one hell of a video. Who could it be this time? Hello?
Dino Crisis sucks.
Alex? Is that you? It's Susie.
Yeah, isn't this Jaw Muncher?
No, it's not Jaw Muncher.
Oh, oops.
Okay, bye. Doesn't that guy have another book to write?
2 years ago, I, Suggestive Gaming, along with the best Let's Play channel on YouTube, the 2-Bit Players, went over the story of the entire Resident Evil franchise. Since then, we've seen the release of the Resident Evil 3 remake, main series installment Resident Evil Village, and an animated series called Resident Evil Infinite Darkness. Since many have been asking, and to get ready for the remake of Resident Evil 4 next year, we've decided to make an updated version of that video with these latest additions. Like the original video, we will only be covering events that are canon to the video game series, which means the Paul W.S. Anderson directed film series is off the table, as well as Welcome to Raccoon City and the Netflix series. Ugh. And given the breadth of the franchise and the fact that certain games can play out differently depending on which character you pick, we'll have to leave some things out, so feel free to fill in the blanks in the comments. We're also treating the remakes as canon, which you can feel free to complain about there as well. Now, without further ado, this is what you need to know about Resident Evil.
Our story begins on July 23, 1998, where a train owned by the pharmaceutical company Umbrella, called the Ecliptic Express, is suddenly attacked by a swarm of leeches, killing its passengers while a mysterious figure overwatches from a nearby cliff. 2 hours later, the Raccoon City Police Department's Special Tactics and Rescue Service, or STARS, send in their Bravo team to investigate a series of cannibalistic murders in the nearby Arklay Mountains. However, on their way, their helicopter is forced to crash land in the forest. There, they find a military police transport truck overturned with its officers dead. The team then split up, and their field medic, Rebecca Chambers, comes across the Ecliptic Express, stopped in the middle of the forest. Rebecca enters the train, only to find it overrun by the former passengers, now reanimated zombies due to their exposure to the T-virus. This virus was a creation of the Umbrella Corporations. Created by the progenitor virus, an ancient West African virus, the T-virus' purpose was to mutate biological cells for the betterment of the human race, but eventually developed into a military product. After exploring the train, Rebecca eventually discovers Billy Cohen, a former Marine who was the prisoner the military police truck was transporting. The two begrudgingly form a partnership when they see the mysterious figure outside the train. Shortly thereafter, it begins to move once again. The two are able to stop the train before it speeds off of a cliff, and instead end up directing it towards an abandoned Umbrella research and training facility. There, they learn of the history of the progenitor virus and Umbrella's use of it by the corporation's founders, Oswell E. Spencer, Edward Ashford, and Dr. James Marcus. Marcus was responsible for the discovery of the virus, and while Ashford wanted to use its regenerative properties to help the handicapped, Spencer and Marcus saw its potential as a biological weapon and began creating the T-virus.
Meanwhile, Umbrella employees Albert Wesker and William Birkin observe the situation, and they realize that the T-virus has gotten out of control. Wesker decides to leave Umbrella to join their rival before their inevitable discovery and implosion. Birkin, however, decides to stay behind to continue his work on a more powerful G-virus. Wesker then explains that he's planning on luring the STARS Alpha team, which Wesker has joined as a double agent, to the Spencer Mansion, where the T-virus is already spread, to collect data on the infected. Birkin then decides to arm the training facility's self-destruction measures.
After getting separated from Billy, Rebecca meets back up with Captain Enrico Marini from her team, and he informs her of Bravo Team's plan to meet up at a nearby mansion, but allows Rebecca to find Billy first. Just after, however, Rebecca is attacked by a giant bioorganic weapon, or BOW, created by the T-virus known as a Tyrant. She is able to temporarily subdue it before meeting back up with Billy, who is able to help her defeat the creature. Shortly after, Billy and Rebecca finally meet the mysterious figure responsible for the outbreak on the train, who turns out to be none other than Dr. James Marcus, or so it would seem. He reveals that he was assassinated by Wesker and Birkin on the order of Spencer 10 years prior, but the queen of his experimental leeches entered his body and absorbed his DNA in order to regenerate him, obtaining his memories and taking his identity. He then splits into a mass of leeches and chases Rebecca and Billy through the facility.
Meanwhile, Wesker makes his way to the training facility, encountering and defeating the Tyrant on the way. Once there, he comes across Spencer's lead bodyguard, Sergei Vladimir. After an argument, Sergei sends one of his genetically engineered Ivan bodyguard Tyrant units after Wesker, who is able to defeat it. Their battle is brought to a halt, however, as Birkin activates the self-destruct system. Wesker then escapes to meet with the STARS Alpha team to make their way to the mansion.
Elsewhere, Billy and Rebecca are able to defeat the Queen Leech. Afterwards, the two find the Spencer Mansion, and Rebecca heads towards it to meet with STARS, while Billy leaves, being declared officially dead to escape his war crimes.
Rebecca finds her way into the mansion but is unable to find the rest of Bravo team. Eventually, fellow Bravo member Richard Aiken finds a sleeping Rebecca, and the two head off to find their captain Enrico Marini. On their way, the two witness Sergei Vladimir with one of his Ivans carrying a BOW prototype away from the mansion. Later, the two are ambushed by a giant snake-based BOW called Jan, which gives chase. It is able to corner them in the library, but Richard jumps in front of it to save Rebecca. She is able to shoot the monster to scare it away, but Richard is left incapacitated, infected with the creature's poison.
Shortly after, STARS Alpha Team arrives to investigate the disappearance of Bravo Team. They find Bravo Team's downed helicopter along with the corpse of one of the pilots, but finds all the other members missing. Shortly after, they are attacked by mutated dogs called Cerberuses, which kill team member Joseph Frost. Alpha Team's pilot Brad Vickers takes off, leaving the remaining four members, Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, and their captain Albert Wesker, to escape to the nearby mansion. Inside the mansion, the team split up to search the building. The Bravo team members are found inside, but all of them are either dead or die from their injuries, including Richard, who sacrifices himself to save an Alpha team member. Jill works with Barry while Chris meets up with Rebecca. They learn that the mansion is actually owned and operated as a base by the Umbrella Corporation. It was built for Oswald Spencer by George Trevor, whose family was abducted and experimented on to research the progenitor virus. The daughter, Lisa Trevor, is still alive, although mutated by the virus, and Stars is forced to avoid her as they progress. After destroying a giant plant and some giant sharks, Stars eventually finds Captain Enrico Marini, who believes there is a traitor among the ranks, before he is shot and killed by an unknown assailant who escapes afterwards. Stars finds the basement of the mansion to be a secret laboratory, and there they find the Epsilon virus, which had leaked and infected the mansion's inhabitants. Wesker is finally revealed to be a double agent working for Umbrella, who led Stars to the mansion to test the BOW's effectiveness on armed soldiers. He then intends to destroy the facility to cover up the various illegal activities. Unbeknownst to the others, he had also injected himself with a mutant T-virus strain in order to strengthen his body. It is then revealed that Barry was working for Wesker under the threat of his family's murder. Wesker eventually admits to his true nature and also reveals that he plans on double-crossing Umbrella by handing over their research to their rival. He then awakens the T-002 tyrant to attack Stars, but it instead attacks him first, impaling him. The lab's self-destruct system begins to count down, and the remaining Stars members, Jill, Chris, Rebecca, and Barry, make their way to a nearby helipad to call in Brad. He arrives just as the tyrant reappears. The Stars team is able to defeat the creature with a shot from a rocket, and they are able to escape as the mansion explodes in the distance.
While the mansion exploded, Wesker was able to survive his attack due to the virus within his body, and secretly escape. Fighting Lisa Trevor on his way, Wesker traps her inside as he leaves, finally putting her out of her misery with the mansion's destruction.
2 months later, in Raccoon City, 8 patrons in Jay's bar witness a news report about increased violence in the city. Shortly after, an infected man walks in and bites one of the bar's staff, Will, killing him. The others escape, discovering the city to be overrun by infected zombies. They eventually reach the Raccoon Mall, where the police intend to detonate explosives to kill a massive group of zombies. 2 of the police are killed, however, forcing the group to assemble the detonator themselves, using it to kill the zombies. They then leave as more police reinforcements arrive to secure the city.
Elsewhere in the city, 2 firefighters investigate the boiler room of the nearby Apple Inn before it explodes, trapping them and the other survivors from the bar inside. After fighting a mutated civilian called the Suspended, they're able to escape into the city.
Later, Cindy Lennox, the waitress of Jay's bar, approaches the Raccoon Zoo, noticing a note indicating an evacuation chopper's planned arrival. The survivors enter the zoo and are attacked by various infected animals, but are able to escape to a tram. However, as the tram is leaving, it is brought to a stop as the evacuation helicopter crashes, killing another group of survivors nearby.
Elsewhere in Raccoon City, Jill Valentine awakens inside her apartment, where she has been investigating the Umbrella Corporation. Unaware of the ongoing outbreak, Jill receives a frantic call from Brad Vickers, who warns her to get out of the city immediately. Before she has a chance to react, however, a massive human-like BOW crashes through her wall and attacks, forcing her to run through her apartment building while the BOW gives chase, destroying everything in its wake. Jill eventually escapes the monster, emerging into the city streets to find it in a state of chaos. Brad finds her and tells her the monster has been searching for the remaining Stars members in the city, which now includes just them. They are soon swarmed by the infected and forced to run, but Brad is bitten. Knowing what comes next, he stays behind and forces Jill to go on without him. Jill continues to run to find safety, eventually finding a man in a parking garage who locks himself into the trailer of a semi-truck. Jill makes her way to the roof of the garage just as a helicopter flies above. She flags it down, and the pilot calls her to get in as he lands. As she approaches, however, the BOW from her apartment destroys the helicopter. Jill enters a nearby car and drives it into the creature, plunging them both off of the roof and down to the streets below. This proves to be only a minor setback for the monster, who simply stands and walks towards Jill, even as the car explodes around him. As it reaches her, however, a man nearby shoots a missile at it, temporarily incapacitating the creature. The man rushes over to Jill, introduces himself as Carlos, and takes her underground to a subway station, where his fellow Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service members have established a makeshift shelter. Despite Jill's hesitation to trust Umbrella operatives, she nonetheless follows Carlos to the shelter. When they reach the shelter, Jill is introduced to UBCS platoon leader Mikhail Victor, who recognizes her as a member of STARS and asks her to help in getting the subway car moving. She agrees to help the civilians in the shelter and heads back up to the surface to find some supplies and find the substation to get the power back up. On her way, she finds an injured UBCS member and she runs to help him, but suddenly another member enters and immediately shoots him in the head. The man claims the member he killed was infected, with Jill denouncing his coldness. The two quickly go their separate ways and Jill reaches the substation, where she is forced to avoid spider-like mutated creatures while turning on the power system. After she turns on the power, Jill calls Carlos, who tells her to go to the subway company's office to enable the traffic control system so the trains can move. On her way, however, she is again ambushed by the giant BOW, which she is able to escape once again to reach the traffic control office. She inputs the route into the system, then makes her way back to the subway station, encountering her nemesis once again on the way. Back at the subway, Jill regroups with Carlos as the man she encountered earlier who shot his own man, Nikolai, arrives. He expresses his frustration that Jill is there before walking off just as the BOW begins to break in. Carlos closes the security gate while Jill slips out to distract the BOW to buy them time. She lures the creature away from the train, eventually losing it in the sewers. After fighting through several fish-like BOWs, Jill reaches Carlos on a radio, who tells her they've been waiting for her to return to leave the station. As she reaches the surface, however, she is once again grabbed by her nemesis, now wielding a flamethrower. She is able to escape it again, but only temporarily, as she's forced to fight it on a rooftop nearby. After defeating it in battle, its flamethrower's fuel tank explodes, blasting Jill off the rooftop, where she meets a rough landing. On her way back to the subway, she stops by an old friend, gunsmith Robert Kendo. She offers to take him to the subway, but he reluctantly declines, heading into a nearby building to deal with an unseen issue of his. Not long after, Jill is once again ambushed by the BOW, this time wielding a rocket launcher. It fires at her, which blasts her away from it. Carlos then calls and tells her he has a plan and to lead the BOW back to the station, which she does. It trips a claymore set up by Carlos, and he shoots a nearby oil tanker, causing a giant explosion as he and Jill escape back into the subway as the security gates close. Carlos sends Jill into the subway car on her own while he stays behind, being sent by Mikhail to join another operative named Tyrell to look for a scientist whose vaccine research could stop the outbreak. During the train ride, Mikhail expresses his distrust towards Nikolai, but their conversation is cut short by an explosion. When they investigate, they find the BOW chasing Jill has destroyed part of the train and climbed aboard. Jill runs, but finds that Nikolai, knowing the BOW is after Jill alone, locks her in the train car to deal with it. The BOW grabs Mikhail with its tentacle, but he sacrifices himself to detonate an explosive charge, blasting the train car off the tracks and knocking Jill unconscious. Meanwhile, Carlos and Tyrell reach the Raccoon City Police Department, where they witness an infected Brad Vickers attack and bite an RCPD officer. The pair then enter the station and find the STARS office to contact Dr. Nathaniel Bard, who is trapped in a nearby hospital. He asks for their help after revealing that Umbrella is killing the researchers to cover up the operation. Tyrell tries to track the doctor's location while Carlos receives word from Jill that the train derailed before their communications are cut off. He then rushes off to return to the subway to check on Jill. Meanwhile, Jill reaches the surface, watching the BOW, now aflame, jump into the nearby river and calls Carlos again, who informs him about the train crash and Nikolai's betrayal. However, the BOW emerges from the water, now mutated, even larger, and it attacks her, forcing another fight outside the city's clock tower. Jill is able to take it down with a grenade launcher, but as she walks past it, it grabs her. She's able to close a gate to separate the two, but it is able to stab her as she runs away, leaving a tendril in her arm and infecting her, causing her to convulse. Nikolai then walks up to the gate and smiles as she passes out.
Meanwhile, Claire Redfield is searching for her brother. Her and rookie RCPD officer Leon S. Kennedy separately stop at the same gas station, which they find to be under attack by zombies. The pair meet and take a nearby sheriff deputy cruiser to the city. There, they overhear an announcement encouraging survivors to head to the police station for shelter. They are forced to continue to the station on foot before they are separated by an explosion and carry on independently. Claire and Leon do reunite, but are separated by a locked fence. A nearby rescue helicopter is shot down and explodes, ending their reunion. Another tyrant, the T-103, appears and begins to stalk our heroes. Claire finds an underground tunnel and traverses through it, coming across a young girl named Sherry Birkin. However, shortly after, she is attacked by a mutated creature wearing a lab coat. She's able to temporarily defeat the creature, and the two make their way into the police station's parking garage, but there they are surprised by corrupt police chief Brian Irons, who kidnaps Sherry and takes her to an abandoned orphanage. He then calls Claire, demanding she bring him a pendant that Sherry dropped, and she reluctantly agrees. After she heads off, Leon finds his way to the parking lot and meets FBI agent Ada Wong. In the station's cell area, they find a reporter named Ben Bertolucci, who was arrested by Irons for investigating Umbrella's shady operations. However, Ben is killed by the tyrant, who attacks Leon, but he is saved by Ada. The two then agree to work together and head through a gun shop owned by Robert Kendo, who takes his infected daughter aside before a single gunshot is heard, before Leon and Ada head to the city's sewer system. Meanwhile, Sherry attempts to sneak past Irons to escape the orphanage, but she's unable to escape him. However, the creature in the lab coat reappears and infects him. Shortly after, Claire arrives and finds Irons, who is killed by the parasite he was infected with. Claire then finds Sherry in a facility under the orphanage, but the two are found by the tyrant. During their escape, the creature appears once again and kills the tyrant, but turns its attention towards the two. It attacks an elevator they're in, causing it to drop violently, knocking Claire unconscious and forcing Sherry to head off on her own. Claire is awakened by Annette Birkin, Sherry's mother. She informs Claire that the creature chasing them is her husband, William, mutated. She also reveals that she took Sherry before leaving suddenly. Claire heads off and eventually finds Sherry trapped inside of a trash compactor by Annette. Through her travels to unlock the compactor, Claire discovers proof of the truth. William had escaped with the G-virus, hoping to sell it to the US military. He was discovered by Umbrella soldiers who shot him fatally. However, in order to survive, he was able to inject himself with the virus in his final moments. He then hunted down and killed the soldiers, shattering the vials of the T-virus they held and causing the outbreak in Raccoon City. Claire encounters William and fights him once again before successfully opening the compactor. Inside, she rescues Sherry, but finds her to be infected by William, who had been hunting her due to her DNA closely matching his, allowing for the virus to spread. Annette tells Claire that she can heal Sherry at her lab, an Umbrella facility called Nest. Meanwhile, Leon and Ada also come across Annette. Ada informs her that they're there for the G-virus, but Annette responds that it won't be possible. She then ignites an infected corpse before opening fire. Leon tackles Ada and takes a bullet for her, passing out afterwards. Ada follows Annette, eventually finding her but also getting knocked into a trash compactor. Leon awakens and rescues Ada, and the two head off to Nest as well to get a sample of the virus. On their way, Leon and Ada share a moment and a kiss, and Leon continues on as Ada is too injured from her fall into the compactor. Leon obtains the sample and battles William. Afterwards, Annette reveals that Ada is not actually an FBI agent, but rather a mercenary who plans to sell the virus. Leon confronts Ada and she admits her deceit, pulling a gun and demanding Leon hand over the virus. Annette shoots her, however, and she slips off the bridge they stand on. Leon reaches to catch her, dropping the virus into the abyss beneath the lab. Leon loses his grip, however, and Ada falls as well. Meanwhile, Claire finds the vaccine for the virus, unlocking it with Sherry's pendant. She also battles William as Annette administers the virus to Sherry. Claire emerges victorious, and Annette succeeds in curing Sherry before dying from wounds incurred by William. Afterwards, the facility begins a self-destruct sequence, and Claire takes Sherry to an evacuation train, where she successfully communicates with Leon. After fighting and defeating William once again, Claire enters the train and takes off.
Elsewhere, Leon encounters the tyrant once again, and Ada, who somehow survived her fall, tosses him a grenade launcher to help him defeat the creature. He does so and escapes to find the moving train, hopping on and finding Claire and Sherry inside.
The train is attacked again by the final remains of William. The pair are able to defeat him once and for all, and the three finally escape the city. They leave the train to continue on foot, and Leon and Claire swear to continue their fight to take down Umbrella, and the three agree to stay together. at least for now. Afterwards, the sole survivor of William Birkin's attack on the Umbrella operatives, codenamed Hunk, escapes the city with a sample of the G-virus.
At a temporary shelter, Dr. George Hamilton finds a note from his colleague, Dr. Peter Jenkins, asking him to help at the nearby Raccoon University. George takes some survivors to help Jenkins at the university, but when they arrive, they find him dead by gunshot to the back of the head. They find his notes referencing an antivirus called Daylight intended to fight the T-virus. The survivors then set out to find the materials needed to synthesize the antivirus. Elsewhere, a team of mercenaries working for Umbrella encounter an experimental tyrant BOW called Thanatos, created by rogue Umbrella researcher Greg Mueller. Nikolai arrives to collect a sample of Thanatos' blood, which he does, enraging the monster and causing it to kill all of Nikolai's ground troops. The canister of blood falls, and the survivors are able to retrieve it to obtain one of the Daylight components. They then obtain the other two components and head to synthesize the vaccine. Upon doing so, however, they are interrupted by Mueller, who threatens them with Thanatos before he is shot dead by Nikolai. The survivors then escape with the sample, and Nikolai starts a timer on a detonator of C4 charges throughout the university. The survivors escape and battle Thanatos, finally defeating the monster. A helicopter then rescues them as they escape with the sample of Daylight.
Sometime later, Carlos finds Jill and carries her off to the nearby Spencer Memorial Hospital to look for Dr. Bard and hopefully his vaccine. After fighting off several Hunter Beta BOWs, Carlos finds Dr. Bard. However, he is dead, with a bullet hole in his head. He investigates a nearby computer, finding Bard's final message, where he admits to Umbrella's involvement in the T-virus creation and outbreak. In the video, he explains he has a sample of the vaccine in his office, with more stock of it downstairs. He again warns that Umbrella plans to kill him, erase any trace of the vaccine, and cover up the entire ordeal. Carlos grabs the vaccine sample and heads back to give it to Jill. After injecting it, Carlos and Jill both rest, but Carlos is later awoken by Tyrell, who barges in and wakes him up. They then hear an emergency announcement that the military plans to destroy the city in a massive missile strike the next day. Carlos then fights off an onslaught of infected and Hunter Betas before heading underground to look for the rest of the vaccine before the military strike. Afterwards, Jill wakes up and speaks with Tyrell, who fills her in on the situation. She heads to the underground storage facility to look for Carlos. Later, Tyrell arrives, telling her that he was able to speak with the military to delay the missile launch if they can deliver the vaccine. When they arrive at the storage facility, Jill's nemesis arrives and kills Tyrell, forcing her to run off. She finds the vaccine facility but learns that she has to synthesize it herself. She collects the samples required and places it into the machine, successfully synthesizing it and obtaining the vaccine sample to turn over to the government. Just after, she is grabbed by the BOW and is chased into a giant room with several large tanks. She drops the vaccine and falls off a catwalk, grabbing the edge and hanging on. Nikolai arrives and grabs the vaccine, telling Jill that he's going to record and sell the combat data from her battles with the Nemesis. He then kicks her off the ledge, and she is forced to fight the creature one-on-one. Carlos arrives to provide support during the battle, and the pair are able to work together to defeat the creature. Jill escapes and comes across Nikolai, who she threatens to hand over the vaccine. He refuses and runs off, leaving her to fight yet another, larger mutation of the Nemesis. Carlos arrives shortly after, but Jill sends him to catch Nikolai before she battles the Nemesis for the last time. After their final battle, Jill obliterates the monster with an experimental railgun before rushing off to the elevator to find Carlos and Nikolai. On the roof of the facility, she finds an incapacitated Carlos on the ground, and Nikolai ambushes her. He then throws the vaccine to her, but shoots the vial, destroying the sample. He then reveals that his unnamed employer is paying him to bring down Umbrella. They then hear an announcement that the missile has launched, and they have 10 minutes until impact. But as Nikolai starts to leave, Carlos attacks him. The two fight, and Jill shoots Nikolai in the chest. Carlos enters a nearby helicopter, and Nikolai offers the truth behind his employers and motives if they take him with them. Jill refuses, however, as she enters the helicopter to leave with Carlos, instead electing to figure out the truth on her own. The pair then fly off, leaving Nikolai and Raccoon City behind while vowing to take down Umbrella.
Elsewhere, we find an Umbrella Security Service member, Captain Rodriguez, preparing to leave the city in an aircraft with a stolen BOW. He is with Umbrella researcher Dr. Linda Baldwin, who convinces him to wait while she goes back to the R&D center to retrieve a drug that may help in stopping the spread of the virus. As she enters, experimental hunter BOWs escape captivity and place the facility on lockdown. Baldwin is able to obtain her sample, but cannot escape the facility until the lockdown is released. Another researcher, Dr. Carter, begins to activate a tyrant, called the Tyrant R, hoping it can kill the hunters and allow their escape. The Tyrant R succeeds in killing the hunters, and Carter then plans to cause it to destruct by activating a bomb hidden within the creature. However, the Tyrant R interrupts this plan, killing him, destroying the sample, and knocking Baldwin down into the water treatment facility below. There, she is found and rescued by survivors, and after some water flushes through the sewers, they emerge outside the Apple Inn. After fighting the Tyrant R once more, the survivors reach Rodriguez and escape the city before its destruction commences.
Meanwhile, we find Ada escaping the sewers to the surface of Raccoon City, in front of the Apple Inn. There, she intends to meet her contact from Umbrella's rival company, but finds him dead from suicide. Suddenly, Albert Wesker calls her on a nearby computer, accusing her of failing her mission and defecting to help Leon, but she shows him the sample of the G-virus she was able to recover. Wesker then informs her of the city's imminent destruction and tells her to find a helicopter carrying an Umbrella executive to escape in. Ada makes her way, fighting the Tyrant R on her way and killing it in turn, before finding the helicopter and attaching her grappling hook to a package being carried by it, allowing her to escape the city. Afterwards, the US government carries out their plan and destroys Raccoon City with a thermobaric missile blast.
1 month later, Private Detective Ark Thompson is asked by Leon, his personal friend, to investigate an Umbrella facility. Ark is able to infiltrate the Umbrella-controlled Sheena Island under the guise of impersonating Umbrella commander Vincent Goldman. However, Ark is seen by a child, Lot Klein, who informs the real Vincent of this imposter. Vincent, believing Ark to be sent by Umbrella headquarters to find proof to remove him from his position, then triggers an outbreak, hoping to escape in the scuffle during the cleanup operation. During the outbreak, Vincent discovers Ark in his office. The two have a quick fight where Vincent grabs Ark's dog tags, but Ark is able to escape to the helipad and commandeer the chopper there. Vince grabs onto the landing skids, and as Ark attempts to fly away, he loses control, causing Vincent to fall to the ground, and the helicopter crash lands with Ark still inside. When Ark recovers, he wakes up with a gun but no memory of who he is or why he is there. He fights through the island's infected inhabitants, finding Vincent's unconscious body, holding his dog tags. This causes Ark to believe that the man in front of him is Ark Thompson. Eventually, Ark finds photographs of him impersonating Vincent, leading him to believe that he is in fact the commander and the perpetrator of the horrible acts on the island. Ark continues through the island, finding the Umbrella facility and 2 children, Lot and his sister Lily, whose parents were employees of Umbrella. They initially fear him, believing they'll be punished for revealing his identity to Vincent, but he protects them and earns their trust, leading Lot to reveal Ark's true identity to him, which sparks him to regain all of his memories. The facility suddenly triggers a self-destruct sequence, and Ark sends the kids to the facility's railway station where he will meet them. However, on his way, Ark encounters the prototype Hypnos T-type Tyrant. After fighting the Tyrant, Ark heads to the railway and the 3 regroup and take the tram to the helipad for evacuation. There the Tyrant attacks once again, but Ark defeats it and takes off in the helicopter. However, still not quite done, the Tyrant grabs the helicopter, but Ark fires 2 missiles at it, finally killing it. The 3 then fly off in the distance, not quite knowing what their future holds.
3 months after the destruction of Raccoon City, Claire infiltrates an Umbrella facility, still searching for Chris. Claire is captured by Rodrigo Juan Raval and imprisoned in the remote Rockford Island facility. While unconscious in her cell, she is awakened by the sound of a nearby explosion. Rodrigo arrives and releases Claire from her cell, believing they all will be dead soon anyway. Outside, Claire discovers that an outbreak of the T-virus has occurred on the island. Shortly after, she comes across a fellow escaped inmate, Steve Burnside, and the two discover that Chris has been under surveillance by Umbrella. Claire uses a facility's PC to contact Leon to inform Chris of her capture and Umbrella surveillance. Claire continues on and finds the Ashford estate, eventually meeting its inhabitants, twins Alfred and Alexia Ashford, who try to hinder Claire and Steve's progress. The pair eventually discover Alfred to be disguising himself as his sister as part of a dual personality disorder before they are able to escape the island in an airplane. During their flight, they are attacked by the T-078 Tyrant, which Claire is able to fend off before the ship's autopilot activates and takes them to an Umbrella facility in Antarctica. There, they are again confronted by Alfred, who Steve is able to shoot, causing him to fall into an abyss. Just after this, the mutated remains of Alexander Ashford, the twins' father, as well as son of Umbrella co-founder Edward Ashford, awaken as the Nosferatu, and it attacks the pair as they reach a helipad. Claire fights the creature and kills it, allowing her and Steve to take a nearby snowmobile and head off to a nearby research outpost. Meanwhile, Alfred crawls to find his sister, Alexia, waking from a cryogenic sleep she was put under after she injected herself with the T. Veronica virus the family developed 15 years prior. Now awakened with mutated abilities, but her consciousness intact, she is able to dispatch a tentacle to capture Claire and Steve. She then cradles her brother as he finally dies. In the meantime, Chris Redfield arrives on Rockford Island after receiving Claire's message from Leon. While searching the island to determine where Claire has gone, Chris comes across Albert Wesker, who was hired by a new organization to capture Alexia for a sample of the T. Veronica virus. Surprisingly, Wesker now possesses superhuman strength and speed. Wesker reveals Claire's location to Chris before leaving to search for Alexia. Chris heads to the Antarctic and discovers the Nosferatu, recovered and sprung up to hang by Alexia. Chris is able to defeat her defenses and reach Claire in a replica of the Spencer Mansion within the base. They are separated by Alexia's tentacles, and Claire heads off alone to search for Steve. Claire finds Steve, but he is unfortunately infected by the T. Veronica virus. He then mutates into a giant axe-wielding creature and attempts to kill Claire. One of Alexia's tentacles captures Claire, and Steve is able to fight the virus to free her. Steve then reverts back to his normal self and professes his love for Claire before dying from his wounds. In the main hall, Chris watches Wesker confront Alexia. She refuses to turn herself over and mutates into a more powerful form to battle Wesker. He then leaves Chris to handle the situation as he runs off. Chris fights Alexia, defeating her, then heading off to rescue Claire. However, Alexia arrives again, and Chris is forced to take her down again to protect his sister. Alexia then mutates further, and Chris uses an experimental weapon called the Linear Launcher to take her out once and for all. As they attempt to escape the now self-destructing facility, Wesker captures Claire, and Chris gives chase. Outside, Wesker releases Claire, revealing that his men have taken Steve to extract the T. Veronica virus remaining in his body. Wesker taunts that maybe Steve can be revived as he was to see Claire again. Chris convinces Claire to leave as he fights Wesker one-on-one. After the fight, the exploding building causes injury to Wesker, causing him to flee, warning Chris that the next time they meet will surely be their last. Chris then reaches a plane that Claire found, and the two fly off, escaping the facility as it explodes, with Chris vowing to destroy Umbrella once and for all.
2 years later, the US Army sends a task force to the Republic of Panamstan, which is currently engaged in a civil war. In an attempt to combat a supposed threat of the Chinese military developing bioweapons, US Army Major General Wilson conspires with a pharmaceutical company to develop a modified T-virus in hopes to create super soldiers. Unbeknownst to the public, Wilson has a team called Alpha 2 infected with this virus, and uses this mission to test its efficacy, supplying them with vials of an inhibitor to stop the cannibalistic effects of the T-virus. When Alpha 2's helicopter is shot down, another team called the Mad Dogs land in an attempt to rescue them. While they're able to rescue one member of Alpha 2, a soldier named Jun Si, the Mad Dogs are then attacked by insurgents. Later that night, the rest of the corpses from Alpha 2 are hung up by rope and set aflame. The dead bodies then awaken as zombies, setting themselves free before attacking the insurgents while a young boy watches. The Mad Dogs then retreat into a building where they try to make contact for backup, but receive no response. On the other end, a radio operator named Shen Mei, who happens to be Jun Si's sister, is commanded by Wilson not to respond to their calls. The Mad Dogs are then attacked by a horde of zombies, which they're able to fight off, but not before all of them are bitten in the process. As he lays dying, Jun Si gives the Mad Dogs his supply of inhibitor vials, instructing them to use it before they turn. The Mad Dogs then return to camp with the now zombified Jun Si in a body bag, and they discuss their next move. Believing they might be murdered to cover up what they saw, the group grow paranoid, but are interrupted by Shen Mei, who discovers her brother's current state. A Mad Dogs member named Jason and Shen Mei then arrange to have Junsi smuggled back to his family. Afterwards, Wilson uses the Mad Dogs as his own personal covert unit, supplying them with the inhibitor in return.
2 years later, Leon S. Kennedy, now working as a special agent for the United States, is sent with USSO comm soldier Jack Krauser to South America to track down Javier Hidalgo, a former drug lord who had gone missing, but reportedly had reached out to Umbrella. In a nearby village, they find the inhabitants, some Javier's men, to be infected. They fight their way through the village to find their guide, who claims that a girl has brought devils to the village before he is taken away by a BOW. Leon and Krauser find the girl, soothing the BOW with a song. The duo are able to fight it to scare it away, then head inside to rescue the girl. Unconscious, they take her on a boat and head upstream to Hidalgo's mansion. When she awakens, they head into a dam, where Javier and his men arrive. He reveals the girl to be his daughter, Manuela, who he has been treating with the T. Veronica virus obtained by Wesker to hopefully cure her terminal disease. She is able to avoid his capture, however, and the three regroup on top of the dam. Eventually, they come across the BOW again, and it is revealed to be Manuela's mother, Hilda, mutated due to a failed attempt at curing the disease with the virus. As they kill her, she shoots out a spike from her body, piercing Krauser's arm, infecting him with the virus. Javier then merges himself with the plant harboring the T. Veronica virus, and Manuela focuses the power of the virus inside of her, and she helps kill the monstrosity that's become of her father. Afterwards, the three escape on a helicopter. Manuela is taken in by the government, and Krauser is discharged from the military for his injuries. But, inside his own mind, he knows the path he must take to harness the power now inside of him.
Sometime later, disgraced former Umbrella employee Morpheus D. Duvall is aboard the Umbrella-owned Spencer Range ship, holding the world hostage under threat of releasing the virus unless he receives a ransom from the US and China of $1 billion. Bruce McGivern is sent by a United States government task force developed to take down Umbrella, and a Chinese agent named Fong Ling is sent in by her respective government. Bruce is confronted by Morpheus on the ship's foredeck and held at gunpoint. Fong Ling surprises the both of them with a grenade attack, allowing Bruce to escape into the ship and injuring Morpheus. To heal himself, Morpheus injects himself with an experimental combination of the T-virus and a G-virus antibody. This causes him to mutate, but he's able to maintain his mind state. He battles Bruce in his new form, but Bruce is aided again by Fong Ling to emerge successful. The two then work together to return power to the ship and access the bridge, where they discover the ship's collision course towards a nearby island. Bruce then fights an escaped experimental T plus G virus tyrant, called the Tyrant 091, and is able to defeat it before jumping into the ocean and swimming towards the shore of the island. There, Bruce and Fong Ling find that the island was repurposed by Umbrella as a waste disposal facility for BOW experiments. After defeating some of them, they learn that Morpheus has reached a deal with China, who will pay his ransom if they kill Fong Ling. Bruce cuts out a tracking device in her tattoo, rendering them unable to kill her by orbital strike. Bruce defeats a large BOW called Pluto before Morpheus arrives and sends the elevator he and Fong Ling are in crashing to the sea floor. They are able to survive, but later Fong Ling is captured by Morpheus. Bruce is able to finally defeat Morpheus after the G component of his virus took control, allowing Bruce to deal enough damage to kill the beast. Afterwards, Bruce and Fong Ling escape using a nearby boat, and the two share a kiss, with Fong returning to the US in a rescue helicopter with Bruce.
Months later, Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield reunite on a new mission together to investigate a town in the Caucasus region of the Russian Federation for BOW activity. They quickly discover everyone in the town to be infected by the T-virus and conclude that Umbrella's to blame. They find one survivor, a girl named Anna. They find Wesker, who doesn't take responsibility for the outbreak, instead claiming it to be an accident. Wesker escapes, and Chris and Jill are forced to flee to their vehicle to get a grenade launcher to kill attacking hunters. Anna then gives Jill a pendant to protect her from the cursed beings. The pair then find Wesker in Anna's house, approaching a safe, which he claims holds Umbrella research. Anna gives Wesker a pendant, which he is able to turn into the key to open the safe. However, it explodes, having been a trap for whomever would try to steal the data. Wesker survives the explosion and finds a disk of research elsewhere in the house. Chris and Jill later determine that there is an Umbrella factory nearby that was producing the BOWs in the area.
Chris and Jill find and storm the facility with the help of a group of armed activists. There, Sergei Vladimir unleashes the T-virus as well as all of the most powerful BOW defenses inside the facility. They're able to take all of these down, as well as Umbrella's most sophisticated and powerful tyrant, the Tyrant Armored Lethal Organic System, successfully securing the facility.
Using Chris and Jill's attack as a distraction, Wesker also infiltrates the facility and is met by Sergei, who sends one of his Ivan bodyguards after him. Wesker is able to dispatch of this threat and find Sergei once more, who infects himself with the T-virus. After he mutates, Wesker kills him and steals all of Umbrella's data from their Red Queen supercomputer. He then erases the machine and leaves with a new goal in mind. Afterwards, Umbrella is tried and found guilty of their crimes revolving around the Raccoon City outbreak. Wesker testifies anonymously, implicating founder Oswell E. Spencer, starting a global manhunt. Wesker then uploads all of the stolen data into his computer, vowing to meet Spencer again.
A year later, the floating Mediterranean city of Terra Grigia is attacked by the bioterrorist outfit Il Veltro. The Federal Bioterrorism Commission calls in help from the Independent Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, co-founded by Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine, to take care of the threat of BOWs in the city, but they ultimately fail, causing the head of the FBC, Morgan Lansdale, to call for the city's total destruction using the solar-powered satellites the city used for energy. Despite the BSAA's leader Clive R. O'Brien's protests, the FBC carries out this plan, evacuating all operatives from the city and assigning agents Parker Luciani and Jessica Sherawat to protect the building for evac.
At the same time, a human rights organization called TerraSave works to rescue any survivors before the city's destruction. One member, Neil Fisher, finds and rescues a girl named Natalia, whose parents were killed in the outbreak, and he gives her a teddy bear, which she names Lottie.
After the evacuation's complete, Parker and Jessica reach their own escape chopper, and the satellites activate, altogether destroying the city of Terra Grigia. Disappointed by the FBC's decision to destroy the city instead of saving it, the pair then leave the commission to join the BSAA.
Months later, Leon S. Kennedy is sent to an unnamed village in Spain to rescue Ashley Graham, daughter of the president, who is kidnapped by a mysterious cult called Los Iluminados. There, Leon encounters the villagers infested by a mind-controlling parasite called Las Plagas. At the same time, Ada Wong, still working for Umbrella's rival company, is sent by Albert Wesker to gain information on Las Plagas. She sees Leon battling the villagers and makes her way to the nearby church, ringing the bell to lead the villagers away. Leon then meets a captured Luis Serra, who unbeknownst to him is a researcher planted by Wesker's organization, who Ada is currently working for. The two are then captured, and the cult's leader, Osmond Sadler, injects Leon with the parasite while he's passed out. When the two awaken, they are able to break their bonds and Luis runs off. Leon then makes his way towards a nearby church after learning that Ashley might be there. On his way, he is accosted by Los Iluminados priest Vitores Mendez, but Ada arrives and shoots him, distracting him to chase her instead. She is then shot with a tranquilizer dart and captured by the cult, who she is able to escape easily. Leon fights a giant plague-infected creature called the Del Lago before collapsing in a nearby cabin due to his exhaustion and festering infection. After waking, Leon makes his way to the church and rescues Ashley. However, upon leaving with her, the pair are confronted by Sadler, who reveals that not only has Leon been infected with the parasite, but so has Ashley. Los Iluminados plans to allow the two to return to the president, then take control with the Plagas to infect and subsequently control the president and other powerful figures in turn. The two are able to escape the church and make their way back to the cabin where they meet Luis. After defeating an onslaught of attacking ganado, or those infected with the Plagas, Luis steps out and speaks to Ada alone, who he informs that he is leaving to gather a sample of the parasite for her. Leon and Ashley then head off to reach a nearby castle, hoping to take refuge until they can extract. On their way, they are again confronted by Mendez, but Leon is able to kill him and take his artificial eye, using it to activate a retinal scanner and open the gate to the castle. Inside the castle, Leon meets Ramon Salazar, the Castellan of the area. Salazar, a 20-year-old, despite his appearance, reveals that he is also infected with the Plagas, but the dominant species allows him full control of his body as well as the other hosts. Leon and Ashley leave to go to the center of the castle, but Ashley begins to cough up blood due to her infection. Distraught by this, she runs away from Leon, getting captured in the process. Leon searches the castle for Ashley and is eventually confronted by Ada. He asks her about her employment, but she doesn't reveal anything, instead cryptically escaping in a smokescreen. Leon finds Ashley, and as he is about to arrive to rescue her, Luis arrives with a drug to suppress his and Ashley's infection. However, he is quickly killed by Sadler, who obtains the sample of the Plagas that Luis obtained for Ada. Sadler leaves, and with his dying breath, Luis gives Leon the medication and warns him that he must retrieve the sample from Sadler. Ada witnesses this and informs Wesker of this development. Leon reunites with Ashley, but the two are separated again. Leon fights his way to Salazar, who reveals that Ashley has been taken to a research facility on a nearby island. Salazar then fully mutates and Leon is able to kill him. Leon then finds Ada in a speedboat, who offers to take him to the island. Once they arrive, Ada escapes from Leon once again, and she heads off to meet with Jack Krauser, now working for Wesker as well. The two discuss their plan to obtain the sample, and after she leaves, Ada is informed by Wesker that Krauser's mission is to kill Leon. In the research facility, Leon finds Ashley, and the two escape only to find Sadler, who reveals that their virus has progressed to the point where he can control them, making Ashley join him as he leaves Leon incapacitated. When Leon regains his ability to move, he heads off to find Ashley once again, but is attacked by Krauser. Just as Krauser is about to kill Leon, Ada arrives and shoots him, causing him to retreat. She then leaves Leon once again. Leon fights his way to Ashley once again, eventually coming across Krauser, whose infected arm fully mutates before the two fight once more, with Leon defeating him and continuing on. Ada reports Krauser's death to Wesker, who decides to use Leon to do the dirty work of killing Sadler, with Ada on cleanup duty afterwards. Later, Leon and Ada's paths cross once again, but during their meeting, the Plaga takes over Leon, causing him to attack Ada. She's able to stab him to snap him out of it, and the two split up once again. Afterwards, Ada is attacked by Krauser, who survived his recent encounter with Leon. The two fight, and Ada is able to kill him once and for all. Leon finally finds Ashley's containment room and confronts Sadler, who is quickly able to overpower him. Luckily, Ada arrives and shoots Sadler, providing enough distraction for Leon to release Ashley from her pod and escape. Ada then fights Sadler on her own, eventually believing to have killed him. However, when she goes to retrieve the sample, he attacks and captures her. Leon and Ashley find a room with a device to remove the Plagas from their bodies. They use the device to cure themselves, then head off to escape the island. Leon leaves Ashley behind and goes to the top of the facility to find Sadler with the captured Ada. Leon is able to free Ada from captivity, and he and Sadler begin to fight. During their battle, Ada finds a rocket launcher and once again throws it down to help Leon defeat his foe. After killing Sadler, Leon obtains the sample, but Ada forces him to hand it over at gunpoint. She then escapes in a helicopter, throwing him keys to a jet ski to escape the self-destructing island. Leon and Ashley make their way to the jet ski and drive through the caves under the island, narrowly escaping the blast as they make their way to freedom.
Months later, FBC agent Rachel Foley is sent with her partner Raymond Vester to an abandoned cruise ship called the Queen Zenobia to investigate the potential return of the terrorist group El Veltro, responsible for the Terra Grigia incident. The pair get separated during their mission, and Rachel encounters victims of a newly engineered T-Abyss virus, who ultimately kill her.
Later, BSAA director Clive O'Brien sends Parker Luciani and Jill Valentine to the ship, as it was reportedly the last known location of fellow agents Chris Redfield and Jessica Sharawat. Jill and Parker reach the ship and fight through various T-Abyss mutants before finding Chris tied up behind a locked door. When they unlock it and enter, however, they discover it to be a mannequin decoy and are surprise attacked and knocked out by a Veltro operative. Meanwhile, Chris and Jessica are in the mountains of Europe, where they find a Veltro base of operations at the Valkoinen Mookie airstrip. Just as they reach it, however, they are finally reached by O'Brien and informed that he sent Parker and Jill to the Mediterranean on false intel, and has since lost contact with them. Believing them to be captured by El Veltro, Chris and Jessica head off to the Queen Zenobia. On the ship, Jill and Parker awaken and regroup, eventually escaping to the bridge and finding FBC agent Raymond Vester, who immediately recognizes his former coworker Parker. Raymond refuses to answer why the FBC is there and walks away from the two BSAA agents. Later, they find him once again in a communication room. The equipment to call out is destroyed, but they are able to watch a transmission from Il Veltro leader Jack Norman, who threatens to infect 1/5 of the world's water supply with the T-Abyss virus. O'Brien then sends agents Keith Lumley and Quint Ketchum to the airstrip to investigate Il Veltro's motives. On the ship, Jill and Parker head off to restore power. On her way, Jill finds a now mutated Rachel Foley, who she is forced to kill. Her and Parker then find a lift which takes them below the decks of the ship. Meanwhile, Keith and Quint arrive at the airstrip where they find surveillance footage of invisible hunters, as well as a security token to allow them to extract data from a nearby crashed freight plane. Parker and Jill reach the engine room and restore power, but this triggers water to quickly flood into the room, trapping the pair. Keith and Quint find the crash plane but are attacked by the invisible hunters. They're able to fend off the attack and access the data on the plane. Quint finds the coordinates of the ship and sends the info back to O'Brien, who relays it to Chris and Jessica. The pair board the ship and begin to search for Parker and Jill. However, they find the ship to be missing their fellow agents. They then discover that they are on the Queen Zenobia's sister ship, the Queen Semiramis. On the Zenobia, Parker and Jill are able to swim to safety and reach a communication tower to call O'Brien. He informs them that they were set up, but has to take another call where he is informed that the energy satellite used to destroy Terra Grigia has been activated by the FBC and pointed at the Queen Zenobia. Quint helps Parker and Jill find and operate a UAV stored on the ship, which they are able to use to divert the satellite's targeting system. While the explosion misses the ship, it creates a giant wave that threatens to capsize the ship. Meanwhile, O'Brien speaks to FBC director Morgan Lansdale, who hints at his involvement with Il Veltro. Chris and Jessica reach the real Queen Zenobia, and inside, Parker and Jill are confronted by the Veltro operative that was on the ship. He begins to reveal the secret behind the ship and Il Veltro, but is shot by an arriving Jessica, much to Chris's disappointment. They rush to unmask the operative and discover him to be none other than Raymond Vester. He whispers something to Parker before seemingly dying from his wounds. Chris and Jill then reunite to search for the virus to stop its spread, and Parker and Jessica go to find a way to buy time by stopping the ship from sinking. Meanwhile, back in the mountains, Keith and Quinn find proof at the airfield that shows that Veltro was never back in effect after the Terra Grigia incident, but instead it was all a show orchestrated by O'Brien to convince Lansdale that they were. The FBC discover their presence and order a bomb strike on the field, which the two were able to avoid. Chris and Jill reach the laboratory where the virus is kept and they begin to suppress it. They are then contacted via videophone by Lansdale, who admits his hand in helping cause the Terra Grigia incident in order to gain funding and influence for the FBC. Meanwhile, Parker pulls a gun on Jessica, revealing that Raymond informed him that she is a mole inside BSAA working for Lansdale. Just then, Raymond arrives and confirms, having survived the gunshot due to a Kevlar vest. Raymond proclaims that Jessica is currently trying to activate the ship's self-destruct mechanism to destroy any evidence of Lansdale's corruption that is on the ship. Jessica confirms these suspicions by grabbing her gun, shooting Parker, and triggering the self-destruct sequence. Raymond then runs after Jessica, leaving a wounded Parker behind. Jill and Chris find Parker, and Jill helps carry him through the ship. However, when a catwalk breaks, she is unable to stop him from falling. While Chris helps try to pull him up, he ultimately slips and falls into the fires below. Jill and Chris race to get to the helipad at the ship to meet their extract pilot, but the ship is attacked by a giant mutated creature. They are able to fight it off and await a helicopter, which they board and use to kill the creature, which sinks the ship with it. Chris and Jill then debrief O'Brien on the situation, who reveals his conspiracy of tricking Lansdale into revealing his affiliation with Il Veltro. He also reveals that before Kirk and Quentin died, they discovered the existence of a third ship, the Queen Dido. Meanwhile, on the sinking ship, Raymond finds Parker and informs him that Jessica has escaped the ship before picking him up and helping him do the same. At the BSAA headquarters, the FBC, led by Lansdale, arrive and arrest O'Brien, using his involvement in the new Il Veltro as a smokescreen to take him down. Chris and Jill then submerge in the sea and enter the Queen Dido, finding Il Veltro leader Jack Norman inside. However, they discover that he had injected himself with the T-Abyss virus a year prior, but had been resisting its mutation through sheer will. Jill obtains a drive containing recordings of his communications with Lansdale, but as they try to leave, he injects himself with even more of the virus, transforming into the final form Abyss Tyrant. The pair are able to fight and kill him, bringing an end to the real Il Veltro once and for all. Jill then broadcasts Norman's video of his and Lansdale's communications revealing his involvement with the terrorist attack behind Terra Grigia. Seeing this, the FBC agents immediately release O'Brien and arrest Lansdale instead. Afterwards, the FBC is dissolved into the BSAA, which is reformed as an organization under the United Nations. Parker is found and rescued on the shore and rejoins the BSAA. O'Brien, however, steps down knowing that his actions were unbecoming of his position. Later, Raymond delivers a sample of the T-Abyss virus to Jessica, revealing that they had secretly been working together for Tricell, a rival of Umbrella's, to obtain the sample.
Later that year, Claire Redfield, now working for the human rights organization TerraSave, arrives at Harvardville Airport to meet with her friend and her niece, Rani Chawla. Meanwhile, protests break out over an outbreak of the T-virus in India, believed to be caused by pharmaceutical company Will Pharma's experiments with the virus on human subjects. Suddenly, a T-virus zombie attacks the airport, and a full-on outbreak occurs. In the shuffle, Claire sees a surprisingly calm former Will Pharma researcher, Curtis Miller. Suddenly, a landing plane carrying an infected passenger crashes through the airport. Claire is able to rescue Ronnie, as well as Senator Ron Davis and an unnamed airline employee, and the four make their way to the VIP lounge. By nightfall, the city's special response team and the US Marines lock down the airport and set up a quarantine for any survivors that escaped. Leon S. Kennedy is sent in to assist two SRT members, Angela Miller and Greg Glenn, with the situation. While the two initially disregard his advice, Leon ends up helping the two infiltrate the airport, fight off several infectees, and reach the survivors in the VIP lounge. The group are able to escape with Leon and Claire's expertise, however, Greg is bitten and infected in the process. Outside, Leon calls his contact at the US Field Operations Support, Ingrid Hannigan, who informs him that a member of terrorist leader Miguel Gran's army has been captured, which will hopefully lead to a link between the attack in India and the attack at the airport. Meanwhile, a fleet of Will Pharma trucks arrive, much to Claire's dissatisfaction. However, Will Pharma researcher Frederick Downing arrives and claims that the trucks contain the T-virus vaccine. Leon arrives and confirms that Will Pharma's experiments in India weren't the cause of the outbreak, but rather an attempt to stop it. Claire then feels remorse for TerraSave's hand in slowing down the creation and distribution of the vaccine that could have prevented the current outbreak. Moments later, the trucks explode, destroying what is revealed to be the entire stock of the vaccine. Believing this to be another bioterrorist attack, Frederick is sent to return to Will Pharma to check and make sure the raw data is safe. Claire remembers seeing Curtis Miller at the outbreak scene, causing Angela, who reveals Curtis to be her brother, to take Leon to contact her brother at his home. Claire then goes with Frederick to Will Pharma. Leon and Angela find that Curtis has lit his home aflame. Angela then takes a nearby photo featuring Curtis and his late wife and daughter, who died in the Raccoon City outbreak. At Will Pharma, Senator Davis calls Frederick to tell him not to show Claire what Will Pharma is in possession of. He doesn't follow this order, however, and reveals that Will Pharma also holds a sample of the G-virus that William Birkin created at Umbrella, intending to use it to create a similar vaccine. Frederick then leaves to check on a server, and Claire calls Leon and informs him of the G-virus discovery. Just then, Frederick calls the office phone to inform Claire that he discovered a time bomb and she needs to leave immediately. She then sees Curtis holding a briefcase before an explosion occurs in the facility. Leon and Angela arrive and split up. Leon goes upstairs and finds Claire, telling her to find the escape elevator. Angela then finds Curtis, who injected himself with the G-virus sample, hoping to expose the truth about the Raccoon City incident, which the government covered up. Marines arrive and begin to swarm Curtis, who mutates into a giant creature. Claire reaches the elevator and takes it to the facility's control room. Leon arrives in the main area and shoots down a piece of scaffolding, crushing Curtis. Leon and Angela help the surviving Marines to an elevator shaft as the facility begins to spray flammable liquid to begin a self-destruct protocol. Curtis mutates once again and escapes from under the debris, killing the final escaping Marines. Like Birkin before him, Curtis seeks someone who shares his DNA to help spread the virus, and he turns his sight on Angela. Leon and Angela then dive into a nearby pool of water and escape the self-destruction blast. They fall into a system of underground labs where a surviving Curtis still stalks them. Leon and Angela get separated, but Angela drops the family photo, which Curtis sees, allowing his consciousness to regain a bit of control to not kill her. He tells her to run before the lab falls from self-destruction, but she refuses. Leon arrives, however, and grabs her to save her from falling just as the lab descends. Curtis uses his mutated tail to then take hold, but Leon shoots him one final time, sending him falling to the abyss below. In the control room, Claire discovers that the security system in the facility recorded the entire ordeal with Curtis and his mutation before she leaves to find an arriving Senator Davis. Claire then accuses him of being behind the terrorist attacks to create a reason for Will Pharma to produce the vaccine in order to raise their stock, which he had an investment in. Leon then arrives to reveal that the terrorist the FBI captured finally talked, revealing that the true mastermind behind the outbreak was Frederick, who faked his death to Claire so he could escape with the T-virus, the vaccine, and the information on the G-virus to sell to General Grant. Leon, Claire, and Angela arrive at the intended handoff location and apprehend Frederick, preventing the virus from getting into the terrorist's hands. The next day, Leon, Claire, and Angela meet one last time. Leon reveals that Frederick was in fact a former Umbrella researcher in Raccoon City who escaped with the viruses before its destruction. Leon then leaves in a military helicopter, and Claire reunites with Ronnie and her aunt. Later, Senator Davis is dead in his office, with all of his files on the viruses and pharmaceutical companies being erased from his computer by an unknown entity. Tricell, revealed to have bought what remained of Will Pharma, then arrives at the facility and collects the severed tip of Curtis's mutated tail. The next year, TerraSave sends Claire to a UN refugee camp in the Republic of Panamstan, which has been devastated by the country's civil war, which has come to a close. There she meets a young boy who gives her a drawing which depicts some kind of BOW outbreak, leading her to wonder what happened in the country. Meanwhile, Leon S. Kennedy, having recently prevented a terrorist incident in Pittsburgh, travels to the White House to join with a group of 3 agents. These agents include a rookie named Patrick and 2 Army veterans that served in Panamstan, Mad Dog's member Jason and radio operator Shen Mei. President Graham and his aide Ryan meet with the trio of agents while they wait for Leon, tasking them with investigating a cyber attack in which an unknown individual accessed very sensitive classified information. Believing it to be an inside job, the group are instructed to inspect everyone who was on the premises in the past 24 hours. As Leon arrives, the power suddenly goes out. Patrick goes to investigate and finds Press Secretary Spacer, who had been attacked in the darkness. Spacer then goes into cardiac arrest before awakening, apparently infected, and attacking Patrick. Leon arrives just in time to protect him, and the pair return to the Oval Office. Fearing an outbreak inside the White House, the team then focuses on getting the president to a bunker for safety. Once there, Patrick is tasked with protecting the president while they await backup, while the other 3 head out to take on the zombie threat. After they clear out the mostly infected White House staff, the US Army arrives to clean up the corpses and cover up the incident, at the request of President Graham. Claire Redfield then arrives at the White House in search of the press secretary. When she's shrugged off, she spots Leon and shows him the drawing the boy in Panamstan gave her. He isn't able to give it much thought as he's called away by Jason, who Claire recognizes as the hero of Panamstan. The US Defense Intelligence Agency determines that the hacked files were regarding a bioresearch facility in Shanghai. President Graham then decides to secretly send Leon, Jason, and Shen Mei there in a stealth submarine to search for evidence regarding the hacking and the viral attack on the White House. Meanwhile, Claire decides to investigate the situation in Panamstan, learning that it was believed the US only intervened in the Civil War to attempt to get a foothold into China. She also learns that 7 of the surviving members of the Mad Dogs team returned home, but 5 of them have since committed suicide, leaving only 2 Mad Dogs remaining, Jason and 1 other. While Leon and Jason reflect on Panamstan and Raccoon City in the sub, arguing over whether carpet bombing the latter was the right call, the submarine is suddenly rocked. The 2 then rush to the bridge to investigate, finding the crew there dead. Leon then searches the sub while Jason and Shen Mei meet by the ship's Advanced Seal Delivery System mini-sub. There, the two agents find the surviving crew, and after informing them of a potential infection, they lock the hatch before suddenly murdering the crewmen. Leon then comes across more corpses, with mutated rat BOWs burrowed within them. As the sub's self-destruction sequence activates, Leon runs from the rats to reach the ASDS. When he reaches it, Shenmei holds him at gunpoint, but Jason stops her before the three escape the submarine just before it explodes. Sometime later, the three reach a safe house in Shanghai. An oblivious Leon sarcastically asks Jason to brief him on the mission, but the man instead reveals that he and Shenmei are after something else entirely. Something that will expose a conspiracy by the US government. Jason tries to appeal to Leon by reminding him of how the government handled Raccoon City, but Leon refuses to help him. The pair then break out in a fight, with Leon gaining the upper hand and shooting Jason. Shenmei then runs off, and Leon gives chase. Elsewhere, Claire Redfield tracks down the other surviving member of the Mad Dogs, but as she investigates his home, she finds that she was too late. There, she discovers broken vials on the floor and a far more shocking sight: a man propped up in a chair with his head blown off by an apparent gunshot. Investigating the house, she finds a hidden suicide note before calling the police to inform them of the body. Meanwhile, Shenmei arrives at her family's mansion outside of Shanghai. There, she meets with her grandfather, Yu En, who has been taking care of Junsi and trying to find a cure for his infection. Leon follows her and holds them at gunpoint, forcing Shenmei to reveal the truth behind her and Jason's past and their current mission to expose Wilson, now Defense Secretary, as the one behind deploying BOWs in Panamstan. Leon then determines that Wilson must have also been behind the outbreak at the White House, which he forced Jason to stage in order to start a war with China. Shenmei then reveals that Wilson had a chip implanted into his super soldier test subjects, all of which he thought were destroyed. However, since Junsi was smuggled without his knowledge, Yu En was able to extract the chip from his body, and he hands it over to Shenmei. Suddenly, the mansion is hit by a bombing attack. Leon and Shenmei narrowly survive as the others are killed as the ceiling collapses. Meanwhile, Wilson and President Graham prepare a speech for the upcoming Panamstan peace accords. At Wilson's behest, the speech includes blaming China for the hacking, the outbreak in the White House, and the explosion of the sub. As they prepare to leave, Claire arrives at the White House and accosts Wilson about his involvement with the Mad Dogs unit, informing him that she found a note from one of them who committed suicide. He simply brushes her off and continues on. Back in the ruins of the mansion, Leon recovers the chip, which Shenmei asks him to give her so she can expose Wilson. Leon initially refuses, not wanting her to put herself in danger. He then realizes that Jason, not wanting justice but instead to spread the terror his men saw in Panamstan, must still be alive, and also was the cause of the explosion that destroyed the mansion. Meanwhile, Claire returns to her motel room, where she is tased and captured by Wilson's agents. Sometime later, while the president prepares for his speech, Leon calls Patrick to have him relay a message to Graham, knowing that their history together will make it trustworthy. Claire then awakens to find herself held captive by Wilson in his lab of super soldier experiments, who tries to buy her silence with a charitable donation to TerraSave. She predictably refuses, and he instead reveals his master plan to her. His main goal, as it turns out, is to have the United States take a firm stand against China so their military can station in Panamstan. Afterwards, he plans to provide his super soldier virus to the armies in the area, creating a market for his inhibitor and thereby making him an incredible profit. Wilson's speech is then interrupted by Jason, who Claire and the secretary both immediately recognize. Jason then refuses the inhibitor, instead electing to let it mutate him into a powerful BOW before he swiftly bites Wilson, infecting him with his own creation. Leon and Shenmei then arrive just as the facility detects a rogue bioweapon, initiating its sterilization failsafe of dumping all of the other test subjects into a rising pool of acid. Shenmei tries to plead with the mutated Jason to follow their plan of using the chip to expose Wilson, but he instead elects to reveal his own mutated form to the public to make them know fear. Jason, losing his grip on humanity, then kills Shenmei. Meanwhile, President Graham is about to approach his podium to give the speech, but Patrick stops him and delivers Leon's message. With the knowledge that China was simply set up by Wilson, Graham instead gives an improvised speech with a far more hopeful tone. As Jason heads towards the surface, Leon notices Claire and rushes to save her from the rising acid. After doing so, the pair work together to stop the BOW, with Leon finding a rocket launcher while Claire attempts to knock Jason into the acid using the facility's controls. When both their plans fail, Leon is forced to fight the beast one-on-one, before he is able to pull a lever that collapses the section of the facility they're standing on, sending Jason into the acid, while Leon grabs onto a hook for safety. Afterwards, Leon finds the remains of Jason, who speaks his last words, warning that Leon will soon be forced to spread the fear he's witnessed. The final remains of the man then fall into the acid, killing him for good. Leon then returns to the surface to make sure the president embarks in Air Force One safely, as Patrick commends him for being a hero. Elsewhere, Wilson is still alive, but badly infected. One of his agents then provides him with the inhibitor, which arrives in a case adorned with a logo reading Tricell. Claire and Leon then meet outside the White House, and she asks him to give her the chip so she can expose the corruption within the government. Leon refuses, however, and the pair agree to disagree, going their separate ways to handle things as they each see fit. As she walks off, Claire notes that Leon's current outfit doesn't suit him.
The same year, the BSAA received intel on the location of the founder of Umbrella, Oswell E. Spencer. Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield are sent to capture Spencer, as well as search for potential information on the whereabouts of Albert Wesker. Meanwhile, Wesker is in the mansion speaking with Spencer. The old man reveals that Wesker was actually manufactured as part of the advanced Wesker children, which Albert was made to be the most powerful of. Wesker then powerfully thrusts his hand through Spencer, killing him on the spot. While Spencer's security is found to be dead by Chris and Jill, they are forced to fight their way through mutated creatures and mansion traps before they find Wesker standing over Spencer's corpse. The pair fight the powerful foe, but he evades their attacks, capturing Chris and nearly killing him before Jill sacrifices herself and lunges at Wesker, sending them through a window and off the nearby cliff, leading Chris to helplessly watch his partner fall to her death.
3 years later, Chris is sent to Kijuju, Africa to meet with Sheva Alomar of BSAA's West African branch. The two then head off to find a black market BOW smuggler named Ricardo Irving. They quickly discover, however, that most of the city's inhabitants have been infected by a new type of plagas. The two fight their way through the infected citizens of Kijuju, named Majini, before finding the only surviving member of the BSAA's Alpha team, Captain Dechant. Dechant informs them that Irving set them up, leading to the death of the rest of the Alpha team. He then hands over a data drive containing files he stole before succumbing to his injuries and dying. Soon after, Chris and Sheva are surrounded by Majini, swarming in on motorcycles, but they are saved by the BSAA Delta team led by Captain Josh Stone. Josh gives Chris a memory card with more information, including a photograph of Jill Valentine. Eventually, Chris and Sheva find and corner Irving. Before they can capture him, however, a masked figure bursts through the window and helps him escape, unleashing a BOW to distract the pair. They defeat it, and Delta Team member Dave Johnson shows up to transport them to rendezvous with Delta Team to follow Irving to an oil field. When they arrive at the rendezvous point, however, Johnson finds the rest of Delta Team dead, and as he checks on one of them, he himself is killed by another giant BOW, which Chris and Sheva are able to defeat afterwards. Chris and Sheva are ordered to return to headquarters, but believing Jill to be alive, Chris refuses, instead hoping to find her. Sheva agrees to help, and the pair head to the oil field, passing through a marshlands on the way. There, they discover a village with more infected inhabitants, as well as a pair of tents adorned with the Tricell logo. At the oil field, Chris and Sheva find Josh, who narrowly survived the attack on Delta Team. They then find Irving and the masked figure, who escape via boat and trigger the facility to explode. Josh secures a boat of his own, and the trio escape as the oil field explodes. They then catch up to Irving's boat, and he injects himself with the dominant species Plaga to mutate into a giant aquatic creature, which Chris and Sheva ultimately defeat. As he lays dying on the ship, he blames his lack of power on Excella Gion, the director of Tricell's West African division. He also mentions a new virus called Ouroboros, and directs Chris to search a nearby cave to find the answers he's looking for. Josh takes Chris and Sheva to the cave, then leaves them to return to BSAA to hopefully get backup. Meanwhile, Excella and Wesker discuss the development of the Ouroboros virus, which has now come to its conclusion. She also administers a serum to Wesker to keep the virus in his body stable. Chris and Sheva make their way through an underground civilization in the cave and eventually find a mysterious flower called Stairway of the Sun. Nearby, Chris spots an Umbrella logo, and they find an old Umbrella research facility that has since been taken over by Tricell. There, they discover that the flower is the source of the progenitor virus, and in turn is the genesis of all of Umbrella's bioweapons. The pair make their way to a cylindrical room lined with pods containing test subjects, which they had seen in photographs with Jill. Chris then uses a computer to hopefully uncover which pod contains his former partner. They are attacked by a giant Plagas-infected creature, but are able to defeat it and find the pod containing Jill. However, when it opens, Chris is disappointed to discover that it is empty. They are then called by Excella, who orders them to leave, revealing that she was the one who pushed the BSAA to call for their evacuation. The pair then continue into the lab, eventually finding Excella and the masked figure in the flesh. Excella then unleashes a Ouroboros-infected test subject on them, which they are forced to kill. Deeper in the caves, the pair once again find Excella. Again, they are interrupted by the masked figure, who Chris is able to get a shot off on, knocking off their mask. This prompts Wesker's arrival, much to Chris's surprise. Wesker then pulls down the masked figure's hood, revealing it to be a brainwashed Jill. Wesker proclaims that he only has 7 minutes to devote to playing with Chris, and afterwards he hands the task off to Jill. She attempts to break free of her control, but Wesker activates the device administering the P30 chemical causing it. She then rips open her jumpsuit, exposing the device. Chris and Sheva fight Jill, incapacitating her enough to remove the device from her chest. Jill, now back to her normal self, encourages the pair to leave her and stop Wesker from administering Ouroboros across the globe. Chris objects, but Jill asks him to trust her, and he and Sheva leave her behind as they enter a nearby elevator. On the surface, Chris and Sheva see a freighter ship, which Wesker and Excella are boarding. The pair are able to secretly board the ship as well before it leaves the dock.
Jill passes out, but is rescued by Josh, who had entered the caves looking for Chris and Sheva after he saw a ship leave. He then takes Jill to reach a helicopter outside to chase after the pair.
On the ship, Chris and Sheva find Excella with 2 briefcases. She flees, but drops one in the process. Sheva then picks it up, noticing Wesker's serum inside. They chase her, eventually finding her once again, only this time she has been infected by Ouroboros. Wesker then calls from an intercom, revealing his intention of infecting the world with the virus so he could rule over a new race of humans. Excella cries out, disappointed that she won't get to rule by his side. Leeches burst from her body, killing her and consuming a nearby pile of corpses. Chris and Sheva then call down a satellite laser strike to destroy the giant creature before it sinks the ship. Afterwards, they receive a call from Jill and Josh. Jill informs Chris of Wesker's secret, the virus inside of him that causes his superhuman abilities. She then mentions that an overdose of the serum Sheva found would act to weaken Wesker's abilities. The pair eventually reach Wesker, preparing to board a plane containing the virus. He attacks them, besting them with ease. However, Chris is able to subdue him, and Sheva injects a heavy dose of the serum. While this stops his onslaught, he is able to board his plane and take off. Chris and Sheva chase it on foot and are able to make it onto the plane as it takes off. A fight ensues on the plane where Chris is able to inject Wesker with another dose of the serum. This causes him to fall off of the plane, and it crash lands onto an island with an active volcano. There, Chris and Sheva emerge from the plane to find that Wesker survived the fall. Refusing to give up his plan, Wesker punches through one of the plane's Ouroboros missiles, infecting himself with a massive dose of the virus. Chris and Sheva get separated in the ensuing fight, but Chris is able to punch a boulder to create a path so they can rejoin and fight the mutated Wesker. After one final stand, Chris is able to shoot Wesker's exposed weak spot enough to knock him into the volcano. Josh and Jill arrive in the escape helicopter and drop a ladder down to Chris and Sheva. As they finish climbing it, however, Wesker emerges from the lava and in one final act of desperation, grabs the helicopter with his mutated arm. Chris and Sheva then shoot him simultaneously with a rocket launcher each, finally killing Albert Wesker. The 4 then fly off into the sunset, and Chris recognizes that his fight is worth it.
The next year, Rebecca Chambers takes a temporary teaching position at the Philosophy University in Philosophy, Western Australia. Another teacher at the school, Bethany, expresses concern about students in the university that have gone missing, and Rebecca runs off to discuss this with the founder of the university, Ezra Sennett. In his office, a local detective named Barrington Meyer confronts Rebecca about her visiting the local fossil museum, but she writes this off as an extracurricular interest. She leaves the room but overhears Meyer receiving a bribe from Ezra to keep his investigation minimal. As Rebecca leaves, she comes across student Mary Gray and Professor Dr. Liam Howard before an outbreak occurs. Bethany and Rebecca coordinate an evacuation of the students, and during this, Rebecca notices a man who resembles Tyler Howard, a former police officer she met during an outbreak in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Chris Redfield, now in charge of training new recruits for the BSAA, is sent with his best recruit, Pierce Nevins, to deal with the outbreak at the university. There, they meet with the BSAA's Oceania branch, Agent Sophie Holm, and the team meet with Rebecca and Barrington. Chris takes charge of the situation and sends Sophie and Barrington to clear out the East Wing, while he takes Rebecca and Pierce to clear out the West. Not trusting Barrington, Chris takes his revolver and gives him a pistol that secretly has no ammunition. Now separated, Rebecca reveals to Chris that she knows Ezra is bribing Barrington and might be involved with the outbreak. She also reveals her suspicion that Dr. Howard may be involved as well after investigating the fossil museum, which he directs. As they leave, it is revealed that Tyler was watching them from behind a staircase. In Ezra's office, he speaks with Howard as well as his secretary and adopted son, Matthew Russell. Ezra reveals that he hired Dr. Howard to study the virus to create a strain that could mutate anyone to become more intelligent. However, Howard used the university and its resources to instead perform research into bioorganic weapons. Chris's team reached the fossil museum hoping to find Howard. However, they instead find bumbling security officer Posh Brown, who explains that he was instructed by Howard to lock down the museum before he left to go somewhere else. They then instruct Brown to show them how to get to Howard's research lab, but as he does so, a zombie attacks him, biting his leg, which he lies about. Mary, trapped in an AV room with another student, Lucas Butler, calls Rebecca to have her open the fire shutters to allow another student named Olivia Price into the room. Olivia had not reached the room yet, however, but Mary wanted to go out of the room to go find her. Outside, Lucas is forced to kill an infected Bethany. Afterwards, Posh closes the door again and leads the group to Howard's office while Tyler follows closely behind. Meanwhile, Sophie speaks with Barrington, who pulls his gun on her. He reveals that he hopes the BSAA fails so the police department, paid off by Ezra, will cover up the entire situation. Sophie is able to retrieve his gun, but when Barrington is attacked by a zombie, she finds that it has no bullets. Pierce arrives and kills the zombie, and Barrington escapes. However, he comes back with a pistol of his own and pulls it on Pierce. The two then fight hand to hand until they are interrupted by another zombie attack, which they are saved from by Tyler, who proclaims that Dr. Howard didn't do anything before leaving, allowing Barrington to escape as well. Just then, Sophie and Pierce are joined by Mary and Lucas. Mary convinces the two to help them go look for Olivia, but she lags behind and texts Olivia to get her location. Meanwhile, Chris, Rebecca, and Posh are in the fossil museum where they find the Irish Giant, the remains of a man discovered a century ago that was recently transported to the university to be researched by Dr. Howard. They are attacked by zombies, but Posh closes the fire door and locks them out. Chris then finds a hidden safe room and the trio enter to inspect it. Inside, they find data relating to Umbrella's viruses and research. Chris then asks why Rebecca was initially investigating Dr. Howard, and she reveals that he was in fact Tyler's father. She also reveals that Tyler died 5 years ago in the St. Cloud incident, after he showed her a PDA containing information on former Umbrella researchers, including his father. When she found out his father was employed by the university, she took a job there to investigate him further. As she finishes telling her story, Barrington arrives and takes Rebecca hostage. He leaves with her, threatening her life if the BSAA lets any information leak about the outbreak. As they leave, they see Mary just as a trap is sprung, causing the ceiling to drop, which Chris and Posh barely escape. Meanwhile, Lucas notices that Mary is no longer with the group, but Sophie and Pierce continue on. Chris and Posh find themselves in Howard's lab, and Tyler arrives, pulls his gun on Chris, and takes the data he found. Tyler reveals that he was recruited by the US government to become a special agent and demands that Chris leave the situation to him. This prompts a fight between the two, in which Chris reveals that they know of Tyler's father's hand in the Academy's outbreak. Tyler refuses that his father could be responsible and instead blames Umbrella, eventually submitting to help Chris uncover the truth with the intention of clearing his father's name. Tyler then recalls a conversation he had with Mary recently where she proclaimed that Dr. Howard would, quote, reset the world. Pierce and Sophie arrive, accompanied by Lucas, and they are brought up to speed. Posh then finds Howard's identification system. Tyler is able to use it, and shutters open, revealing the missing students in tubes, being experimented on and turned into zombies. Lucas is shocked to find that Olivia is one of the experiments. The group then fights their way to escape through a group of zombies, but Lucas is bitten trying to calm Olivia. Initially distraught when Olivia is among the zombies shot, he turns and tries to shoot himself, but is unable to before the virus takes hold. He goes to attack Sophie, but Pierce kills him, protecting her. The pair then escape with Chris. Elsewhere, Tyler finds Mary, who laments the loss of her friends before walking off as Chris, Sophie, Pierce, and Posh arrive. Posh's leg has gotten too bad to proceed, so Sophie offers to stay behind to protect him so the others can go find Rebecca. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Dr. Howard are both being held captive by Barrington. He explains that he was forced to work with Umbrella after his funding was frozen to provide income to support Tyler. He then continued to research the T-virus, experimenting on fossils to hopefully find a way to resurrect Tyler. However, since he was unable to find Tyler's body, he shifted his focus into researching biological weaponry instead. Rebecca proclaims that she saw Tyler alive and breaks free and promises to bring him back to his father. She escapes, with Barrington seeing her and giving chase. Afterwards, Ezra tries to explain his motives to Matthew, that a smarter race would no longer find a need to war with one another. Matthew disagrees, believing that with no purpose to evolve, humans would instead suffer more. Meanwhile, Rebecca finds Sophie and Posh, and she tries to heal him with herbs and a first aid spray. However, his virus takes hold and he begs Sophie to kill him, a favor she is forced to grant. Afterwards, Barrington catches up and holds the two women at gunpoint. He offers them one final chance of helping the cover-up and taking a payout, but they deny the offer. Barrington takes out his gun to shoot them, but Posh, not quite dead, lunges and bites the detective, causing him to turn into a zombie almost immediately. Sophie shoots him, finally killing him before thanking Posh and putting him out of his misery for good as well. In Ezra's office, Matthew has hung himself after his argument with his adoptive father, and Dr. Howard is preparing to kill him. However, Chris, Pierce, and Tyler arrive and stop him. Howard admits to creating a new strain of the T-virus through his experiments with the Irish giant fossil, but Ezra is able to distract Howard, grabbing the case with the virus and escaping. Tyler then confronts his father, who releases a new tyrant infected with his strain. The three fight the tyrant as Howard scurries off to observe and collect battle data. Tyler and Chris distract the giant, and Pierce is able to shoot it to defeat it, much to Howard's disappointment. He then injects himself with the virus as his last-ditch effort, forcing Tyler to shoot and kill his own father. Rebecca and Sophie reunite with the group, and Tyler finds a letter written from his father apologizing for his actions and revealing something about Mary Gray that he is unable to finish reading before she arrives and takes Rebecca hostage at gunpoint. Mary reveals that she isn't truly human, but the result of an experiment by her father, another Umbrella researcher, and Dr. Howard, who injected her with a T-virus to hopefully cure her fatal blood disease. This treatment worked, but required a steady treatment of the virus administered by Howard. Because of this, Mary considered Howard a father figure and becomes infuriated at Tyler for killing him. She also admits that it was her that led Howard to his plan of resetting the world with his bioweapons. Chris is able to talk sense into her and take her weapon, but she still resists, engaging in hand-to-hand combat enhanced by the virus inside her. The battle moves to the rooftop, and Tyler is able to speak with Mary, who realizes her true anger lies with the fact that Lucas chose Olivia over her. She then asks the group if she can start over again, and Tyler responds that she can. She thanks them, saying she will now reset before mutating into a giant creature. The team fight the creature before Rebecca arrives with the rocket launcher, which Chris shoots at it, leaving behind nothing but the memory of Mary Gray. Afterward, Chris thanks Tyler for his help, handing him the letter his father left. Sophie then gives Pierce her number, and they leave her behind to return to BSAA to take on the next threat together. Meanwhile, Ezra runs off with the sample of the virus, finding Mary's disembodied arm next to a bullet-ridden umbrella. He clutches the arm, apologizing to her for his hand in making her the way she was, before promising that he'll carry forward and starting his new world for them. Just then, the briefcase starts beeping, leaving Ezra's future unknown.
A year later, Claire Redfield attends a party at the TerraSave headquarters where she meets her new partner, Moira Burton, former STARS officer Barry Burton's eldest daughter. Claire is then pulled aside by Neil Fisher, who informs Claire about a potential new virus in Washington. Suddenly, the power goes out in the building, and it is stormed by a group of masked assailants who capture Claire, Moira, and several other TerraSave members. When Claire awakens, she finds herself in an old prison with a mysterious bracelet on her wrist. She is able to reunite with Moira, and when they try to escape, the two find themselves to be surrounded by mutated humans. As they move through the prison, an unknown woman begins to quote poetry to them through the devices in their wrists. Using clever teamwork, the pair are able to escape the prison and are once again contacted by the woman, who refers to herself as the Overseer. The two then make their way to a radio tower, which Claire climbs to discover they are on an unknown island. Moira then sends out a distress call to whomever can hear it. Claire and Moira then continue searching the island, eventually finding fellow TerraSave members Gabe Chavez and Pedro Fernandez inside an abandoned saloon. The group search the town to find parts to repair a nearby helicopter for escape before the Overseer activates a siren in the town to attract more monsters. Claire is able to shut off the siren, but Pedro is overcome by monsters, triggering massive fear. The Overseer then informs them that they have all been injected with the new T-Phobos virus that reacts to fear, and Pedro mutates into a giant monster himself, which Claire runs from. She spots Neil Fisher outside, and he helps her and Moira escape through a sewer system. On the other side of the tunnel, Claire notices a giant tower in the distance. Figuring the Overseer must be there, she leads the group in that direction. Eventually, they are forced to split with Neil, who distracts a group of monsters to allow Claire and Moira to escape. As they progress through the city, Claire and Moira find a little girl with a teddy bear and a bracelet, albeit a different one, of her own. The girl, Natalia Corda, survivor of the Terra Grigia incident, joins them and they reach the tower. As they approach it, Gabriel arrives in the now working helicopter. However, the Overseer sabotages the controls, causing the helicopter to spin out of control, triggering Gabe's fear and mutation before it crashes into the ground, killing him. And in the confusion, Natalia goes missing. At the entrance of the tower, Claire finds a note directing them to the nearby factory. There, they solve several puzzles until the factory eventually explodes, dumping them in a waterway that leads to the tower. Inside the sewer system connected to the waterway, they find an old native to the island named Yevgeny Rebik, who, while refusing to help them, allows them to pass through the sewers. On the other end, they reach the tower, and inside they find an office with a list of TerraSave employees that Neil had at the party, now with several names crossed out. Moira then spots a feed of Neil on a monitor, and he is approached by an off-screen Overseer. In their conversation, Neil is revealed to have been behind the TerraSave capture, as he was personally chosen by Morgan Lansdale of the FBC to carry on his vision. He then worked with the Overseer to create a new terrorist threat to hopefully justify the reestablishment of the FBC. The Overseer chastises him for his foolishness and injects him with the virus. Claire and Moira find Neil just as he begins to mutate from the virus. He overpowers Claire, and Moira is forced to grab her gun, something she had feared using since she accidentally shot her sister Polly with one of her father's guns as a child. Moira overcomes her fear and shoots Neil dead, saving Claire in the process. Meanwhile, the Overseer looks over Natalia, who she has strapped into a machine with some kind of mechanism on her head. The Overseer proclaims that in 6 months, the girl will awaken as her, revealing that the machine's purpose is to transport the Overseer's consciousness into the girl's body. Claire and Moira find the Overseer's office, including all of the controls and surveillance feeds for the island, and passing through, they eventually find the Overseer herself, separated from them by an impenetrable barrier. She gives a soliloquy, mentioning how her brother died, and now she will share his fate before being resurrected as a god. She then pulls out a pistol and shoots herself in the head, triggering a self-destruct of the tower. The two then begin to escape the crumbling tower, and Moira sacrifices herself to save Claire before being crushed under a pile of rubble, forcing Claire to leave her behind and jump into the waters outside the island. Claire is later found and taken to an intensive care unit. Moira's father, Barry Burton, arrives to ask Claire if Moira was with her. Claire apologizes to Barry, stating she did all she could, but Moira didn't make it.
Sometime later, Moira is found and rescued by Evgeny. She asks him to help her find a way off the island, but he refuses, instead offering to give her shelter and teach her to hunt for food to fend for herself on the island. After 6 months, however, the monsters on the island become too unmanageable, leading to food going scarce. As they begin to stockpile food, Evgeny finds evidence that his daughter, Irina, was ejected with the virus and had since died on the island. This gives the old man some closure, and he locks himself away to die alone from a fatal disease he suffered from.
Meanwhile, Natalia wakes up in a strange room. Escaping from the contraption, she encounters another version of herself, donned in dark clothing. Upset that she can't find her bear, Lottie, the dark version of Natalia offers to help her find him. After being led by her dark version through various places of the island, Natalia finds Lottie. However, Lottie is revealed to be fake, and the dark version of her reveals herself to be the Overseer's consciousness, using Lottie as a ruse to try to take over Natalia. The dark Natalia disappears, and Natalia finds herself on a beach, watching a boat arrive.
The boat docks, and Barry Burton emerges, not giving up on finding his lost daughter. He finds Natalia and agrees to take her with him. Barry discovers that somehow Natalia is able to detect the mutants on the island, and the two use this ability to traverse it, finally killing the mutated Pedro Fernandez. They proceed to reach the tower, now abandoned, and inside they find a portrait of a man and woman. Barry immediately recognizes the man as Albert Wesker, and Natalia informs him that the woman is Alex Wesker, the sole surviving member of the project that created the Wesker children. Suddenly, Alex appears, now severely mutated, revealing that her suicide had not gone as planned. In the moments between firing the gun and the bullet piercing her brain, immense fear took over, triggering her T-Phobos virus and allowing her to survive, albeit in a mutated form. She tells Barry that she has killed Moira before summoning several creatures to kill him. He is able to shoot the ceiling and collapse it onto Wesker and the monsters, allowing his and Natalia's escape. Believing he was unable to save his own daughter, Barry vows to protect Natalia from Alex. Soon they come across the sewers and find Evgeny's corpse inside of his room. There they also find Moira's cell phone with a message recorded for Barry while she was trapped under the rubble. Barry then vows to kill Wesker for what she had done to Moira. After the pair pass through a mine, however, Alex catches up with them and tosses Barry off of a cliff. She then expresses anger that her copied consciousness has not taken hold of Natalia yet, and begins to choke her. However, when Natalia opens her eyes, Alex sees something inside of them that causes her to flee in fear. A visibly changed Natalia then finds Barry, and begins to lead him through places she's never been herself. Eventually, the two reach Alex at her underground lair, and she injects herself with a massive dose of the Ouroboros virus, mutating into a giant tentacled creature. The two fight, but Barry is unable to stop Alex from capturing Natalia. However, Moira appears, having found Barry's badge outside, and shoots Alex to give Barry a chance to grab Natalia and take her out of the facility. Alex gives chase, but in the nick of time, Claire arrives in a helicopter armed with a sniper rifle. Moira and Natalia board the helicopter, and Barry stays on the ground to take on Alex. Together, Claire and Barry weaken the mutated creature before Claire, mirroring her brother's destruction of Albert Wesker, shoots Alex with a rocket, destroying her once and for all. Barry survives the blast, and joins the group in the helicopter as they fly back home, leaving the BSAA to clean up the island. Barry then reveals his intention of adopting Natalia and raising her as one of his own.
Not long after, Leon S. Kennedy is pulled from his vacation to sneak into the battlefield of a civil war occurring in the Eastern Slav Republic to investigate reports that BOWs are in use. However, just as soon as he arrives, he receives a call from his field support, Ingrid Hunnigan, informing him that the US government has ordered an evacuation of all of their forces. Somewhat annoyed, but also determined to clear out any BOW presence, Leon ignores the order and goes searching on his own. Leon eventually finds his CIA contact, but discovers him to be severely wounded. He is able to get out the word beekeeper before a liquor BOW attacks and finishes him off. Leon runs from the liquor, but is eventually trapped with the liquor about to kill him. However, it stops on command from a man who appears and captures him as he loses consciousness. When he awakens, Leon finds himself in a basement, being interrogated by members of the rebel forces, JD, Alexander Koshichenko, known as Buddy, and Ivan Jadanovich, the group's Ataman. Soon, the group is discovered by the Eastern Slav army and are forced to escape, allowing Leon to break free. Ataman then falls sick and asks Buddy to kill him before he turns, which he reluctantly complies with. He then tells JD to go to a nearby church while he heads to the surface. Meanwhile, the president of the Eastern Slav Republic, Svetlana Belikova, meets with Ada Wong, who is posing as a representative from the BSAA. Ada presents the dominant species Plaga and explains that a human infected with it will have a master-slave relationship with lesser BOWs, much like a queen bee and her workers. Elsewhere, Leon follows JD and the pair are attacked by Plaga-infected zombies. This leads Leon to come to the conclusion that the rebels are using the dominant species of the Plaga parasites, which allow them to control the lickers, without knowing its side effect of turning them into mutated hosts for the parasite. JD leads Leon to the church and asks him to stop Buddy, who is seeking revenge after the Eastern Slav army bombed a school, killing his fiancée. Leon comes across Ada, initially blaming her for the release of the Plagas which she stole 7 years ago. She denies this, but does confirm that her current mission is to retrieve a new sample in Eastern Slav. She then leaves, warning Leon that the city will be bombed soon. Returning to the church, Leon finds it to have been attacked by Ganados, with JD the only survivor. Buddy arrives, much to JD's delight, but just as he does, JD begins to mutate, having been infected during the previous battle. Leon reluctantly shoots JD and turns to ask Buddy to give him the Plaga. Buddy refuses, seeing it as a necessary tool in the game of war, when suddenly the city is bombed, causing the ceiling of the church to collapse, allowing Buddy to run off. Meanwhile, Svetlana is informed that Ada is lying about being a part of the BSAA. When Ada arrives to speak to the president, she confronts her about her lie, prompting a hand-to-hand battle between the two. When Ada tries to escape the room, the exits are shut, and the room is revealed to double as an elevator that begins to descend below ground. Leon arrives at the capital, finding it to be attacked by several lickers, indicating Buddy's arrival and use of the Plagas. Leon finds the elevator shaft and heads down. Meanwhile, Ada awakens, finding herself strung up in captivity. She's able to use a knife hidden in her heel to cut herself loose, and she escapes to find Leon inside of a beehive-like structure containing the first cultivated samples of the dominant species Plaga. Svetlana shows up, surrounded by her army, and Ada escapes in a smokescreen, leaving Leon to deal with the soldiers. Buddy then arrives with his attack lickers, who take out the soldiers. Svetlana then taunts Buddy behind bulletproof glass before she releases her ace in the hole, 2 tyrants. She then ascends in another elevator, leaving Leon and Buddy to fight the tyrants. Now, forced to team up, the pair attempt to battle the tyrants but are overpowered and forced to flee. They seemingly find freedom when they enter a freight elevator, but the tyrants stop it, forcing the pair to climb through the hatch in the car. The weight of the tyrants then causes the elevator to fall into the abyss as Buddy jumps up to Leon, who catches him, allowing the two to climb up a ladder to the surface. Outside, the two men are met by another tyrant, which they are forced to battle. Buddy commandeers a nearby tank and drives it into the tyrant, and Leon mans its cannon. Unable to get a steady shot, Buddy controls a licker to distract the monster, allowing Leon to shoot its face, decapitating and destroying it. Their victory is short-lived, however, as the two tyrants from the basement arrive. Leon helps Buddy escape, knowing he's the only one that can reveal Svetlana's cultivation of the Plagas. Having run out of ammunition, Leon then prepares to take on the tyrants hand-to-hand, before they are swiftly lit up by the US Air Force fighters arriving to protect Leon. Afterwards, Svetlana gives a press conference blaming the rebels for the events in the city, but she is quickly informed that they are being attacked by both the United States and Russian military forces, intervening in the civil war and occupying the region, leading to Svetlana's resignation. Elsewhere, Buddy and Leon watch the US-Russian forces march on the capital, and they both feel used by the political machine. Knowing the Plaga will overtake him, Buddy asks Leon to kill him before turning the gun on himself. Leon stops him, telling him that he owes it to those that died to live on, even if it means losing the use of his limbs. He then shoots Buddy in the spinal cord, killing the Plaga attached to it, allowing him to live. Afterwards, Leon speaks with Hunnigan, who insists that the US knew nothing about the Plaga situation, while Leon remains with doubts. Ada then calls her employer, not sure whether to hand over the Plaga, even after her potential buyer offers to wipe out an international warrant for her arrest. After the dust settles in the city, Buddy returns to his former life as a school teacher, confined to a wheelchair, but finally content.
The next year, Chris and Piers are informed by BSAA Far East agent Mara Biji that their mutual friend and BSAA advisor, Professor Doug Wright, has gone missing. The two learn that he had gone with his nephew to the Marhawa school in Asia, and the BSAA visit it. There they find the school to already have fallen victim to an outbreak, but they find one survivor, Professor Wright's nephew, Riki Tozawa. They go to save the professor, but find that he's already turned into a zombie. Mara believes the perpetrator of the outbreak to be student Bindi Bergana. Bindi, who was given a strain of a new virus by a mysterious woman, called the chrysalid or C virus, had been infected with it and mutated since the beginning of the attack. Mara disobeys a direct order from Chris and goes off to fight and ultimately defeat the student. However, she mutates once again and catches up to the group attempting to leave by helicopter. They fight once more and Piers kills her. The cleaners arrive and wipe out what remains of the virus in the area, but the mysterious woman and her motives stay hidden from the BSAA, at least for now.
Meanwhile, after the C-Virus outbreak, Umbrella Corps, a subsidiary of the now restructured Umbrella Corporation, recreated as an anti-BOW military force and known colloquially as Blue Umbrella to differentiate itself from its pharmaceutical beginnings, begins combat testing for one of their agents, codenamed 3A7, led by employee Abraham Jackson. Eventually, Jackson goes missing, and the trials are instead led by Beatrice Bertrand, who, despite constantly setting him up for failure, is continuously impressed by 3A7's performance. Because he survives these trials, Bertrand is fired and 3A7 is replaced, leaving Umbrella and becoming feared by its remaining researchers.
1 month later, Chris and Piers are again on a mission with the BSAA, leading Alpha Team in Edonia, an Eastern European state that has erupted in civil war, using the C-Virus infected, called Jawavo, as weapons. Elsewhere in Edonia, mercenary Jake Muller is working for the rebels. He injects himself with a supplement that's supposed to increase his performance but doesn't seem to be doing anything for him. Sherry Birkin, now a US agent, arrives and informs Jake that the supplement is actually the C-Virus, developed and distributed by a new terrorist group going by the name Neo Umbrella. Believing Jake has the antibodies for the virus, and in turn would be the key to a cure, Sherry makes a deal with Jake to pay $50 million for his assistance. During their escape from the village, Neo Umbrella sends a tyrant-like hunter called the Ustanak to chase the two. Sherry and Jake eventually meet up with Chris, who recognizes Sherry and introduces himself as Claire's brother. Soon after, Neo Umbrella releases a giant BOW, which Alpha Team helps defeat. Afterwards, Chris provides a BSAA helicopter to take Sherry and Jake to safety. Their escape is short-lived, however, as their helicopter is attacked by the Ustanak, still pursuing Jake. The monster eventually causes the helicopter to crash, and Sherry and Jake eject and fall to the snowy mountainside beneath them. Meanwhile, Chris, Piers, and the BSAA find a woman who introduces herself as Ada Wong, telling them that she was being held hostage by Neo Umbrella and fills Chris in about the C-Virus. Chris assigns a soldier, Finn, to escort Ada, and they lead her to safety. This turns out to be a trap, however, and Ada throws a C-Virus-infused bomb at Alpha Team, infecting all of them, turning them into mutated cocoons, save for Chris and Piers. The cocoons hatch, and one of the monsters inside attacks Chris, causing him to hit his head, concussing him and making him lose conscious as Piers drags him to safety. At a nearby hospital, Chris awakens with no memory of who he is or what has happened, and he secretly leaves the hospital. On the snowy mountain, Jake awakens to find Sherry impaled by a piece of the helicopter. She tells him to pull it out, and when he does, he notices her wound heals miraculously quickly due to the G-Virus still in her blood. The two find a cottage to take refuge, and Sherry confides in Jake by telling her about her father's actions in Raccoon City, as well as her rescue thanks to Leon and Claire that drove her to follow in their footsteps. The two bond over their respective burdens before they're interrupted by a group of Neo Umbrella that attack the cottage. They're able to escape the assault, but are soon met with the Ustanak once again. They duck the creature temporarily, but when they reach the Edonian border, they are met with more opposition, and their giant stalker appears again and knocks out Sherry. The mysterious woman who gave Jake's squad the C-Virus, the supposed Ada Wong, appears and tells Jake about Albert Wesker's failure to destroy the world, before revealing that Wesker was in truth Jake's father, passing on his enhanced and invulnerable blood. The Ustanak then knocks out Jake, and he and Sherry are captured and taken away.
6 months later, Ada Wong receives a call from the U.S. National Security Advisor Derek C. Simmons, who claims to have intel on her that would be very crucial to her future. Following his instructions, she finds a submarine and is able to get on board using a security system that, curiously, already has her fingerprints on file. Inside, she finds a film from Simmons instructing her to capture Jake so as not to allow a C-virus vaccine to be produced from his blood. Ada's surprised to find that the orders were from 6 months ago, and she never received them, leading her to wonder if someone else carried them out in her stead. An explosion occurs on the ship, and Ada is forced to abandon the submarine. During this escape, she receives another transmission from Simmons, who tells her that tomorrow the US will suffer a bioterrorist attack, then China, then the rest of the world, and the attacks will be at the hands of Neo Umbrella's leader, Ada Wong. Confused by her findings, Ada refuses to be Simmons' scapegoat and enters a torpedo, escaping the submarine. The next day, Simmons' warning comes true, and the city of Tall Oaks is attacked while the President of the United States, Adam Benford, was at a local Ivy University giving a speech in which he planned to finally reveal the true nature of the Raccoon City incident to the public. However, the president is infected, and Leon S. Kennedy and Secret Service agent Helena Harper are forced to shoot him, putting the president out of his misery. Afterwards, they receive a call from Hunnigan, who they update with the situation before being ordered to leave. They decide to check out the cathedral first instead, as Helena reveals that she is somehow responsible for the outbreak, but will only reveal the truth if Leon helps her reach the cathedral. The pair find some survivors, they escape the town in a bus, and head toward the cathedral. On the way, Hunnigan calls once again to inform them that Neo Umbrella has taken credit for the attack. She then asks what's at the cathedral, as Simmons is starting to breathe down her neck for information. Just then, the bus is forced to swerve to avoid a zombie in the road, and Leon and Helena are forced to continue on foot to the cathedral. Meanwhile, Ada watches from nearby and follows the two. There, they find the entrance to an underground laboratory with various human experiments in a cocoon-like form. Leon also finds a tape labeled "Happy Birthday, Ada Wong," which seemingly shows Ada being birthed from one of the cocoons at some unknown period in time. The two make their way through the lab and find Helena's secret, her sister, Deborah. She asks Leon to help her get her sister out to safety before she reveals the truth, and he agrees as the three head out. After some traversal, however, Deborah starts to scream out in pain and bursts into flames, transforming into one of the cocoons. Shortly after, she emerges but is shot by a nearby Ada. Helena goes to apologize to Deborah, but she awakens as a mutated creature that begins to fight the three. During the battle, Ada gives Leon a ring, which she claims will make sense later. They are able to defeat the creature in battle, and Helena, realizing her sister is now gone, allows her to fall to her death. She then reveals that Simmons had kidnapped her sister, threatening to murder her if Helena didn't assist his plot to assassinate the president. Ada leaves the two, and they receive a call from Hunnigan. However, before they are able to warn her about Simmons, he intercepts their call. He then frames them for the president's death, commanding them to come turn themselves into him. Meanwhile, Ada finds the lab containing the Happy Birthday Ada Wong tape, and she watches it herself, recognizing this as the creation of some kind of doppelganger of herself. Afterwards, she is called by Simmons once again, who she realizes has actually been the fake Ada the whole time, disguising her voice to impersonate him. The real Ada realizes that Simmons and the secret society he belongs to, known as the Family, would never risk exposing themselves and the potential destabilization of global politics, so she surmises that this fake Ada must be running Neo Umbrella with the sole purpose of destroying it. The fake Ada confirms this, noting that when she does so, the world will place the blame on Ada Wong. The real Ada then calls the real Simmons, informing him that her doppelganger is in fact working against him. She then heads off to find the woman as she blows up the lab behind her. Leon and Helena make their way out of the catacombs, now both agreeing to work together to bring Simmons to justice. Outside, they witness Tall Oaks being destroyed by a missile strike, eliminating all evidence in an act all too similar to Raccoon City's fate years prior. They receive a call from Hunnigan, who informs them that Simmons is on his private jet en route to China, where another C-virus attack is underway. Knowing that Leon and Helena are on the top of the list of suspects for the president's death, Hunnigan helps them fake their own deaths, and the pair decide to go to China to follow Simmons. Back in Europe, Chris, still without his memories, has become an angry drunk, frequenting a bar where he's not exactly welcome. Pierce finds him after months of searching and confronts him, but Chris has no recollection of his partner. As Pierce gives him a pep talk, the bar patrons reveal themselves to be fellow BSAA and they take Chris back. Realizing this is the only way he can get his life and memory back, Chris takes his place back in the BSAA and joins Pierce to lead Alpha Team into China.
Elsewhere, Claire Redfield drives to go visit Barry Burton and receives a call that her brother Chris is on his way to China to deal with a new bioterrorist attack, and she tells the person on the other end of the line to have Piers look after him. At the Burton household, Barry witnesses some news of the C-virus attacks on the television. Upstairs, Natalia, now fully overcome by Alex Wesker's consciousness, begins to recite poetry, ending her passage with a crooked smile.
In China, Chris, Pierce, and Alpha Team execute a rescue mission and successfully escort a group of hostages from a BOW-riddled building. Afterwards, they escape the building and Chris sees a cocooned human, triggering his memories of the events 6 months prior. Elsewhere in China, Jake and Sherry have been undergoing daily tests in a Neo Umbrella research facility since their abduction 6 months prior. Jake is able to escape from his guards and shut down power to the facility, allowing Sherry's escape as well. The two reunite and get in contact with the US government and learn that Sherry's superiors are in China as well. The two then find a motorcycle and use it to escape the facility to rendezvous. Chris and Pierce come across Jake and Sherry and help them take down a pursuing helicopter before heading off to search for Ada at a nearby research facility. Jake and Sherry also head out and soon witness the crash landing of an American airplane. They rush it to find the plane's only two survivors, Leon and Helena. Sherry and Leon reunite and he reveals that Simmons is behind the attacks. Sherry, who reveals that Simmons is their direct superior, is surprised by this information. But before the conversation can go any further, the Ustanak attacks and the four are forced to battle it. They're able to drop a tower on the Ustanak to incapacitate it, but the tower separates the two groups. Sherry reveals Simmons' location to Leon and they agree to meet there. Leon and Helena reach the facility and witness the Ada Wong decoy walking inside. They follow her inside and to their surprise find Chris and Pierce. Leon stops Chris from shooting her, arguing that Simmons is the true mastermind behind it all. This delay gives Ada the chance to drop a smoke grenade and escape with a briefcase. Chris leaves to capture Ada, while Leon and Helena head off to find Simmons. Meanwhile, on their way to meet with Leon and Helena at Simmons' location, Jake and Sherry are cornered by a Juavo wielding a chainsaw before they are saved by the nearby real Ada Wong, who is still searching for her imposter as well. Sherry, Jake, Leon, and Helena finally regroup at Simmons' location, and he admits his hand in the outbreaks, but justifies that it's for the good of the country and the world. Sherry hands Leon a data chip with research data from the lab they were at, which could potentially stop the C-virus. Leon and Helena then provide cover for Jake and Sherry to run to safety. As they leave, however, they are ambushed by a Juavo and captured once again. Meanwhile, Leon and Helena continue their standoff with Simmons. As he turns to leave, he is ambushed by a Juavo as well, who shoots him with a vial, injecting him with the virus which he believes is the work of the Ada doppelganger. Simmons runs off and falls onto a nearby moving train, which Helena and Leon are able to jump onto at the last second. On top of the train, Simmons receives a call from his former partner, the Ada imposter, who admits that she turned him into a monster just as he did to her, before threatening that soon the whole world would suffer the same fate. Helena and Leon catch up to Simmons, who reveals that his killing of the president was to prevent the world from learning the truth about Raccoon City, which he believes would have caused the political order to collapse. He then mutates from the virus, forcing Leon and his partner to fight, and ultimately defeat him before the train derails and they are forced to jump into a nearby ocean. Elsewhere, Chris and Pierce have chased the fake Ada to an aircraft carrier that has been taken over by Neo Umbrella. They finally corner her on the bridge of the ship, where she reveals she has created a missile containing a massive amount of the C-virus, threatening an event like Raccoon City, but on a global scale. Just after this revelation, however, a helicopter flies up containing a sniper working for the Family Secret Society, who shoots the fake Ada, and she falls to her apparent death. Pierce opens the briefcase she took from the facility and finds an enhanced strain of the virus. He and Chris then head to try to disarm the missile. Meanwhile, the real Ada Wong infiltrates the ship and finds evidence revealing the creation of her doppelganger. As it turns out, Simmons' hatred of Ada due to her insubordination led him to want to create his own replica of her that would follow his orders. He then created a strain of the C virus, fused with Ada's DNA, and injected it into a scientist named Carla Radames. However, this plan ultimately failed when Carla's consciousness slowly began to reawaken in her new physical form. Ada finds Carla's dead body on the deck of the ship, and Ada laments the poor woman's plight. However, Carla suddenly reawakens, mutated by the virus, and attacks Ada. After a battle spanning the entire ship, Ada is able to finally kill Carla before she finds a helicopter to escape and investigate a tower she found evidence of in Simmons' files. On the ship, Chris and Pierce try to stop the missile's launch, but ultimately fail as it heads towards the city. Leon calls Chris, who frantically tells the former to leave immediately as the missile explodes over China, immediately enveloping the city with the C virus gas and infecting almost all of its inhabitants practically immediately. Leon then sends Chris to Neo Umbrella's underwater research facility to recover Sherry and Jake, who he reveals is Wesker's son. Chris then tells Leon that Ada is dead, which visibly upsets Leon, who is still unaware of the doppelganger situation. Leon and Helena fight through the infected city, aided by Ada in the helicopter, much to Leon's confusion. Eventually, the pair reach the quad tower where they find an also still alive Simmons. Ada arrives in the helicopter and Simmons believes her to be Carla, ordering her to use Jake's blood to make the virus stronger before he mutates once again into a T-Rex-like creature. The three fight and defeat him one more time before Ada heads up to the roof where Leon and Helena follow. On their way up, Ada is incapacitated by Simmons, and Leon rushes to protect her from an advancing Simmons. She awakens, and Simmons eventually knocks Leon off a ledge, but Ada returns the favor and saves him before dropping Simmons below as she swings away. Shortly after, Leon spots Ada, who calls him and tells him about a gift she left him on the roof before parting ways with him one last time. Helena tells Leon to go after her, but he refuses, opting to stick with Helena instead. On the roof, Simmons absorbs the bodies of various infected around him and uses them to enhance his power. Now running from a giant mutated BOW, Leon and Helena reach the helicopter with the present Ada left behind. Yet another rocket launcher to defeat Leon's foe. He uses it once more and Simmons is finally killed, falling to his death, being impaled by a structure in the center of the tower, filling the Umbrella logo beneath with his own blood, one final omen of Neo Umbrella. Also in the helicopter, the two find a makeup case with a data disk inside containing all of the evidence incriminating Simmons in the C-virus attacks, which would furthermore prove their innocence. They then escape the city in the helicopter left by Ada. Afterwards, Ada is able to enter the laboratory in the quad tower where she finds all of Carla's research, including her greatest work, an unhatched cocoon inside a glass chamber. Now, knowing that Carla was no innocent, Ada no longer feels any sympathy for her and sets her lab, including the cocoon, ablaze, destroying everything. She then receives a phone call offering her her next job. She smiles and accepts. Meanwhile, Chris and Pierce make their way to Neo Umbrella's underground research facility, and once they arrive, Chris reveals his intentions of retiring from the BSAA after this mission, passing the torch on to Pierce. The pair find the controls to release Jake and Sherry, and the four eventually reunite. During their ensuing conversation, Jake sarcastically thanks Chris, a trait the latter proclaims reminds him of his father, Albert Wesker. He then reveals to Jake that he was the one that killed Wesker. Angered at this revelation, Jake pulls a gun on Chris, who tells Jake that he can shoot him if he wishes, but he only asks that Jake survive to save the world with his blood in return. Jake ultimately decides not to shoot his father's killer, instead realizing the gravity of the situation at hand. As the four attempt to leave the facility, the main experiment held inside, House, a gigantic BOW designed to destroy the entire planet, awakens, and Chris tells Jake and Sherry to escape while he and Pierce fight the creature. Jake and Sherry run off while Pierce and Chris lead the creature to a chamber to fight it. The two fail in the battle, however, with Pierce mortally wounded and Chris captured by it. In order to save his commanding officer, Pierce injects himself with the enhanced C-virus strain he took from Carla, and using the enhanced strength given to him by it, defeats the monster and saves Chris. The pair then attempt to escape the facility, with Chris promising to get Pierce to safety where they can find the cure. Meanwhile, as Jake and Sherry attempt their escape, they are once again attacked by the Ustanak. Jake is able to punch the creature into a pit of magma, and the pair find a hyperspeed tram that they use to leave. However, in a fiery eruption behind them, the Ustanak pursues them once again. However, with its weak spot now exposed, Jake and Sherry help each other aim a gun to shoot it and finally kill it, allowing the two to escape safely. As Chris opens the door to an escape pod, Pierce pushes him in and closes the door. Knowing that it's too late for him, Pierce launches Chris's pod with only him inside, opting to die with the destruction of the facility. As Chris's pod shoots towards the surface, the Chaos arrives once again, but in his final moment, Pierce shoots a giant blast of electricity, finally killing the monster. On the surface, a helicopter arrives to extract Chris, who now carries a revived sense of purpose and returns to command in the BSAA. Afterwards, Sherry flies back to the US, having given Jake's blood sample to the United Nations' top researchers. Jake's relationship to Wesker is kept highly classified, and his blood is used to create a vaccine for the C virus, which helps to contain the outbreak. Sherry receives a message from Jake, who jokingly lowers his asking price to $50 before driving off on a motorcycle. Later, Helena visits her sister's grave, and Leon and Hunnigan arrive to speak with her. Helena turns herself in for her hand in helping Simmons, but Hunnigan reveals that given the evidence and the extortion, Helena cannot be held responsible. Her actions are kept classified, and her freedom is granted. Helena then tosses Ada's makeup case to Leon, so he can return it to her the next time the two meet. Sometime later, Jake is in a small village in an unspecified location, seemingly back to his mercenary ways. He then proceeds to protect a young boy, asking for only an apple in return.
The next year, TerraSave sends Claire Redfield to investigate the island of Sonido de Tortuga, the filming location of the Idol Survival Japanese reality show, which was attacked by infected. Through her investigation, Claire discovers that the former US military base on the island was purchased by Oswell E. Spencer nearly 20 years ago. Claire and her team find the survivors of the Idol Survival show, and they take them to a safe location on the island, an abandoned facility. There, Claire discovers that the island was the location of Alex Wesker's initial research into immortality for Spencer. Claire finds Dirk Miller, the creator of the BOWs on the island, as well as an associate of Alex's, and Claire goes to apprehend him. However, one of the survivors from the Idol show, Zeely, reveals herself to be a double agent from one of Umbrella's competitors, Shen Ya Pharmaceutical. She obtains a final strain of a virus created by Miller before knocking Claire unconscious. A few hours later, Claire awakens as Zeely infects herself with the virus. Claire is able to destroy the mutation with a rocket launcher and escape the island with BSAA extraction, reporting her findings to her brother Chris.
In October of that year, Mia Winters, researcher for an international crime syndicate called The Connections, is on the cargo ship Annabelle, transporting a mutated human weapon known as E-001, the first of the E-type bioweapon project. However, a hurricane hits the ship, and the weapon, known as Evelyn, who was artificially aged to resemble a 10-year-old child to help with infiltration, begins to lose stability. Evelyn begins to infect the crew of the ship, transforming them into hosts for Evelyn's fungal mold, which allows her to control others' minds. Evelyn begins to refer to Mia as her mom, and Mia tries to calm the girl before she is herself infected with the mold. She then rushes to send an emergency message to her husband back home, Ethan, telling him to forget her and live his life before the hurricane and the destruction of the ship causes her to be thrown into the surrounding waters.
As the hurricane settles, Jack Baker rescues Mia and Evelyn, bringing them to his house in Dulvey, Louisiana. His family, consisting of wife Marguerite, son Lucas, and daughter Zoe, begin to take care of the rescuees, until Evelyn awakens and tells Zoe they're mine now, before the power goes out in the house. Zoe then finds her family going insane under Evelyn's influence. She avoids them, escaping outside to a trailer in the backyard where she finds Mia passed out with a note nearby warning them about Evelyn and her power, but stating that there's a cure in the form of a serum. When she turns around, she is greeted by Evelyn, who refers to her as sister. The next day, Zoe awakens at the dining table, with her family seeming normal. Her hopes are short-lived, however, as Evelyn appears once again, greeting her new sister once more. Zoe then begins to spend her days avoiding her infected family while searching for the cure Mia mentioned in her note.
At some unspecified time in an unknown location in Japan, two nurses, Ebihara and Abe, enter a mansion to escape an outbreak. Inside, they find several uninfected men and women unconscious. Suddenly, they all awaken simultaneously, causing the two to rush away to hide. The survivors who awaken quickly discover that they have no recollection of how they got there, nor do they recognize each other. When they open the door to try to escape, the nurses rush out to incapacitate a zombie that enters the mansion. The nurses then inform the survivors about the outbreak. The nurses then claim that they were sent by men who kidnapped them to check on the unconscious survivors, but are met with much skepticism by the group. They soon agree that they must work together to get out, however, and they begin to search for an escape. Ebihara then remembers something the leader of the kidnappers said about only the chosen ones surviving and making it to the next round, triggering a panic among the group who now believe they are part of some sick game or experiment. One of the members of the group, an army ranger named Gino, confirms their suspicion and reveals he had heard of selection tests like the one they are seemingly in. He then takes charge and the group finally introduce themselves. Gino chooses to split the group into teams led by him, a doctor named Karasawa and a journalist named Zama. Gino's team includes Terayama, an unemployed traveler, Doi, a soccer coach, and Okunuchi, a human rights lawyer. Zama's team includes Bandao, a housewife, Suzuki, a tutor, and Ando, a bank teller. Karasawa's team then includes Ebihara, Abe, and a quality inspector named Inhara. They then split up and search for anything to help them learn more about their situation as well as escape. Later, the groups reconvene in the main hall with their discoveries: some food, water, medicine, and a box of weapons. The group then argue over whether or not they should use the weapons. Of them, only Gino and Bandao have been trained in firearms use. During their argument, Doi notices an injection mark on his arm, prompting the others to check and notice they have been injected as well. Suddenly, Suzuki remembers that he saw another man before the rest of them woke up who left through the front door, then never came back. Just then, there's a knock at the door, and they open it. The man Suzuki saw rushes in with a chainsaw, and he reveals that he also was knocked out with no memory of how he got there, but he woke up first and left before being met with the zombie opposition outside. The group begins to treat his wounds, and he introduces himself as Hashimoto, an economics professor at the nearby university, and joins Karasawa's team. Now knowing what they face, Gino agrees to allow everyone to take a weapon, but urges caution to not hurt each other. The team splits up again, agreeing to meet after a half an hour with any new discoveries. Gino leaves his team behind to scout ahead, and Doi begins to express his interests in the zombies, believing that immortality and the advancement of the human species could potentially be achieved with the research from the zombies. He believes that the building they are in is a zombie research facility and expresses his excitement in the possibility. He also reveals that he lied about being a soccer coach, believing everyone else had lied about their occupations as well. Gino arrives soon after and takes the group with him. Bandao and Zama also get split from their group momentarily, and Zama expresses his doubts that Bandao is who she says she is, believing her to be with the FBI, which she quickly dismisses. The rest of their group catches up, and they continue on. Elsewhere, Ebihara notices she got a message on her phone. Confused, they read the message, finding that it is from Umbrella and explains the various herbs they found. Abe becomes suspicious that only Ebihara received a message and that it is from Umbrella, but they quickly drop it and move on. On the other side of the mansion, Zama comes to the conclusion that they must be subjects in a test to gather data on the zombies, which will be used as BOWs. Like the other groups, they then continue on. As Karasawa's group traverses, he notices Ebihara drinking some of the medicine they found. He confronts her, and she reveals that she was bitten by a zombie and is extremely fearful of becoming like them. Later, Hashimoto begins to show symptoms of the virus taking hold. Ebihara offers up the herb to treat him, and Abe confronts her again to tell her why she knows so much about the herb. Karasawa speaks up and reveals that Ebihara was bitten by a zombie, and that's why she knows of the herb's healing nature. Just then, Hashimoto turns into a zombie and grabs his chainsaw. When he begins to swing it at the group, Ihara pulls his weapon, but stumbles, allowing Hashimoto to overpower him and take him down with the chainsaw. Karasawa then shoots the zombie, putting him down. Afterwards, the group leaves, and Karasawa awakens once more, grabbing his chainsaw. Ihara also awakens and leaves the room. Meanwhile, Ando and Suzuki decide to leave the mansion on their own. However, when they go outside, they are met by Hashimoto wielding his chainsaw. Ihara also arrives with a group of other zombies, and they kill the two survivors. The survivors regroup in the main hall and fill each other in on the team members they lost. They begin to discuss the virus responsible for the zombies and propose that the facility they're in is to test to see if the survivors contain antibodies, making them immune to the virus. Okunuchi begins to show signs of infection, and the group argue over what to do with him. Jino and Karasawa then take him aside and put him out of his misery. The groups then move on, but Doi stays behind, wanting to become a zombie. Okunuchi, now turned into a zombie, then arrives and bites Doi, infecting him immediately. Outside, Jino, Karasawa, and Zama clear out a group of zombies and find Ehara, who they finally kill. Elsewhere, Ebihara continues to take the medication, and when Abe asks her what it is, Ebi taunts her, telling her that eventually Abe will turn into a zombie. Hashimoto then attacks Jino, but he is rescued by an arriving Bandao who shoots the zombie down. Karasawa and Jino find a key hanging from the ceiling and take Bandao to shoot it down. Zama stops them, revealing that he is infected as well. The three take Ebihara with them, leaving Zama behind with an also infected Terayama. The two then take their guns and shoot each other before they can turn. Bandao shoots down the key and Karasawa retrieves it. They try it on the door in the front, but find that it also requires a password. They ask Ebihara to think about anything she might have seen as a clue, but she then reveals that she knows the password and that she's impressed by the fact that 3 survivors have made it to this point in the test. Ebihara herself is the key to the last door, but reveals that she can only open it when there is one sole, most powerful survivor to take back to her boss. She then prompts them to fight to the death. Bandao refuses and pulls her gun on Ebihara. Jino does not allow her to shoot and stabs her in the back, killing her before turning his sights on Karasawa. Ebihara commands Jino to drop his weapons and fight Karasawa hand to hand, and he agrees. He then reveals to Karasawa that he knew about the plan from the very beginning, as it was a military experiment he was chosen to participate in. The two proceed to fight as Ebihara watches on. Surprisingly, Karasawa overpowers Jino, who grabs his knife out of desperation. He goes to stab Karasawa with it, but he is able to avoid the attack, making Jino stab himself with the knife before he takes it to slice Jino's throat, killing him. Ebihara applauds Karasawa and reveals that he was injected with the T-virus from the very start, and the purpose of the experiment was not to create a vaccine, but to create a tyrant. She then opens the door, and afterwards, Karasawa strangles her to death. Karasawa then closes the door, locking himself inside the facility. Bandao then stands up, seemingly uninjured. She reveals herself to being involved in the experiment and informs Karasawa of his new abilities as a tyrant. She then reveals that she works for a private company that creates the tyrants and provides them to militaries across the world, with Karasawa just being the latest of the crop. He then picks up a nearby gun and shoots her to put an end to this production. He then puts the gun up to his own head, but is stopped by a mysterious man who enters through the locked door. He offers Karasawa to come with him to rule over the lesser humans, but he refuses to become a mindless weapon. He then puts the gun back to his own head and pulls the trigger.
Sometime later, Chris Redfield is sent with the Mexican army to track down and arrest a bioweapon arms dealer named Glenn Arias, as well as rescue BSA agent Kathy White and her son Zach, who were taken hostage by Arias. They find a mansion and split up into groups. One group finds Zach, who is infected, and takes out the group. Chris is the only one to escape the building alive, and finds Arias outside. Arias reveals that he has designed a new virus whose victims can distinguish between friend and foe. He then brings forth his enhanced bodyguards, Maria and Diego Gomez, who present an infected Kathy. Arias then leaves as Chris is surrounded by a swarm of zombies that an army helicopter protects him from. 4 months later, Rebecca Chambers is working at a university to create a vaccine for a new viral outbreak that is growing around the Great Lakes. She sends her assistant Aaron to retrieve a sample, and as he leaves, she notices one of her vaccine experiments is reporting a success. Aaron notices an open vent, but when he inspects it, Maria appears and kills him. The power in the lab goes out, and Maria releases a gas through the ventilation system, infecting everyone in the facility. Rebecca is able to reach the vaccine she recently synthesized and injects herself, successfully preventing her infection. She takes the vaccine data on a flash drive, then goes to leave, but is attacked by Aaron, who she is forced to kill with a fire extinguisher. She takes cover in her lab, but Maria throws a grenade in the office, breaking the windows and allowing zombies to enter and attack. At the last second, however, Rebecca is saved by an arriving Chris Redfield. Later in a hotel room, Chris and Rebecca discuss Arius, and Chris surmises that Maria's presence in the lab indicates that the virus will be modified to affect the vaccine's usage. Rebecca then reveals that the virus's genome resembles the plagas used by Los Illuminados, prompting her and Chris to seek out Leon, who has a history with that particular virus. They find Leon in Colorado, drowning his sorrows in a bottle after losing his team in Washington, D.C. in a bombing he was unable to prevent. Leon refuses to join in their fight, prompting an argument between he and Chris. To break up the argument, Rebecca reveals that she believes that Arius's virus has actually infected people all across the United States, but is lying dormant until he activates it using an unknown trigger. Arius surveils the restaurant from afar and orders Maria to apprehend Rebecca. Later, when Rebecca uses the bathroom, she is surprised by Maria and captured. Inside the restaurant, Patricio, the man who Leon blames for the death of his unit, arrives and tells Leon that his wife and daughter have been taken hostage by the remaining members of Los Illuminados, who are working to help an arms dealer create a bioweapon to attack the US, and please that Leon help. Leon refuses, but soon after, Arius's men arrive, with Diego arming a Gatling gun and firing on the restaurant. Patricio hands his phone off to Leon before bleeding out. Chris then sees Maria making off with Rebecca, and the crew leave. Later, Rebecca wakes up, now wearing a wedding dress. Arius arrives and reveals that he is recreating his wedding day, which was interrupted by a drone strike by the US, which he was the sole survivor of. He has reanimated the remains of his family and friends, which he was forced to watch die at the hands of the United States, fueling his vengeance. He reveals that the virus he has created is called the Animality, or A virus, and it consists of 3 strains, one to infect, one to activate, and one to vaccinate. He then notes Rebecca's resemblance to his late wife, hoping to have Rebecca take her place. She refuses, angering Arius and having her sent to his lab to infect her with the virus and replace her arm with his wife's, the only remains of her. Meanwhile, Leon and Chris inspect data from Patricio's phone and discover that Arius had used the Agua brand of drinking water to spread the virus in New York, and plans to trigger it soon. They also learn of the vaccine strain that can effectively turn off the virus in infected individuals. Arius then triggers the virus, sending Agua trucks across New York which expel a gas, infecting the city at large. Leon, Chris, and their army help split up and take out the trucks. They are able to destroy them all, and Maria is caught up in one of the blasts. Chris and Leon make their way to Arius's lab, and Chris is able to rescue Rebecca after a short fight with Diego. Chris takes Rebecca to the roof of the building, where he is attacked by Arius. After a short fight, Chris is able to throw Arius down a shaft of the building, where he nearly dies upon impact. However, Diego comes upon him and absorbs his body, mutating into a large creature containing both of their heads. The now mutated Arius makes his way to the roof once more, and Leon distracts him so Chris can search for the vaccine. Arius jumps to a nearby helicopter, and Leon drives a motorcycle towards him, jumping off as it flies into him, exploding on impact and weakening him. Chris then arrives and launches a grenade into Arius's heart, finally killing the creature. He then cures Rebecca, and the group release the vaccine above the city, curing the inhabitants and ending the outbreak. Later, Maria, having survived the previous explosion, finds Diego's dead body and looks on in a silent rage.
In June of 2017, a television crew travels to Dulvey, Louisiana to investigate a supposedly haunted house. Inside, the crew are attacked by the Baker family, with cameraman Clancy Jarvis taken captive and the other 2 killed. Clancy is then toyed with by the family. He almost escapes Marguerite's captivity by outsmarting her, but is knocked unconscious by Lucas, who begins to force him to play demented games, including a game of 21, where he's forced to indirectly cause the death of a fellow captive, Hoffman. Clancy's final game came as part of a birthday celebration, where he is lit on fire and burned to death.
Shortly after, Ethan Winters arrives in Dulvey, having tracked his wife Mia's movements there after receiving a panicked message from her, followed by her disappearance for over 3 years. He finds a house and underneath discovers Mia, still alive and seemingly well. However, this doesn't last long, and she suddenly turns violent and attacks him, forcing Ethan to kill his wife. Shortly after, he receives a call from Zoe Baker, who offers to help and tells him to escape through the attic. On his way, however, he is attacked again by a revived Mia, who cuts off his hand before walking off. In the attic, he is attacked by Mia once again, who he is able to defeat once more. He is unable to leave, however, as Jack Baker then attacks and captures Ethan. When he awakens, now with his hand reattached, he is welcomed into the family by the Bakers, now joined by a catatonic elderly woman. Ethan is able to escape from his restraints but is chased around the house by Jack. A deputy arrives to investigate the house but is killed by Jack shortly after, who Ethan is then forced to fight one-on-one. Ethan wins, with Jack surprisingly delivering the final gunshot to himself. Jack's death is short-lived, however, as Ethan is attacked by him very shortly after, witnessing his wounds healing and regenerating. Ethan slips away from Jack and fights his way through several creatures created from Evelyn's mold in the basement. Eventually, Ethan has a second showdown with Jack, obtaining a key he needs to escape the house. In the backyard, Ethan speaks to Zoe and learns that Mia is alive, but that they would need to create a serum to cure both women of their infection before they could leave. Ethan then heads off to find the ingredients for the serum, killing Marguerite in the process. He then learns that Lucas has captured the two women and is holding them hostage. Ethan is forced to play the same game that met Clancy with his death, but is able to outsmart Lucas and escape alive, forcing the baker's son to flee. Ethan then finds Mia and Zoe, who creates 2 doses of the serum with the ingredients Ethan provides. However, suddenly Jack appears once more, now heavily mutated. Ethan is forced to inject Jack with one of the doses of the serum, which, in his weakened state, allows his body to finally die. Outside, Ethan must decide which woman to cure with the remaining serum. Naturally, he chooses to cure his wife Mia, but promises to send help for Zoe before the two leave her behind as they escape on a boat. They come across the tanker that Mia arrived on, and they are attacked by Evelyn. This knocks Ethan unconscious, and he has a vision of Jack proclaiming his family's innocence and asking Ethan to kill Evelyn to stop her infections. Mia then wakes up on the ship and begins to search for Ethan. She has visions of Evelyn, whom she doesn't remember, but claims is her daughter. Evelyn makes Mia watch a tape which details her final moments on the ship to restore her memory. She then finds Ethan and hands him a vial of Evelyn's DNA. She then resists Evelyn's control and allows Ethan to escape the ship. He then finds a nearby secret lab and learns the truth about Evelyn's origins as a BOW, created to take control of her victims. Lucas, however, was immunized against Evelyn in exchange for his job of collecting data for her creators, the Connections. Using Evelyn's DNA, Ethan creates a toxin that will kill her, and he makes his way back to the Baker house. There, she tries to take control of him, but he is able to resist and inject her with the toxin. Afterwards, her true current form is revealed as the old woman in the wheelchair, as her aging had been accelerated as a side effect of not being monitored by her creators. She then mutates into a giant creature, knocking Ethan outside. There, he receives a message from an unknown caller who drops a special weapon from a helicopter called the Albert 01. Ethan then uses it to shoot Evelyn and finally destroy her. Afterwards, the Blue Umbrella Corps Alpha team arrives to rescue Ethan and Mia, and their leader takes off his mask to reveal himself to be none other than Chris Redfield. The couple are then reunited and evacuated in a Blue Umbrella chopper, finally taking them away from the horrors of Dulvey.
Chris then heads into the secret lab Ethan found to search for Lucas Baker, and hopefully gain more intel on the Connections. Despite several traps left by Lucas, Chris is able to work his way through the lab and eventually find another one operated by the Connections. Lucas reveals that he had betrayed the organization and killed all of the Connections researchers there. Chris is able to corner Lucas, shooting him and triggering a mutation within him.
Everyone have a good nap? Back to it. I would make sure. I can't wait. Hello? Like we're done with all of. Well, we are. All of our requests. We're done with. It was dark out. Hey. There's a way. Ooh. Oh boy, it's running. Hmm. I need this to back up. Why is this? Oh, this is not a cool situation. I choose rush. Give me a sec. All right.
Present for you.
Did I get him? I got him. Look at us. All right.
Son of a bitch. All right.
So that thing's a little bit stronger than before, it seems.
What is this place? Some kind of shrine. Same mark from the church.
They got little handsies.
Is this the key?
What? Okay.
It's the lake.
The mural is this. Do I have to find a new boat? Nice. Nice. Let's get the further one first. Stuff. Yo. Oh. Eee. All right. We like this. This is cool. That's really cool. Oh, fuck. Oops. We don't need to be emote only anymore. Something over here. Oh no. What do we got? Wiggles. Wiggles, sword, axe.
It's locked.
Squiggle, 3 squiggles, sword, axe. Which one is the sword? Hey! We're smart. Okay. Ooh. Yep. Thank you. Well, that was loud. Chickens. We take. How much does this take? Ooh, a lot. Fish. Where's the nearest merchant? Of this port. Oh no. Oh boy. Why didn't we just place them all in the right way? Oh, we did it! We need the merchant.
Got some new work. Welcome. I've got something new
Ooh.
for you, mate. A decent size, but size ain't everything, am I right? Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Do.
You're a real professional.
High power scope.
There's some things money can't buy. Try that on for size. See how that feels, mate. I knew I could count on you.
Egg? Oh,
Anything else
finished
I
it.
can help you with? Oh, what? Come back. Any time.
I don't know where we're gonna put that yet. Egg City in here. All right. Fuck. You too, honey. Have fun at work. Register. What's my draw a picture? How's the game? Pretty good. Pretty good. It's very dark and much creepier. Where was... I want that treasure. I've been doing a lot of backtracking though, because I don't know what areas I get to go back to this time. So there's a lot of times like now that I'll spend like 10 minutes running back somewhere just for a small piece of treasure. Howdy. This isn't the right way. Beep boop. This way. I've been seeing these shrines everywhere, and I finally have the key for them. I want to go grab that. Yeah. Thanks. Do I gotta keep my key? I do. I believe. Yeah, 3 the same is worth more than 3, which is odd. Actually. Is this worth more? They are. That's pretty cool. Hi again.
Well then, what can I do you for? A deal Wells pleasant travels.
Yep, yep, yep. Oh, here it is. Where else haven't we gone yet? We go up north and get those 3 treasures. Is this it? Where do I park? Right here. Hey, a person. Hello. Where are you? There you are. Ooh. Place shrine out here. We'll go grab that. Little pearl bangle. Where's oh. Thank you. Free ring. That's back at the village. Something there. More fish. But we came over here, I thought. Why did we not get treasure? Oh, it's the chicken island. I didn't realize there was something still here. Okay. Okay. Hey, a merchant. Okay. Did that. Excuse me. It through under E? No.
Take a look.
Oh.
Something's bound to catch your eye. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. I'll buy almost anything. Thank you. Come back
You're welcome.
anytime.
Thank you. Oh, it's just in that chest. Never mind. So much stuff. Ooh. Point two. Anything else on here? No. Yo, what do we got for stuff? Man's yelling at me. Oh, what's that problem? Alright, this is gonna need the stock. Okay. Thank you. Oh, hi. Oh, ow. Okay, we should see if we can get the Punisher back until we get the stock. This ain't it, Chief. Howdy.
Out of the way.
Oh.
I knew it.
He tanked that. Oh. Alright, yeah. We're just missing dumb shots with this. Look how they massacred my boy. Three. Boop. Oh, Yee! Hello. Oh, he had dynamite. That could have been way easier on me. Boop. Thank you. Okay, so I need to keep looking around for symbols. We got palm tree. That door is something we've been through. It is now. What else we got? Ooh. Palm tree circle DNA. Is that it? Nope. Double fish. Palm tree. There's our two heads. Oh, huge. God damn it. Those guys are annoying. I want to save my rifle ammo for the boss fight. Alright, huge. Whee! Oh, ow. I wonder if he'll sell me back the Punisher for a reasonable price.
Oh, welcome. Oh, what you buying?
No. Fuck. Oh well.
All sold out, stranger.
You only get one of those.
How have we procured these curiosities?
Bit of a bummer, but
You're that a deal well struck. Don't get yourself killed. Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of... We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. There you are, as you wished. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. Give that the care it deserves, mate. Will that be all, then?
yeah.
Pleasant travels.
I guess so. I'll see you around. We've probably upgraded the Red 9 already. For as much as we can. I'm assuming there's going to be more upgrades later. I don't know why we parked here. I forgot what we had to do. Oh boy. We haven't examined this yet. Another yellow? Wow. We have so far back to go.
Condor
Hello.
on to roost. I found the key to the church.
Copy that. Now go get Baby Eagle.
Right. No time to chat. I'm going in. Condor 1 out.
Hi, Anakin. It's good to talk to you. Alright. Alright. What's our best way back to the church? Alright. Just straight back. I don't think there's a connection here. Let's try it. Whee. There's no way up to that. But at least we know we actually have to go to the right. Did we go in that hut? I think we did. They've kind of turned this area into a bit of a maze.
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
Yep, yep, yep. We got 4 grenades, rifle ammo. Oh no. Oh no.
Shit. Gloria a las plagas. Jesus Christ. Whoa. God damn you.
Eee. Hey, there's stuff in there. Alright, we're gonna use a rare method where I shoot him in the face. It was not good what just happened.
There you go. You got worms too?
Ooh. Puppy!
Hey, it's that dog. There you go.
Oh boy. Hey, what are you doing? I figured out what he was doing. Don't you hurt my dog. Hey. You dead? There we go. That wasn't too bad. The other time he threw a fucking house at me. about the same difficulty as before.
God damn.
A lot of this game, once you get used to it, isn't much harder than before. Where's my dog?
Okay. Let's get to that church.
You already move on. I understand. He's got places to be. People that need him. Can't expect him just to sit around and hang out with me all day. You wouldn't want that. Yay.
Thanks, bud.
We met a dog, and he was our friend. And that means this is a good game. And when dogs and people can put their differences aside, it's beautiful. Usually there's some dogs here. What in the fucking Wolverine ass?
Oh, you're kidding me.
All right.
Ashley Graham! I'm here to help.
Like, why are we announcing ourselves? Ugh, get rid of that shit. We need a blue button. That's where Ashley is, so we're not going that way. There we go. Oh. Oh. We need to flip everything over. There we go. It was a bit more jarring. Now what if I went back for that treasure? Sorry, Ashley. See you in a bit. I gotta have everything. Because I certainly don't think I'll ever go back to that area. I'm lost. This way. We killed that guy. Killed him pretty easy.
Take a look. Welcome. Well then, what
Oh,
can
this
I
is
do
why.
you for?
This is the way.
Might want to take care of anything left over here. Going this way. Be a shame.
That's nice that he tells us we aren't going back here. And now there are a couple treasures that we already saw that I need Ashley for. You know, if we do miss something, I don't really give a hoot or a holler. Hello, Miss Ashley.
Ashley,
Hello.
you in there?
Oh, I saw something there. That's a cute little razor. Oh.
Ashley. Ashley Grimm, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm here in the president's orders and
What do you? Why is she running?
that went well.
You're at a dead end.
Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
It looks like a mob.
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping.
Yes.
What do we do? Your father trusts me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay. Okay, Leon.
There's not that many of them. I can hang out the ladder. I can do my ladder thing. I'm not above it.
All right. Let's get the hell out of here.
Or... Yep, there's a treasure in here. We can't even go down there to find him if we wanted to.
Seriously? Just bought this.
Get the ladder.
Me? Okay.
Ladder, please. Where the fuck are you going? What? There's mines down there. Oh.
No way.
It's okay, I've got you.
Is she in heels?
Trust me.
Thanks.
Roost, I've secured Baby Eagle.
Copy that. Is she okay?
Okay, she can ladder this time.
Well done, Condor 1. I'll dispatch a chopper ASAP. I'm sending you the coordinates for the extraction point. Make your way there, and don't let anything happen to Baby Eagle.
Copy that.
Hurry. The weather is getting worse. Roost out.
Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Oh. That's gonna be the only treasure we miss. That's so sad. Heck. She.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Unless I have another one of those keys on me. Nope. Oh boy. Hey. Fucker.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no, no, no.
Twisty son of a bitch. There you go. Out of the way. Stay back.
Hang on.
Don't do it.
Come on.
Okay.
It's kind of cool how she like dances around and hides. What a fucker. God damn it. Oh my god. Actually, move, 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 move.
Spread out.
Okay.
I'm literally bad.
Come on.
Okay.
Hey. My friend. I suppose you want to sell me a key.
I have something I think. Welcome. Got a selection of good things on
I don't want
sale,
that.
stranger.
You're actually incorrect. You did not have something I might like.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. Thank you. Well,
I have TMP ammo.
I can certainly do something with this. Not bad.
What was I thinking? Oh, I was wondering if he had a key. He doesn't. Do we have any other quest? Okay, we are done with that already.
Need time.
Wild dog. I save.
Oh, break's over, I suppose.
Hey, can we take a break?
Sorry, we need to keep moving.
Got it.
You see this spooky ass room and you're like, hey, let's take a break. A barrel.
Hunnigan was right about the weather.
Holy moly. Goes you back to that house. I think the easiest way is gonna be going Actually.
Back up.
Come on.
Got it.
Son of a bitch. I forgot about the parry system.
Okay.
Up we go. Actually up to me.
Come on.
Got it.
Break already.
Alright, the weather's kind of fucking with things. Don't stand in the fire though, bud. Alright, Ashley.
Come on.
No problem.
In fairness, I probably could have had her hide in here.
I need you to open it from the other side.
It's open.
Good work.
Ooh. What we really need is a key, though. Anyone else in this house? No. What? Where's this guy gonna be coming from?
Out of the way.
All right.
Come on.
Okay. extra cold.
Maybe. I don't suppose I can repair my knife with
Seriously, this can't be happening.
I'm fine. Oh, it sounds like everyone's already angry at us. No dumpster? You might see this.
Not bad, right?
I'm pretty fucking cool. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yep. Actually, yep. Actually, yep. No fucking way.
Give me a warning next time?
I can't drop.
Okay.
You doing alright, Ashley? Oh my god. There's money somewhere. Okay. There's money to our side and also a wage run right here. I don't know how there's money over here. Did I kill someone over here? Oh yeah, I guess so. There is a piggyback area somewhere. Or another one. Oh. That's where that quest is. We gotta go back. We're on a dog hunt.
Come on.
No problem. Don't leave me.
You're good. I'm right here. I don't know how we're gonna beat this dog though.
Just want to go home.
Me too. But I want it.
Spread out.
Hang on.
Oh. I also need in the attic of this building.
Come on.
Hey.
Don't you fucking K me? There's no shot.
Over here.
Hang on.
Thank you.
What is this place?
I don't know. It's a collectible though. The dark room. Or a light room. It's one of those two. It's a photo room. We had one of these in the basement of our house when we moved in. Oh yeah. I don't think I can hit that with my knife. Ooh. Can I inspect that and there's like a cool photo? I don't know how cameras work. Do I have stuff to craft now? No. Hmm. We're good. There's a dog here somewhere. Where you at? I don't really have anything for this fight.
Hi there.
Not Leon with the hi there. Oh, fuck. Hey.
Out of the way.
Ow. Hey, keep it down. We're okay. Motherfucker. Let's eat some eggs. Oh shit, get the fuck out of my way. Up the ladder, up the ladder, up the ladder.
Hi there. Hi there.
Who the fuck are you talking to? There are shotgun shells in this house. It's so annoying. Jesus Christ. Don't you target neutralize me.
Come on.
Hang on.
Yep. You betcha. Oh, that was awful. Do I go down there and see if there's new ammo? No. Yes. God damn it. Come on, Ash. Alright, you son of a gun. I can't let this man live. Where are you? By proxy, there kind of was ammo. Oh my god. Cleared out our inventory nicely. Oh, fuck. The sun is right there. Oh my goodness, I actually like have to lean forward in order to see. That's warm. It do feel good though. We don't really have the ammo to fight the cheese. This is the wrong way. This version does have me going through my ammo a lot more. Like usually at this time I'd have an abhorrent amount of shotgun shells, which would make the castle a lot easier. But now I feel like I am actually going to struggle more. It's cool. Good job, Ashley. I like the new Ashley. Like, I could see this Ashley beating this shit out of someone if need be. Where you at? Is he up top? You set up shop all the way back here? Oh, hi.
Nice work.
8 is fair
What can I do
for how much fucking work that was.
Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose.
What if I put...
A deal well struck.
This is gonna make us a lot. That's 22,000. That's 13,000. Oh, it has to be those.
I want to take care. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Thank you.
What are you selling?
Some things money can't buy.
I don't need this. Increases the drop rate of resources. What does my pre-order one do? Honestly, not against that right now. Yeah.
Wise choice. Got a selection of pleasant travels.
Ooh, I should sell this.
Welcome.
If I sell those, maybe I should use that. No, I don't like it.
I'll buy almost anything. A deal will come back anytime.
Alright, how about we give that son a few minutes? I'm gonna go make some coffee. Ugh. It already was here. Alright. Jesus Christ. Goddamn light of God. Holy moly. Stop! Oh God. Oh God, the daytime. Jeez. Is there any fix to it? Not really. There's no leaves on the trees. Typically there's like a wall there. I can still see my screen. You guys just can't see me. So for the sake of convenience, we'll turn that off. Oh boy. Yeah, I can't even like look over at the monitor that has chat on it. If I sit like this though, it's fun. I just have to like really slouch to the side. Alright. I made my coffee. It's that was right, very strong. Yeah, Hy-Vee near me was like selling its pumpkin stuff super cheap. I mean, obviously so. It's not really in season right now. But boy golly, is it not very good. I was like, cheap coffee. And I drink terrible coffee at work. I'll be able to handle this. Don't have to tell me more than once. I'm kinda gonna need to be able to see for this part of the game.
You.
We're hiding from the light.
About earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Señorita has a name.
Yo, he's handsome as shit.
You are?
Name's Luis. Encantado.
Great.
Encantado.
We all have names. Now then. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Hide, now.
In that case, here, help me.
Ashley, quick. Over here.
Go.
It's so bright out.
Okay. It's game time.
Whoop. All right.
There's two of us. Oh, and let's not forget. This mug is made up of monsters.
Yeah.
Done warming up? Hope you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you shut up, we'd be good to go.
We both have red nines. We're matchy. I don't have anything to cover this one, or do I? Nope. Oh. Ja. Oh boy. Ah. Eee. Oh, what's this?
I got this.
There we go. Boop. Oh, I wish we had more flash nades. Nope. Yeah, we don't have... Oh, that's not gonna be cool. Might be some upstairs, but... Oh boy. The mine thrower might not even be that bad here.
Not bad, right?
I'm pretty cool. Ah! Please. There we go. Yep. Oh, boy. Lewis. Beep, 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 beep. I'm matching. I fucking love this new Lewis. Yeah.
All right, this one's good. You got this. Keep coming.
Oh boy. This is fun. Like, this is really fun in the new engine. Yep. We go up. Whew. Get rid of that. This part reminds me of, like, or even in the original too. It reminds me a bit of Call of Duty. I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting the old shake out buttons. I can't fucking see the sun. It's on the screen. Oh god. Lewis, help me.
Thanks.
Get rid of this. Oh, that's not cool. Dude, stop. I'm mashing. Let me out! Oh, this guy might kill me. I think we use the full heal here. I think we can bear it, maybe. Oh, that's not what we needed. Oh boy. Watch out, Lewis. Oh boy. Fuck. The sun on my screen really, like, I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I can't fucking see at all. Oh boy, this is what a time to be alive. Yep. Hi, friend. Oh boy. Why is everyone everywhere? Why can't I see? Why the sun? Oh. Bitch, what are you doing out of the thing? No, there's stuff in there. Guys, there's loot. Oof. That was really fun.
Ashley.
What's happening to me?
Ah, she got a gold consumption.
Is this the first time you've coughed on blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
The cough, the blood, is caused by something called plaga. Okay. You saw those people, right? Well, you have the same thing inside you. The same thing that made them like that. This, what you're experiencing, these symptoms, they're only the beginning.
I don't want to become like them.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with a surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. And oh yeah, the right equipment.
Wait, you two?
No worries. See, I have a plan. But you're going to have to trust me.
Alright, gamer.
Great, we're partners then.
I like him. I like him
Time for
so
any
much.
questions. The clock is ticking.
Why are you helping us?
Because it makes me feel better. Let's leave it at that. I will contact you later.
Yo, Lewis is so cool. What's my bitrate? Wait, I've never seen that before. Oh, we just hit 10 hours. Alright, I think we might. I'll wait for the sun to go away. A little bit. I don't know if it will. It is hard to play with that thing there. Did I just save? I think so.
Hey, got a smoke?
I do. The kind you like. Now where's the amber?
Unfortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, huh, Ada? Okay, then. I'll go get it now. How about that?
That is a short dress.
I do have something else I need to get, too.
This is Roost. I've got some bad news, Condor One. With the weather like this, the chopper can't make its approach. Can you stand by until it clears?
Negative. Too dangerous. We're gonna get out of here and find someplace safe.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more to help.
Don't worry about it. We'll swim home if we have to. Condor 1, out. Let's go.
What's gonna happen to me?
Nothing.
Right now, let's just focus on getting out of here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we kind of have to chill until I can see again. What is that's the background? need to... Can I VIP someone like this? Because Taylor and Hunter's things look exactly alike. Slash VIP. Oh, and 87. All right. New Fall Out Boy music video? $18 minutes ago. How far are other people getting? These guys are probably about done. Yeah, he's in Castle. He's at this. He's actually not much further than me, which is surprising. Oh, I subbed to Grims. Why does he not have ads? Jesus Christ. Look at Maxie's eyes.
Fail. Oh, big fail.
Running the Punisher still, too. Reby, he's at the next one. Ooh. He's on chapter 11 already? Jesus Christ, my guy. I mean, literally, he's a professional Resident Evil 4 player, like he says. But my lord.
Another treasure. I hear one of those little wind-up dolls.
I can't even see his... Oh, God.
Where is it? Sounds like it's above me.
What's the rest of the world looking like? Admiral? Did I follow you? Why didn't I not see this? Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, good evening, Kevin. Good afternoon. We got a banger for y'all today, baby. What we got for you here is some new creative 2.0 content in Fortnite. This is one of the games that was similar in a style to a horror game. I'm not kidding. In this, you see a lot of different dynamics that you've never seen in Fortnite before. There's first person. I get jump scared a couple times. Yada, yada. I already know there's going to be way more scary horror games that are going to get made, and I already know y'all are going to tell me to play them, but if you do enjoy this and you would love to see those videos, leave a like on this, hit the sub button whether you're new or you're old. We're looking at all the feedback on these videos, including subscribers, but most importantly, be sure to tell us about you love them. All right, I'll catch you in the next one. Okay, this one is called Escape Room. Chat friendly reminder, if you're in anything, be sure to use supporter creator code TimAtab at hashtag Fortnite partner. All right, this one is this is like an escape. This is called Escape Inside. I don't really know what this one is, but we're gonna give it a shot. Like I said, keep in mind this is all made with Unreal Engine and Creative 2.0. Trapped in an electric space, use your mental acuity to escape freedoms within you. Traverse a series that created by Epic Games in collaboration with Heavy Iron. Okay, shh. Dude, this one's like almost like a horror. This is like almost like kind of like a horror vibe, a little like a Fortnite horror game. Wait, dude, did I just queue into? Is this scary? Nah. Guys, I don't like horror games, bro. No, listen, bro. I'm not a horror game guy, okay? I'm not. I already know I'm gonna turn this on and something's gonna make me jump. I already know, bro. I already know. It's a horror game. It's locked, you idiot. Aha! The question mark on there is making me think I'm not supposed to take this key. Okay. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown man right now. Now, horror games or not, I used to do Terror Tuesdays.
Howdy.
I told you there was gonna be a little jump scares in
It's
here,
like
bro.
Fortnite added that creative mode. It's so fucking bright. So people are making games in it.
Oh, brother, I said someone was gonna make a horror game. I didn't realize they did it, bro. What do I hear?
I have to sit this far away, otherwise I can't see. This makes me want to re-download the game just to play the games people made.
Anyone here? Ah! I need to stop. Okay. Nothing in this room is gonna make me jump. All right, here we go. Ready?
This is fucking cool.
Am I in first person?
It does actually look like Resident Evil.
Guys, I'm in first person. Bro! I'm in first person right now. Was that a bug? Dude, I cannot believe this. This is unbelievable, bro. It is Unreal Engine. You see that? Yo, this right here. Look, you guys see this right here? This is like Nick Merck's POV.
Like, oh, time to go take a seat. Better put my feet up.
See this? This is under 6 foot POV, over 6 foot. You guys see that? All right. I'm done getting scared in this, bro. So I gotta break this, right? So I probably gotta pick something up. Okay, I was trying to swing with my melee weapon and it didn't work. It's gotta be. Oh, dude, can I swing my sword? Hey, the idea's there. I feel like I need to interact with something, no? All I had to do is open the door. Open the door.
Hello, gun.
I wish I could see the gun, dude. Bro. Is this about to be Resident Evil vibes? This is about to be Resident Evil vibes. I can feel it. I can feel it. Put him up! Put him up! Free. I don't want to move, bro. I've played enough horror games and I know I'm going to take this flashlight out. I'm going to turn around and there's going to be something behind me, bro. Tim, there is going to be something behind you in this room. You're a grown man. Don't let it scare you.
Boo.
That's just some light reading. I gotta. What is that? What is that? Why is that opening? Oh, is that a shadow? I'm not freaking out at a shadow. I need to stop. Okay. Why is this purple? Oh, light reading! I gotta read the book!
Tim's really lucky streaming worked out for him.
Oh no.
This is easy. Bet you thought you were gonna get me. Now I'm back in third person, I think. I think. I picked that up. I don't need my flashlight anymore. Now I'm gonna pop
been
off.
running all night. Yeah. We're at 10 hours 14.
Where'd my crosshair go?
I took like a 3-hour nap, but
Yeah, I really thought this thing was about to bring me up. I didn't realize it was going to put me more into the abyss. Nice. There's gonna be something down here, bro. There's gonna be something down here. I have a gun for a reason. Hey, dude, this is sick.
I thought I would have more energy, but I wasn't able to fall asleep like before stream. I tried to take a nap yesterday. But
now that it's like nice and bright, I'm not afraid.
now we're gonna be playing
You know what I mean?
forever because of the sun break.
I have a gut feeling opening that hatch is going to...
Because I think the game's probably like 20 hours.
I guess we'll find out.
Especially with the rate I've been pushing through it. I think I saw
There's a pipe
online
missing.
one of the reviews when they ran through it, beat it in 12. I've been trying to do all the side missions and grab all the treasure. And I think in my last original Resident Evil 4 run, it took me
played enough horror games to know what's going
10
on
hours
this
to get through the castle and
I've been
the
in this-
village.
I've been in this
I haven't
situation
even
before.
beaten the village yet.
You want to dance? Huh?
I'm close to being
Does
done
it
with it.
trigger
But
when I go over the line? Huh? Ah! Sidebar, look at the reflection. Like, the attention to detail on this is actually insane. They got the reflection, like, going backward. Dude, this is unbelievable. I know I've said it's Unreal, and it's called Unreal Engine like a million times, and I don't mean to, seriously. All right.
every time I see Tim, he's wearing an old
I think
band
we win.
t-shirt. Do you think he's bought clothes in the past like 10 years?
I thought that was going to open the door. Now, if
He
I've learned
hasn't
anything
left
playing
his house
games,
since
you
he
know,
started streaming.
typically when you hit a big red button, something goes wrong. So
That was easy.
True.
Chat, what do you mean this is not a horror game, bro? I literally got jump scared in the beginning, bro. You have a flashlight, you're like walking around, it's like Resident Evil. It's not really scary anymore though, thankfully. Like, this is much more manageable for me. When it was like really eerie and like that, I can't do that anymore. Oh, dude, I didn't know they put Courage JD in Creative 2.0.
Those are still good.
Let's unlock
That's
the
just
door.
letting air in.
I'm in the mainframe.
Like sandals.
Oh, and now I go backwards. Okay. Why did they give me this pistol? Was it literally just to break the glass? Wow, this is gorgeous, bro. Can I go in? Try again.
Do you think maybe the giant fucking target on that? Tim cut that. I guarantee
appreciate
that
y'all
was like a
making me a YouTuber,
20-minute
And
puzzle.
this little demonstration of Creative 2.0, this demo should actually explain to you all enough why I don't play single player games that much. You guys see? All right.
He just needs to breathe. Oh, yep.
What's going on? Oh, nah, bro. Nah. It's like Stranger Things, bro. I'm like going into that other realm, bro. Am I dying? I'm first person again. I'm almost done. This is sick. Why does it sound scary? Dude, that was awesome. Holy shit! Oh, was that fucking intentional at the end? What was that?
I
Homie,
think the
what?
sun might be gone enough.
There's no
For
way
me to
that
say.
was intentional at the end, right? Oh
So once
my
this is over,
God,
we can play
that's a
again.
lot. Guys, that was so. Was that loud to you, bro? That I almost. It was like a IRL flashback. Holy frick!
All right, then. Maybe. Jesus. Oh no, I cannot see this. It's so dark in the game. All right, back to videos. That's okay. I'll drink another cup of coffee. I am more than fine with that. I don't really want to watch just Tim, but I do kind of want to be watching some CS:GO content. Come on, we can watch this guy learn how to skateboard with Tony Hawk.
This is me attempting.
I'm gonna grab coffee.
To do a kickflip. This is Tony Hawk doing a kickflip. As you can see, there's practically no difference. Tony Hawk is my childhood hero. He's so good at kickflips, he even made a video game about them. 4 video games. And growing up, I was absolutely hooked. So much so that I never actually stepped foot on a real board. And today, I've decided that's gonna change. But first, I need to get a skateboard.
We're at the skate shop. Let's go get a skateboard. I'm stoked. Hello, I'm Isaiah. Good to meet you.
Sick little shop. Look at that thing.
I need a skateboard that I can do a kickflip on.
Lake assembled me the perfect board for kickflips.
So, can you do a kickflip?
Oh yeah. It took me probably about a year to learn how to kickflip.
A year? I have 7 days.
That's right. I'm gonna limit myself to just 7 days to land this kickflip so that I don't procrastinate.
It takes most people a year. Holy smokes.
Now that I have the perfect board, it's time to hit the park.
Day 1, I'm officially terrified.
Let's see that board
This is
again.
the most intimidating place I think I've ever.
Ah, let me see it. Show us the board, you son of a bitch. Does he have it upside down?
Day 1, I'm officially terrified. This is the most intimidating place I think I've ever been in my life. Everyone here is like elite at their sport. I will be in 1 week. Today's goal
cool
is
park.
simple. I just want to get comfortable on the board and maybe I'll try and do an ollie if I'm feeling good. Holy
He
cow,
almost
he's good.
dropped in day 1.
This is my friend Matt. I just met Matt. Can you do a kickflip?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to do it?
Probably like 10 years. But that's like without skating. Like
All right, I gotta go. I got stuff to do. I gotta learn this kickflip now. I shouldn't have done that. That was dangerous.
I was getting a bit distracted at the skate park.
This thing looks really hard. I'm gonna try and go over it. I don't know. I have a feeling I can get up it. Getting down it will be a whole nother story. Nope. Oh gosh.
It's clear. I'm very comfortable on a skateboard. Some might say a natural.
I'm a skateboarder. A skateboard. The ollie is the base of a kickflip. It's basically the base of every trick ever. Attempt number 1. That was pretty close, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so maybe I'm not a natural, but you know what they say. Everything in life is just too easy.
I think I've tried to ride a ripstick once.
First day was a massive success. I failed a ton, but we learned
I
from our
used to be
failures.
okay at
Kickflip,
skating.
I'm coming for you.
I'm not gonna lie.
Now
I
I'm
got
old
way
and I
too
care
excited
for
on
my
day one
safety.
and found Tony Hawk's
And it
email
makes it
address.
scarier.
And in a moment of too much optimism, I asked if he'd be down to skate with me. But we'll talk more about that later.
Day 2, baby. I actually see my boy Lake out here. What? I'm really excited. I'm gonna show you guys my progress on the ollie.
My goal for this year is
I feel like that's pretty good. I'm definitely more comfortable on the board. And today, I'm gonna practice the kickflip, which is scary as heck.
In order to do a kickflip, I need to do an ollie and slide my left foot towards the end of the board and flick my foot, causing the board to spin and then land on top of it.
First attempt at the kickflip. Oh, it's like surprisingly good, actually. I was not expecting it to actually spin.
After a rough start, I was actually getting the hang of it. I guess I just have the dog in me.
Skateboarding get health insurance.
I thought that was really good, actually. The motion was really good.
As it turns out, people at the skate park are actually super helpful to new skaters. Day 2, my confidence was absolutely soaring. In fact, I even began to soar. Like actually. Yeah, even my body was sore. Really sore.
Pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. Just pull it out, pull it hard. Pull, 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 pull. Oh.
Does that feel better or no?
I don't know, I can't tell. I think I dislocated my shoulder. Oh.
Are you gonna go to the hospital?
No, I need to pull on it. You know what, it might be my collarbone.
Yeah,
You guys should go in.
At first,
You
I
tell me
was
no
pretty
one at
certain
that
this
skate
video
park's just
was
gonna
over.
slap
My
his
shoulder
arm back
was in
into place?
intense pain. But then I saw this tweet from my hero, and honestly, I wasn't about to stop.
Yeah, so turns out that gravity and cement are a deadly combo. My shoulder hurts pretty dang bad, meaning that I can't really lift my arm above right there. But lucky for me, that means I get to play Tony Hawk Pro Skater all of day 3. I really hope this skill of kickflips on this game transfers into real life, because I am killing it on the game.
Everyone knows Tony Hawk's skill translates.
Yeah, I hate this race. Get out of here. I'm actually
That's fair.
genuinely ready to get back in the park. Except for the last park kind of scarred me a bit, understandably, so I choose a new park. I'm set back a full day. I'm not changing my schedule. I'm now gonna need this kickflip done in 6 days. Let's get it! I'm so unsure with this stupid shoulder. This is like about as far as I can go. It feels like just an extra 10 pounds on my body that I can't even move. I can definitely tell within literally just being here 5 minutes, I'm much more timid.
That's also a cool part.
Overall, I'm happy. I'm gonna get this kickflip.
I watched back some footage, and it's maddening that my body isn't doing what I want it to. I need to practice.
I'm gonna just say it how it is. My shoulder is wrecked, but the only way to get past this injury is to put in the hours on the board, because the too
Has he
easy
even
army
landed an
just
ollie
don't
yet,
quit.
or is he just beelining straight to kickflip?
Kickflips are hard. Frustrated, but honestly, ready for day 5. Ice my shoulder. It's early, and it's day 5. I'm gonna land a kickflip on day 5. I can feel it. But first, I need to go and run 10 miles.
Yeah, 10 miles, not great for training to do a kickflip, because my legs are kind of beat after.
Please unban my little brother.
Back at the skate park, the one that destroyed me just a few days ago. My legs are tired.
Was
You're
it
probably
someone
wondering
we
why the
know?
heck I would be running 10 miles. The reason is because I'm going for a run on December 18th. Not just any run, the 1-inch marathon. You see, every subscriber I get between now and December 18th is gonna add 1 inch to my
banned
run.
Caleb the
So
other day.
please hit that sub button and add 1 inch. This is how many people have already subscribed. All right, let's go skate.
And I got tilted at Call of
Report
Duty like
brought
2
to
days
you
ago, and I
by
almost
yours
banned Troy.
truly. That's me. I'm gonna show you how my ollie and kickflip were
He didn't say
day
anything
1
wrong,
versus day 5.
but I was looking
So
for someone
here
to
is day
just
1.
take it out on.
Yeah, I know, pretty bad. And here is day 5. I know, still pretty bad, but way better than day 1.
I actually
Here
shouldn't
is
be
the
allowed to chat
kickflip.
when I'm playing games.
Oh, and here's the kickflip, day 5.
I would have done it for you.
So close, so close. A little
You
bit more
said
practice.
something
My
annoying
body's
like
so tired.
hi.
I'm
It's
exhausted
fucking almost
from
done.
all the physical activity. I'm not gonna lie. Skateboarding is hard. I don't want to give up, but I also really want to give up. I'm gonna call it quits at the park today. I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna
I think
practice
he
in the
was
garage.
gone
I just want to get
by
so
like the
close.
time
just
I
keep
reached
making little
peak
mistakes.
tilt.
It's so frustrating.
Day 5 was pretty rough until I got the most insane news ever. I cannot make this up, you guys. Tony actually responded to my email. There's legitimately a chance that I could skate with him, so you better listen to this ad read.
Dragon City is a free-to-play mobile game that you can download on all of your devices. You can become an alliance member. Stream, Andy QR code to get a free starter pack of 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and an epic zombie Terror Dragon. You're gonna want a Terror Dragon. Anyways, back to skateboarding.
Come on! I don't think a video has ever been this difficult or caused this much pain than freaking skateboarding. Why is it so hard? Why do I suck so bad at it? I'm absolutely destroyed. My legs are destroyed. My body's destroyed. I'm so tired. I need to take a break. Take a break. I'm gonna make it happen. I promise. I don't know why I'm standing over you like this, but I am.
Pressure is on. If I'm gonna skate with Tony Hawk, I absolutely need to land a kickflip. I'm not about to embarrass myself in front of the best skater in the world.
That's just to prove that I worked really hard today. That's not all my sweat, that's just some of it. Day 6, you son of a gun. You got me, day 6, you got me. Oh man, that's a sight. Hey Vans, I need a new pair, please.
6 days of using these puppies has really done a number on them. Basically, I have completely demolished the shoe, but today's day 7, so I essentially just need them to last for the day.
That's gonna hurt.
I'm genuinely just so tired of
toesies.
skateboarding at this point.
I'm dizzy. Please. I'm drenched. I have been trying so hard.
That's gross.
I've given everything. Dude, that was the closest I've ever gotten. I still can't get stuff over my shoulder without hurting it. I burned as many calories as running 20 miles. And technically, because I absolutely decimated my shoulder on day 2, this is technically day 6, which means I have one more day. It's time I call in some help. I'm gonna go meet
Sounds
Tony
like
Hawk in like an hour
this guy's moving the
and
goalpost.
skateboard with him. Ow.
So when I started filming this video, I had zero plans of actually skating with Tony. It was just a pipe dream. But somehow he actually did get back to me, and now I'm standing in his office? Like, what?
All right, so I'm with the skateboarding king of the universe, Tony Hawk.
Wow, thank you. What an intro.
Skateboarding king of the universe. Okay, I've just
This must
introduced
be
Tony
just
Hawk to
Tony's
one of my
part.
YouTube videos like I'm Jimmy Fallon. I might not look nervous to
I
you,
don't
but in this
follow
moment,
much of what
I am
Tony does.
about to poop my
I'm
pants.
almost
Honestly,
positive this is
I
like the
can't
same
believe
part
that
that
I'm standing here right now. This is a childhood dream
Devo
come
did that
true.
photo
I'm
shoot.
a 90s kid, so I grew up playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I called my mom and said, Mom, I'm gonna go and see Tony Hawk. And she said, is that the game you played growing up?
Well, so my advice is right square. You're welcome.
Okay, sweet. I know exactly what that is. I don't know what that is.
Okay, right square is a kickflip.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Duh.
Oh, this
of
guy
course.
says he played Tony Hawk Pro
I did.
Skater.
There's proof. There's proof. I do get the reference. This is weird. I'm doing a kickflip for Tony Hawk. All right, this is gonna go terribly.
Oh, you got the flick.
Full disclaimer, I broke my femur 7 months ago, so mine are pretty terrible right now, and they're painful. But I can give you the advice here. Yes. What I can see you're doing is you're resting back on your back foot, watching it flip. You're so focused on just getting it to flip that your body's not positioning itself to land on it. You want your upper body over this. It just takes that shift of attitude where it's like, I'm gonna land on my front foot, even if my board is upside down, I'm gonna land.
Still gonna land on it.
That's it. That's it. Did that feel different?
Yeah.
Your foot should be hovering and waiting for the grip tape to come back around. Yes. Yes. As soon as you snap, hover your shoulder over your front foot so that when the grip tape comes around, both feet are going to have the same weight on them.
That was the one. Come on.
That wasn't the one. I don't think you want to land like this and claim it. You got it. Yes! Like when you first came, your board is flipping fast, and that's one of the biggest hurdles to get over. That's what you got to your advantage. Just don't pull your foot back so far.
Okay. That is not a good spot to keep your phone in.
Yes! No, that was it. Way! Oh my gosh! Ow! That's a kickflip with Tony Hawk.
That was clean. That was amazing.
I literally can't believe this is happening right now. I could cry. That was insane. I can't believe I just did that and in front of Tony.
I can't believe you have that flick, honestly. That's something that's like deep rooted. You can't really teach that. The landing is something that obviously we can teach because we just did.
Tony, thank you so much. Yes. That was insane. Go watch next week's video. I'm gonna hang out with Tony for a bit.
You need to tighten your trucks. I was actually gonna tighten your trucks while you were trying to kickflip, but you made it.
All right, can we see yet? The sun is definitely moved. Like a lot. Considering there's only like a 30-minute break. But I can't really see it in this little dark area, but you can see a bit better out here. So as long as it doesn't get pitch black again, we should be okay. Any treasures? Hey, my friend. Hello, friend.
I have something I think you like.
What is it? Piercing those nasty guys with the tentacles.
Well,
You son of a gun. He's selling that on a discount now? Oh. Yeah. Get that fucker out of my inventory.
That there's a real boomstick, mate.
We got this early.
Target to a bloody pulp.
Cool. What tune-ups have we got?
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend. Dazzled combat.
Alrighty. That's pretty cool. Usually we don't get that for another boss fight. Obviously we don't want to max it out because we want the striker, but that's pretty cool. We have our final handgun.
We've got company.
We've got this.
Keep moving, but quietly. Got it.
Okay. I'll try.
No try, only do. Oh boy. Fuck. Actually, shh, you're yelling, ma'am. I kind of want to go back and reload that checkpoint. Because that hit hurt. Technically, shouldn't this be...
We've got company. Keep moving.
We got men up top.
Okay. I'll try.
Alright, we got him this one. I wonder if we got the Elegante here. They see me. Let's go. Back her up. Back her up. Back her up. There's treasure here. 1 sec. Oh boy. Ma'am, get the fuck off of me. Holy shit. Alright. Alrighty. Actually, it might be time to run away and be safe. God damn it. Ashley.
Go right.
Are you alright, gamer?
I'm fine.
That's good. It's still, if I were one to complain, a little hard to see.
Watch out!
Oh boy. Actually, my dear. Give me a sec. Yep. I see that. Ashley, baby, don't walk in the fucking bear trap. Why can't I help her? Oh my god.
Ashley, it's on the fucking ground. You can see it, you dumb bitch.
Alright, no problem. No problem. We try again. I couldn't see what button it was. We still have sun.
Got it.
Okay.
Everything's terrible. Oh boy. There's one of those bowl guys up ahead. We don't like that. I think we take out the people up top. Because them throwing fire at us really kind of fucked us that one. Mm-hmm. I did that. I'm cool. And just we can eat. That's a snake? Nope. Come on.
Spread out.
Okay.
My guy, you're moving weird. Holy moly! This new shotgun does some damage. That is awesome. I still can't see. But you know, that's okay. What is this? Oh, I left shotgun shells back here. We go back. Hey, I hear there's shotgun shells right around here. Where you at? There we go. Okay. I'll take those. We break this. Ashley's just stepping in again. This is typically where we would fight the chainsaw sisters.
Let's go.
Got it.
Check our map. Did we miss anything? Nope. There's treasure up ahead, though. Oh my god! Help! Actually, help!
Hang on.
Hanging on. Should be careful. That is quite the drop. I hear it. Where is he? There he is. This is it.
Sure is quiet.
Uh-huh. I'm not ready.
It looks like I need something.
Hmm. EMP might even come in handy here. I could probably shoot those, right? Did you see me? One less at least. she does see me. Hello? There she is. Is that a yellow orb? Cool. I think we use that now. There we go. That looked cool, Leon, but a little unnecessary. Speaking of unnecessary, some shotgun ammo would be cool right now. Oh. I'd like more shotgun ammo, please. I know it's coming, but I don't know when.
Okay, you're good.
No problem.
Where are you? Just walk backwards, guy. What the hell is that? Hello. You guys are some cuties.
Didn't realize it was yours. I am flattered. I'm a one-lady type of guy.
No fucking shot, Leon just said that. Oh, I can't get up that way. Hello. I'm gonna accidentally call Ashley out. Motherfucker. Oh, that's not good. That's no good. Do I risk? Not yet. Hey. You're all right here. Oh, that's not good. I don't see anyone coming from directly behind me. Hey, there's a man. Alright. Reload maybe a little bit. I can't fucking see. What was that? Is actually not hidden. Actually, what the fuck are you doing out here?
Okay.
Oh, this is big. Oop. Ashley, what are you doing? There's no door on it. They ripped the door off. Okay. Maybe it isn't your fault. Alright. That went fairly well. Ashley and I both stayed calm, you know, got our sapphire. Oh. Coming?
Come on.
You don't have to yell at her, but... Actually, we'll just load that into the gun. Alright.
Okay.
Actually scared me. My object permanence, or lack thereof, kicked in.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. I guess.
That's good.
You did well back there. Seems this isn't your first time running from creeps.
I can't tell if that's meant to be a compliment.
That was weird, whatever it was. We had a lot of weird guys chasing you around. Luckily you're around me. Not very weird at all. Really nice. But like one of the nice guys, you know. Excuse me. Treasure? Ashley. Take it back up top. See if there's more stuff to be had. No, okay. We're gotta be approaching.
All right.
What's his face, right?
Okay.
And technically, there should have been another Elegante. Huge, if true. Actually, maybe you run. Oh no.
Come, child. Ashley, run!
Let's go. Ashley.
Don't worry about them.
Come on. Let's go. Now we run. Ow. It said flee, but I'm beginning to think maybe it just meant fight. Let's go back to that checkpoint and try that again. Where are we at? Okay.
All right. Come on.
Okay.
I've already seen this. Oh boy.
Don't worry about them.
Come on. Ooh. Actually, there we go. Oh boy.
Do not interfere. This way.
Hey, this isn't good. I didn't see what was going on with the bridge. Alright. Try that again. Other than that, that one was going pretty well. I gotta remember my parry.
Alright. Come on.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Hurry.
Actually, you are yelling.
Don't worry about them.
Ow. I'll go. Okay, there we go.
This way. Okay.
I'm stuck.
Actually.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm good.
Then run. Close one.
Hello. You okay? I have 12. Oh, I don't have a blue. Okay.
Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
Gonna file his taxes.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger. Welcome. Got a
Howdy.
selection of good things on sale. Thank you.
Mm.
Come back. Any welcome. I'll buy it at a high price.
Thank you.
Not bad.
Stranger. I kind of want up that one.
Starting to get an idea of your taste.
Because it's kind of annoying that it... Ooh, is that my...
Gun will look great with that attached.
That is unironically something I wanted, my guy. Thank you.
Better to be... Oh, don't get...
Holy shit, it's huge.
Get yourself killed now. Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
We aren't really struggling on space right now, but anything around here that we're missing? Ammo right by me. This map is a godsend.
Be careful.
No, you. We don't really have an egg. We're gonna use that. Oh boy. Hey, over here. That's not the gun I'm using.
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon your body to the will of our God.
You're a shitty missionary. You know that.
You better say the line.
Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies.
Son of a bitch. Ashley, run!
Okay.
Do it, do it, do it. Yeah! He said the line. Hasta luego. This is actually my worst boss fight. I am terrible at this guy. You want to get peanuts? Let's get peanuts. Hello? My guy, we just fucking started. Broski, let me fucking look around, pick up some treasures, some goods, some wares, some critters, some crawlers. Oh, that was fucking insane! Oh, that's cool. Beep, beep. Oh, he has a eyeball. Eee. That backflip was sick. Oh, we go up top. Oh boy, we don't go up top. Oh! Hey! Ow! Fuck. That was a really dumb dodge by me. That's actually fair that he hit me. You can have that one. Oh. Is that just the play? Oh. Ow, I'm on fire. Dude, Leon, stop.
Running out of options, huh?
Oh boy. Leon, can you not talk shit for like a second, maybe? Grilled the big cheese is the name of the achievement. That was way easier than the original. I know other people don't have problems with him in the original, but for me, listen, there's goodies to be had. Gotta make sure I get them all. His eyeball in the middle. There's a knife over here. Yeah, I'll be right there.
Give my regards to your god.
Yo, that was fucking hard. That's the coolest thing Leon's ever said. Unless he says the right hand thing, in which case.
You're welcome.
You broke a window. Oh, I guess you put out a fire.
This fire's bound
You
to
know,
catch their
we're a
attention.
new Ashley fan.
Let's keep moving.
Leon, I'm not gonna turn into one of them, right?
Oh, fuck what I know.
I won't let that happen. I promise.
I'm not a goddamn wizard. Blah, 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 blah.
Come on.
How are we doing health-wise? We're doing pretty good. Get this out of my inventory and do some crafting. Take this, throw this down here. This here. This here. Hey, the Jeep.
What's going on?
Well, at least we don't have to worry about being followed. Come on.
We're at the castle. 11 castle. How we do that chapter? We died a lot. Died twice. I think they're both Ashley that died. I would never. Alright. Phone call.
Hola, Luis here. You guys still around?
Well, I wanted to go home, but Ashley just had to see this castle first.
Perfect, because I have a present I want to give you. Medicine that will help to suppress the progress of your problem.
Where do we go?
Let's see. Come to the courtyard inside of the castle. We can meet up there.
I don't know where the courtyard is. I do need a new treasure map, though.
All right, Ashley.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate. Thank you.
Blacktail. More of a red 9 feller.
You'll get some
We will want this rifle eventually.
guarantee it.
But you have a treasure map. Not that I can afford.
There's some things money can't buy. Good as new.
Magnum ammo craftable
All my
is wild.
is a commodity these days.
It's 30% off right now, though, guys. I don't think I have space.
You'll get some bang for your buck, I guarantee.
I don't have to find what? The treasure map? Ammo? You do, but there's also a crafting system added. Yeah.
Easy choice, mate. Anything else I can help?
But I'm also finding significantly less ammo than I did before. And I'm going through it a lot faster than I did in the original. What do we have? We can put the rifle away for now. To keep the Magnum with us.
Welcome.
Because I don't want to buy it at full price.
I see you have an eye for things. Gunsnot, don't get yourself killed.
Listen, don't talk to me. You're in the right one, look. Wow, he's gonna tell me the different things. Yeah. We stand the red 9 in this household. I don't need the black tail. But it's cool that it shows even the original has its own perks. I did get the recipe for that, right? Oh, it's expensive to make. I mean, fair, but... Yeah, usually at this point in the game, I have like over 100 shotgun shells, and I have 5 right now. Hello?
Courtyard's got to be through that gate.
You have nothing that indicates that.
Don't think our hosts are gonna roll out the red carpet.
But go off, King.
Things just keep getting better.
Ooh, there's something else to look up.
Crossbows, huh? Something tells me they don't want to be friends.
That guy's got neck for days. Hello?
What is that? Guessing it's not for decoration.
Anything else I can look at? No? Got it. Ooh, I kind of do need the rifle here, though. I think I'm going to be hurting for space if I set that there and go grab the rifle, because I'll need it for this part.
Why? Not treat yourself, mate.
What does my case give me? Increased drop rate for money, increased drop rate for handgun ammo. I mean, I'd kind of rather have the money. I want it there because I don't want to accidentally use it. Set it down here. That's not going to accidentally get pressed. I can't kill them now, can I?
All right.
I don't remember where the crossbows were. So they're just going to have to vibe. I mean, if we start hurting on space, I'll just put the stock away for this gun. I don't really need it yet. And typically I don't buy it this early in the game. Hello? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Spread out. Okay, I'll stay back.
Actually, you aren't staying back. Holy fuck, that thing's strong. Boot knife. Just take up smaller space.
You okay?
Yeah, no sweat.
You know, we're vibing. We're cool.
Come on.
Okay.
That wasn't a very enthusiastic okay. Do I have any challenges to be doing? Did this one? I missed one. Okay. After I do this part, I can put the rifle away. Or even actually probably sell this one. You can't hit me. No, at that range you can't. Idiot. You're bad.
Spread out.
Okay.
Ow. Don't do it. Alright, sick. Yeah, this is gonna suck. We're safe down here. Unless that gate's closed.
Must have slipped. I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome.
Yeah, that thing's not taking us out. Hello? He's dead. The layout has changed a little bit in this room. Yo, hey. Fucking don't. Did I just stab her? I've stabbed him a lot of times, but he's not fucking... There we go. Thank you.
Ashley, are you alright?
She's fine. Okay. I was just gonna say, normally there's a guy in here. But he was just blending in. Thank you. The door seems to be a bit shut.
No big deal.
Hey, medallions. I can't see the thing from here. I can see that one though. Eep. That sucks. Actually, what if you just stayed literally right here? Hey! Where the fuck do you think you're going?
Ashley!
God damn it, Ashley. Literally don't do that. can't see the thing for that. Please throw that at me. Oh, she got herself up. Nice. Look at you. Now, we got that one, which I can kind of see. The game wants to be generous to me. They could just give me... There we go. Is there no explosive barrel on that one? If there's not, that sucks. I expected Ashley to go down there. Can I just toss a grenade up there, you think? Hey! Fucking stop! Cool. Yeah, I'm a bit of a badass. I mean to brag.
This could work.
It could in fact work. Hang on. Oh shit, we already sent it up. That little tiny counterweight held up that entire thing. Or held down. We need all of those. That should give us enough to get the treasure map. This door's locked. Oh, never mind. It's that door. I know where we are. Wait, you're a snake? There's a snake dancing around here? No. Okay. Agarrando. Hi. My man looks like Lord Voldemort. Hello. He made a noise like he was gonna get up. Hey, a thing.
Firing again.
Can I take that out with this? Nice. That's pretty funny.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah, actually.
Not bad, right?
Who is he talking to? Am I showing off to Ashley? Because she doesn't even have a gun. There are more medallions. I'm hoping this is the contract for them so I can see where they are. I'm assuming the one's down below. Oh, there's that one.
Awesome.
Thank you. Yep. Alright, don't know what my bullets hit, but Ashley? Nice. That. Did you get us that? And that's pretty cool.
Come on. Got it. Don't leave me.
Miss, hurry up then. Hello? Yeah, Ashley? There we go. I don't want to waste any of this healing. I want the magnum ammo. I get 2 flash grenades now for this. Nope, no I don't. Oh, it's telling me that I have 2 of them. I see. Rifle ammos. I feel like flash grenades are going to come more in handy than rifle ammo. Grabbed another. Alright. We run to parasites. We are so set. Actually, you don't even know how safe we are right now.
Wow. Look at this place.
Well, look at you, mate. Well,
Sorry, Ashley's talking. Damn it.
come, well,
I missed dialogue.
All kinds of trinkets in this clown's castle. Ain't doing him no good, Pleasant travels.
Did we miss any treasures then? Oh, look at how good we are. Good thing we bought it here, too. Because there's stuff everywhere in this next room, it looks like. Alright, after another ration before I do this, though. Okay. Cutscene?
A most warm welcome to my castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Mr. Kennedy.
Oh boy.
Who the hell are you?
Me? Oh, please, call me Ramon. And allow me to get straight to the point. I would like you to hand the girl there over to me. Now.
Yeah, fat chance, Ramon. The girl's just fine. With me.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy. How novel. Nonetheless, you see, the girl must be ours. With a girl as the very source, your United States, and then the entire world shall overflow with his grace. For that is the iron will of my master, the most holy, Lord Sattler. So then, you will comply, yes?
Never.
You heard the lady.
How unfortunate. Do make sure our guest feels at home, now that he has chosen death.
They got long fingies.
Leon?
Just stay close.
Alright, sick, we missed. What the fuck? God damn it. God damn it. This is all bad. I was in the middle of a fucking action. There's nothing I can do there. Let's restart that, shall we? Grenade could work too.
A most warm welcome.
Thank you.
Spread out.
Okay.
Ma'am, I said spread out, not get grabbed by the first fucking guy you see.
Not bad, right?
I can't see his beat. Whew. Nothing too bad.
You hurt?
I'm good, thanks.
Over here.
Hey.
I'm counting on you.
Okay, there's a lot of treasure in this room, but none I can grab. Hello. Oh, maybe this one.
No good.
Fuck. Actually, no good. Okay, so this is the right way to go.
Looks like we can continue on this way.
Be careful.
This room doesn't look fun. Look in the middle of the night again. If the basic nails crawling, it's not. Time to be inside.
Poor bastard. That's no way to go.
Hmm. We are at that point in the game.
Okay, you good.
Got it. What was that? Do they keep animals down here or something?
Actually, don't walk in front of me.
Let's go.
Hang on.
He's gonna come through that wall.
Back up.
Okay.
I'm scared. He's coming.
Come on.
Hang on.
Spread out.
Okay.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh, hello.
Can't see me.
I mean, we're only like halfway through the game. So there's still time to fail. Yee. Fuck. Going all the way? That's the goal. But I took today and yesterday. Holy moly, I'm in the tiniest goddamn room I've ever seen! It's probably going to. I imagine I've got at least another 10, but they've added a lot of... If I was at this point in the original game, I would have another 10. But there's also been a lot of, like, side things to do. I did buy the Magnum, but I thought that was his death animation. Somehow this tiny area is easier. Oh, I had a whole other part of the room. I had all this space I could run in. Well.
Whole arena to fight him
coming. Well, we got him. I simultaneously have a hard time like seeing what's going on in the new graphics and like I guess the movement, but also it's easier to dodge things. I can't fucking believe I did that. Any more treasure down here? There's handgun ammo. Did it have bells and everything down here too for him? Like the original fight? I don't see bells. I'm assuming I could have like snuck around and hid. That's hilarious. Hey, Coffee McGee. You wanna shut the hell up?
Oh, it's you. What happened down there?
Nothing. You were right about the animals, though.
It was just a tall guy. Leon hates blind people, confirmed.
You okay?
I'm fine. Well, for now.
Please. Nice. Nope.
Wow. Look at all of this.
Look at that guy. It makes sense for that one to be rusted, right? Makes sense for this one to be gold. Maybe? I don't know.
Bet you could ring those gongs by shooting them.
Yeah, probably. But what a veil, you know? Bird, deer, snake. Is that my deer? What is that? That's a bird. That's a snake. Oh. I got it.
What's that used for?
Stabbing
Well,
and like chopping and stuff.
Only a couple of uses for it.
Right? There we go. Puzzle solving. Pressure in this room. Yeep. Let's try it. Bangle. Anything else in here? There's something back in this room. What's above us? Oh, it's been down there.
Hang on. This is the same room as before, isn't it? Guess we just circled around.
Dragon snake. Oh, sea creature snake. There's dolphin. It's a dolphin. Alright, I want to figure out where that treasure is that's supposedly right down here. Do I have to catch you? Or are you good? I think you're good. I'll be right back up anyways.
Where are you going?
Stop yelling at me. I just wanted that. Is there? No. Is there like a combination on these ones? What's this? New square hole doors. Swinging?
Don't even think about trying this yourself.
The snake? There's a snake. Okay. Any more treasure over here? Ooh, treasure down here. Probably could have shot the thing first, but whatever. Hey, you're gonna want to go right back on up. Oh, actually, I want to go back. I can just ring the bell rather than shoot it. Good, like, design on it. You're gonna twist your ankle doing that stuff. Leon, I'm gonna need you to be more careful. Interesting. They both, oh, they're both the same. Oh, good job. What a legend. I have a key for that. Getting a lot of rifle ammo. I don't think I need the scope on the rifle anymore.
Salutations, Mr. Kennedy. Are you ready to hand over the girl?
Not really.
This guy again.
I'm taking the liberty of preparing some entertainment for you.
Thank you.
Without further ado, the gallant knight protects the princess fair.
Are you alright, dog? Yeah, that's just here. Was there anything else in here? There's a door.
The
Nope. Not this room yet. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. Nuh-uh. Not happening. Nope.
No good. Spread out.
You should stay closer to me.
Hey.
And we should go back to our friend the merchant before we keep going. Hello.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye. Welcome. What can I interest you in? I'll buy almost anything.
That's
Thank you.
money.
Well, well. I can certainly do something with this. That's good work, if I do say so myself.
Doing the power on this seems kind of redundant, but
A well-tuned
reload
see
speed
how
could be
that
good.
feels, mate. Fella like yourself should notice the difference right away.
If I were to buy
That
this,
cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate. I'll buy it at a high price. This gun turns heads into pumpkins, mate. Take this for a rampage through the patch. Anything else I can help you with?
we are going to use this.
This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. Try that on for size. Don't get your... Self-care. Welcome. What can I interest you in? Thank you. Come back anytime.
Yep, yep, yep.
Oh, break's over, I suppose.
Oh, this thing's huge. On the upside, we'll probably use a large percentage of our flash grenades in this next room. We're gonna need this. Let's get this started. It's a shame they didn't cut this part out of the game. I think they probably already know I'm here.
Leon, they're here.
Ah, the entertainment.
Oh my god.
No prob.
Alright, cool. Alright.
I'm fine.
Okay.
They keep coming.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Ashley. What the fuck? And not cool. Ow.